Chapter 783. When the intense gunshots rang out in the courtroom, Sulu had already smashed through the floor-to-ceiling window and was falling to the hard ground outside the building with glass shards flying everywhere. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division blasted the courtroom bench into countless pieces, leaving countless deep marks on the walls, but they could no longer penetrate the walls and hit his body that was adjusting his posture at high speed. When the Iron 7th Division troops in charge of security outside the courtroom heard the gunshots, Su Li's feet, which were wearing special military boots, had already landed heavily on the ground. Unlike ordinary Special Forces soldiers, he didn't roll forward to reduce the huge impact. Instead, he directly resisted the recoil of the ground with the strong muscle fibers under the skin of his legs. Using the few tenths of a second he saved, he quickly rushed forward more than 20 meters. The wall of the courtroom was right in front of him. The Longar high-firepower pistol in his right hand quickly fired at the walls around him. The purely mechanical trigger mechanism, under the pull of his index finger which was like a steel spring, bounced up and down at an astonishing speed. In a very short period of time he fired 23 times at high speed, completing a pistol rapid-fire demonstration that could definitely be written into the federal military textbooks. Bang! Bang! The vintage red bricks on the wall shattered one after another, as if countless deep bullet holes had appeared out of nowhere. As the bricks and debris flew everywhere, the soldiers on the first line of defense fell to the ground one after another. They didn't even have time to make any shooting movements, and most of them didn't even have time to turn around. After the initial moment of surprise, the troops outside the courtroom quickly made an efficient mobile response. They were Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division, and had excellent military training that was unimaginable to ordinary troops. However, Su Li's terrifying speed at this time was faster than their reaction. In just 1 or 2 breaths, while the injured soldiers on the first line were still falling in the autumn wind, his figure had already jumped over the wall, stepped on the lawn, and ran toward the dense forest on the west side of Robbie Avenue. The 24 bullets in the Langer high-firepower handgun's magazine were all used up. While running, Su Li's right hand loosened. When the magazine slid to the side of his waist, the modified H-14 sniper rifle on his left shoulder was already tightly gripped in his hands. This continuous tactical movement was done in one go, and it did not affect his speed at all. All the strength in his body was mobilized, especially the muscle fibers in his legs, which were rubbing and squeezing at high speed. Accompanied by the familiar trembling and sour feeling, it provided him with a strong support of strength and speed. The special military boots on the soles of his feet were beginning to be unable to withstand the force of the high-speed sprint between his body and the ground. The surface of the boots was mottled and cracked, and it was possible that they would fall apart in the next moment. Su Lu, who was running on the lawn, was like a roaring high-speed car. The human body did not pay attention to aerodynamics. He directly and violently pushed the air that was beginning to become viscous to the side, causing the withered leaves on the lawn and the slightly dry soil in the grass to explode. It looked like his body was directly stirring up a cloud of dust. The courtyard wall fell behind him, the lawn was under his feet, and the dense forest was right in front of him. The 3 lines of defense of the Iron 7th Division were directly penetrated by Su Lu with his inhuman speed. The soldiers were moving at high speed in this direction. If one were to look at the current situation from the air, it would seem that the man running madly with the cloud of dust was like an arrowhead, forcibly pulling the circular defense of the Iron 7th Division into a triangular area. A shrill whistle cut through the air above the lawn, sounding dangerously. Following that, more gunshots rang out. Some bullets brushed past Su Li's calf while he was running, shooting deep into the slightly dry soil. The dense forest was right in front of him. It did not seem to be far, but the 2nd and 3rd lines of defense of the Iron 7th Division had quickly gathered and began to use fierce firepower to seal off the lawn. The moment the dense gunshots suddenly rang out from all directions, Su Lu, who was holding the gun with both hands and running with his head down, immediately recognized the guns used by the troops. The muffled sound of the muffled muzzles represented high-powered mid-range hard sniper rifles that could easily blow his waist in half. As he ran at high speed, the slightly cool autumn air gradually turned into a frozen river that slapped against his face. Su Lu narrowed his eyes, but it was not because the annoying autumn wind disturbed his vision. It was just a habitual action when facing the greatest danger. His eyes were abnormally bright, like the sun hanging above the dense forest. In front of the dense forest, Su Li's right foot stomped heavily on the lawn. Because the dry and hard grass suddenly became deeply deformed, the military boots on his right foot finally could not withstand the enormous force and directly shattered. Even the thick sweatpants on his calf were directly torn apart by the sudden expansion of his leg muscles, and a few cracks appeared amidst the ripping sounds. Using the huge rebound force from the soles of his feet, Sulu flew up at this moment, his body drawing a strange arc in the air as he ascended. A few bullets dangerously brushed past the soles of his feet. If his dodging action had been detected by the enemy, or if his speed had been 20% slower, these few bullets would have definitely hit his body accurately. The dense forest was cut into pieces by the dense rain of bullets, flying everywhere under the red sunset. In front of this peaceful and beautiful scene of the battlefield, Sulu forcibly twisted his body in the air and retreated towards the dense forest at high speed. The H-14 in his hand switched to a sniper rifle and fiercely opened fire. At this moment, he retreated in the sky full of broken leaves, the gun in his hand spitting out beautiful flames. It was as if time and gravity had lost their effect, and the movement of everything had become slow. Only the sound of deformation could be heard, the mixture of dull and crisp, echoing between the lawn and the dense forest. Countless cold metal bullet shells were ejected from the side of the gun and slowly fell to the ground. Sulu retreated in the air for about less than a second. In this short period of time, while he was unable to stand firmly in the air, he completed the action of raising his gun, looking for a target and pulling the trigger. What was really incredible was that he completed this action 6 times in a row, launching 6 accurate shots at the firing points of the Iron 7th Division's defensive line. If it was said that the rapid firing of the pistol when he rushed out of the courtroom could be perfectly written into the textbooks of the federal military, then the backward sniping and continuous shooting technique that Sulu displayed at this moment was completely a template that ordinary soldiers would not be able to learn. This was because no one had the strength and terrifying reaction speed that he had. Around the courtroom, 6 firing points that were not in the same area were hit by Sulu's precise shots. The modified H-14 sniper rifle perfectly adapted to this terrifying rate of fire, and the large-caliber bullets mercilessly penetrated the temporary workers and hit the fastest elite shooters of the Iron 7th Division. The dense gunshots suddenly became sparse, but Sulu, who was falling, still narrowed his eyes. His gaze was bright and his left hand pressed the button on the spare magazine on his belt, and he whispered, "I'm going to die." After landing on the lawn, even though they had entered the dense forest, they were still in the area between the 2nd and 3rd line of defense of the Iron 7th Division. The few elite shooters closest to them were already lying in pools of blood, but there were more soldiers in the distance. The military quality of the Iron 7th Division's troops was unquestionable. They would definitely not charge blindly. Instead, they would choose to use the temporary workers and terrain, as well as the real firepower of their guns, to force Sulu into a desperate situation. Although Sulu had a pair of mechanic's sharp eyes, and his eyesight was better than before after the breakthrough in the Empire, he still could not capture all the blind spots around him and see every dangerous enemy. It was impossible for him to rely on a modified H-14 to suppress or eliminate the enemy in the midst of the smoke and falling leaves, because he was not the omnipotent god of creation. Only the omniscient could be omnipotent. Landing heavily on the lawn, Sulu's movements did not slow down at all. He quickly retreated into the forest, his hands holding the H-14 steadily in front of his eyes. He aimed at the enemy's firing points that he could see clearly, and he pulled the trigger continuously without hesitation, emptying the magazine of bullets. Across the lawn, on both sides of the forest and even behind him, the gunshots that had just stopped for a moment rang out intensely again. Sulu's thin face flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and he roared angrily, "I'm going to die." No one knew why Sulu yelled angrily at the empty lawn at the most dangerous moment. Could it be that if you said to Sunset that you were going to die, you wouldn't die? The modified H-14 did not make any noise, but Sulu clearly knew that the magazine had been emptied. His left hand took out the spare magazine at lightning speed, and his right thumb pulled the empty magazine out with force, completing the action of reloading at a speed that was almost impossible to be seen clearly by the naked eye. With a crisp click, the magazine accurately entered the H-14. Following this sound, it was as if a switch had been turned on. The chip at the back of his neck heated up slightly, and on the screen full of bullets from Sunset and no falling leaves, countless grids instantly appeared, as well as countless precise images of human bodies with citizen numbers hanging on them. Whether it was in the shooting range, hiding behind the forest, hiding in the depths of the grass, or hiding in the high court, the positions of all the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division accurately appeared on his retina. Even the scene behind him, which was completely invisible to the naked eye, entered his eyes through some kind of strange imaging method. He could even see the precise coordinates of these targets and the extremely detailed simulated human body composition. Sulu was no stranger to these scenes. Back then, when he was in a desperate situation at the Four Prefectures Foundation building, when he was surrounded by the Imperial Army in the forest at 3320, when the creatures died, he could see this scene that was completely different from the real world. There was no smoke or blood, only the smell of a shooting game. The charter network that covered every inch of the Federation's land presented these images in front of his eyes using countless military satellites and ubiquitous surveillance systems. There seemed to be a faint sigh in Su Li's mind, but he did not pay attention to it. He silently raised his gun and quickly pulled the trigger. He did not need to aim, nor did he need to hesitate. Because from this moment on, there was nothing he did not know and nothing he could not do. Chapter 784. Turning sideways, turning around, half-squatting and shifting to the right, a clear, mechanical and even somewhat cold voice was transmitted into Su Li's brain. When the long-distance sniper bullets flew over from the other end of the forest, these sounds would ring out. Because it was a function of a certain sensory region in his brain, the speed was very fast, and he would meticulously listen to the command, accurately and quickly completing these very basic movements to avoid fatal danger. Most of the time, Sulu just stood there, holding his H-14 horizontally as he switched to sniping in all directions. He calmly pulled the trigger, standing between the green grass and yellow leaves, standing in the increasingly strong autumn wind, moving the muzzle left and right at high speed. Occasionally he would turn around and look at the shadows behind him, firing rapidly at an unimaginable speed. Along with the crisp and continuous sound of the rifle being fired, the sound of people falling to the ground could be heard from time to time. In the fortifications behind the trees, the high-speed shrapnel would occasionally cause blood to splatter everywhere. The troops trained by Du Shaoqing were strong and professional, far more difficult to deal with than the Empire team in the Golden Foundation building and on base 3320. The soldiers around seemed to know that Sulu had a terrifying remote positioning ability, so they immediately reacted very effectively and began to move quickly between the fortifications and the dense forest. Sulu was not moved. He still stood silently among the fallen leaves, calmly and accurately shooting in all directions. Smoke and dust rose from dozens of clear bullet points, as if they were all hit at the same time. Grass and soil splashed, blood and muffled groans mixed together, and bullets flew mercilessly. In the area between the military court and Robbie Avenue, the soldiers tried to make a heroic and accurate counterattack, but they were always disintegrated under the terrifying shooting of the H-14. The H-14 seemed to have some kind of magic in his hands, and the bullets did not stop for a moment. In addition to the ability given by the glory of the charter, a large part of the reason was that the speed at which he pulled the trigger and reloaded exceeded the maximum limit in the tactical manual. The high-speed rotating bullet seemed to have its own cold vision, cutting through the air in a straight line and accurately hitting all the targets. Sulu actually used the gun in his hand to suppress more than 20 soldiers of the Iron 7th Division nearby. Standing at the edge of the forest, he only needed to avoid the sniper from afar. As for the sniper on top of the court building, he had already misfired from his first round of terrifying continuous shots. Dozens of meters away, a second lieutenant of the Iron 7th Division bravely dashed out from behind the wall. Ignoring Su Li's strange and terrifying shooting, he pulled the trigger as fast as he could. Then, a burst of blood burst out from his left shoulder as the bullet pierced through and knocked him to the ground. With a muffled sound, Su Li's left chest was hit by a bullet. His body trembled, and his face turned pale for a moment before returning to normal. He did not lower his head to look at the shrapnel that was deeply embedded in the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, nor did he pay attention to the pain caused by his cracked ribs. Instead, he followed the powerful impact of the bullet and took a step back. Step by step, he retreated into the dense forest behind him. His shooting posture did not change at all. Sulu silently and calmly pulled the trigger around him, and the crisp sound of gunfire rang out. The birds in the autumn forest were stunned by the dense gunfire. It was only when they heard the footsteps of the man below becoming more and more hurried and gentle that they came back to their senses. They fluttered their wings and flew into the sunset. When the Iron 7th Division's T Company, who were responsible for security, finally succeeded in closing the defense line and gathering at the edge of the dense forest, there was no trace of Sulu. There were only broken branches hanging in the air, and broken leaves and grass fluttering weakly in the autumn wind. The battle outside the court-martial lasted less than 2 minutes. Sulu had used up all the magazines he had on him. In the end, even the specially made gun barrel could not withstand the wear and tear and began to become unstable. The Iron 7th Division's side in the post-battle summary was very angry to find that their ammunition yield was pitifully low. It wasn't that the soldiers weren't brave enough and didn't dare to fight back because they were suppressed by the enemy's violent gunfire. It was just that the 30 or so Iron 7 Division soldiers in this area didn't have a better way to deal with the terrifying gunfire that would cause blood to splatter everywhere. After careful calculations, the powerful command center of the government made overall arrangements. This reinforced company, which had made outstanding military achievements on the front line, was mainly defending the periphery of the court-martial. No one had expected Su Lu to be hiding under the passage of the court-martial. With a targeted defense arrangement, they were naturally caught off guard by the violent surprise attack from the inner circle. In fact, if it was not the Iron 7th Division's T Company who was responsible for the defense of the court-martial today, but any other federal forces, they would not have done a better job. It was very likely that when Su Lu broke into the dense forest with a gun, the other troops would not even have time to fire a shot. Several bulletproof black government service vehicles sped up from the other end of the court-martial. With the sharp sound of brakes, two deep footprints appeared on the lawn that had just calmed down a little. A high-ranking officer with a solemn expression and an angry man walked out. They were the members of the Small Eyes unit who were originally supposed to be responsible for picking up Colonel Riker. Biderman looked at the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division in front of him, waved his arms angrily and screamed, "You were in charge of the court-martial. I'm here to pick up Riker. Now Riker is dead. Where's Sulu? You pieces of trash." This genius former employee of the Bureau of Proclamation had spent a lot of money to convince his superiors to allow him to leave the building and come to the court-martial because he firmly believed that Su Li's target was definitely the second bait. To be able to see a Federation hero die in front of him with his own eyes was undoubtedly the most wonderful thing for him. But he did not expect that Sulu would not act as the Small Eyes unit had speculated. Instead, he would use such a violent and direct method to end Colonel Riker's life in the court-martial. The strong climax he had expected turned into an unprecedented disappointment and humiliation. Biderman was extremely angry. T Company was a reinforced company of the Iron 7th Division that was very good at fighting. For this secret security mission, the commander in charge was even a battalion commander. In his hand was the 21-26 long sniper rifle that he had snatched from his subordinates. It was obvious that he had also personally participated in the battle. Hearing this extremely fast cursing, the battalion commander turned around with a sullen face and stared at the guy in front of him who he did not recognize, who was jumping around like a monkey. After a moment of silence, he directly pulled out the pistol at his waist and pointed it between the other's eyebrows. Biderman's body suddenly trembled, and the swear words in his mouth came to an abrupt stop. The high-ranking officer who had gotten off the car with him nervously blocked the gun. From the wrist of the battalion commander holding the gun and the indifferent gaze in his eyes, he could clearly tell that if he had moved a little slower, the other party would definitely have dared to shoot. He was the captain of the Special Forces of the 3rd Military Region, and now the highest commander of the Small Eyes unit. Of course, his rank was much higher than that of an ordinary battalion commander, but he did not want to have any conflict with Division Commander Du Shaoqing's subordinates. Also from S3, he knew very well that although the Iron-Faced Division Commander valued discipline, he was also very protective of his subordinates. "I solemnly apologize to you and your unit on his behalf," the commander said in a low voice. The commander said in a low voice. As a military officer, he could understand the emotions of the other party after experiencing a particularly vexing battle. The figures of several medical helicopters gradually became clearer in the air. South of Robbie Avenue, the ambulances of the military-affiliated hospital were also rapidly approaching. For some reason, these ambulances did not flash or siren. Report: 24 seriously injured, no dead. Hearing the report, the battalion commander's expression was a little surprised, but he finally relaxed a little. Without even looking at the pale Biderman, he walked to the other side of the lawn where the injured soldiers were gathered. Under the setting sun, the helicopters slowly landed and the wind blew. A second lieutenant covered in blood was carried onto a stretcher and was ready to be sent into the cabin door. The battalion commander looked at his most capable company commander and confirmed that he was conscious, so he should not be in danger. He smiled and patted his shoulder. In the previous battle, the bullets of the snipers of the Iron 7th Division's T Company had grazed the target's body, but in a close-range shooting, only this person had bravely shot Su Li's chest. The second lieutenant on the stretcher took a burning cigarette. The fingers on his left hand trembled because of the severe pain from the bullet wound, the handsome eyebrows on his pale cheeks knitted together. He looked at the battalion commander and said in a hoarse voice, "Boss, this battle is very uncomfortable. I don't accept it. The battalion commander did not say anything. He waved his hand and asked the medical officer and subordinates to push the stretcher into the cabin door of the helicopter, and then began to treat the other injured subordinates on the lawn. During this process, his facial expression gradually stiffened, because he found that the gunshot wounds on the soldiers had one thing in common: they were all on the right shoulder. The only soldier who was seriously injured in the left shoulder by shrapnel was used to holding the gun with his left hand. The standard bulletproof vests of the federal forces could cover the entire body, even including the neck, but for the sake of flexibility in combat, there was no protection for the shoulders. Colonel Su Lu, who had already proven his valiant military qualities on the battlefield, naturally knew this. However, if he could guarantee that every shot he fired would hit the enemy's shoulder, why didn't he choose to shoot the head? Even if he was wearing an infantryman's helmet, the obviously modified H-14 sniper rifle in his hand could directly break the neck of the soldiers with terrifying momentum. Battle was a cold contest of life and death. Even if the enemy only had one breath left, it could still cause fatal injuries. There was never such a thing as mercy on the battlefield. However, the battalion commander of the Iron 7th Division turned around and looked at the dense forest that had already quieted down, his gaze extremely complicated. At a remote intersection a few kilometers away from the dense forest, in the blind spot of the surveillance camera, as the last warmth of the setting sun left the cold city, an old metal door valve was slowly closing. In the underground sewer, Su Li's right hand held the wet wall as he struggled to walk into the darkness. Blood began to seep out of his left leg, but there was a calm smile on his face. Chapter 785. Hiding under the floorboards for 4 days and 4 nights, he probably didn't eat or even drink. So I don't understand how this person survived. Not only did he not die of hunger or thirst, but his combat ability didn't seem to be affected at all. Although the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division look very rude, everyone knows that they can't make mistakes when inspecting the battlefield. Since they used life detectors to check the military court in advance, why didn't they find Su Li hiding under the floorboards? Inside the only building in the capital special district that had 3 layers of information blocking, a member of the small-eyed troop pointed at the information on the light screen angrily and helplessly. He waved his arms helplessly and said in a low voice, "How do we explain all this? Unless we admit that he's not a human." Of course he's not a human. Another member shook his head in disappointment. He looked at the battlefield surveillance that had started to play and said, "He's so strong and invincible, how can he be a normal human?" Give up on these useless literary sentiments. No superpower creatures have been found in the universe so far. The official of the Federation Investigation Bureau interrupted everyone's behavior to vent their disappointment and shock. He said in a deep voice, "The most important task now is that we have to figure out where Su Li's next target is. Even if we can't set up an ambush, we have to ensure the safety of those big shots." Now the statistics show that the possible targets of Colonel Su Li's attack have expanded to 37. It's very difficult to choose the key targets to protect from among them. The member in charge of the intelligence analysis scratched his head and cursed in a low voice. He looked at the people and said, "The Federation has offended too many government agencies and big shots that have offended Colonel Su Li. That guy is psychopathic. He always feels that the whole world has wronged him. Professor Nur, you should support my judgment." Sitting in the corner, Bateman said to the famous psychology professor of the small-eyed troop. His eyes were bloodshot and his feet were placed on the table casually. He seemed to be playing some kind of video game that required high IQ. Only his trembling fingers and the sarcasm in his words showed the real anger and unwillingness in his heart at this time. The members in the room all thought that Biderman was the real psychopath. They also knew what had happened to him in the military court, so they remained silent. This silence made Biderman feel even more humiliated. He threw away the video game controller, stood up and roared at everyone, "Don't you understand? Psychological analysis, criminal history research, combat strength assessment, all of that is bullshit. It's all fucking shit. We know that guy has the glory of the charter on him. That omnipotent broken computer is on his side. We even know how they work, but what's the use of that? There is only one key point to solve this problem. Authority. Authority. And it was still authority. If we don't strip him of his authority, no one can do anything to that damned rat." Biderman's cheeks were flushed red. Like an actor in an emotional theater, he shook all the joints in his body in an exaggerated manner. Blue veins popped out on his neck, which was white due to the lack of sunlight. The people in the room were still silent. They knew that Biderman was right, but no one could strip Su Li of the First Order authority. No, it was even more inexplicable than the First Order Authority. Although this special department named Small Eyes had the highest authority of Mr. President and could even directly deploy combat troops, it was impossible for them to rush into the Bureau of Proclamation building and blow up the federal central computer. In fact, they didn't even dare to think about it. Let's give up our illusions and face reality, everyone. The senior official looked at Biderman and sighed. He pointed to the information on the light screen and said, according to the analysis of the combat data that Sulu has participated in, as well as the assassination in the military court, we can clearly judge that before he carries out any seemingly risky action, he will make ample preparations in terms of equipment and mental strength. He shrugged and said, it takes time to arrange equipment, obtain relevant information and formulate a target. I believe that Sulu will enter a long period of silence, which also means that we can take a rest, take a bath or something. This is probably the only good news we have today. There was a series of chair legs moving and a series of tired yawns in the room. The official finally added, according to the instructions of the superiors, what happened in the military court today must be kept absolutely confidential. A member replied sarcastically, being locked in this building every day, there is no way to sell the news to the reporters. These experts began to stretch their waists, and some directly went back to the living area to take a bath and have a meal. At this time, the door painted with the pattern of small eyes with red pupils was pushed open, and several soldiers walked in with serious expressions. Biderman was picking up the game controller again with a gloomy expression, but was shocked to hear the task given to him by these soldiers. He stood up angrily, looked at the senior official and protested, looking at the picture consumes too much of my mental strength. Maybe I will live 10 years less. The official calmly said, this is the price you promised to pay when you strongly requested to go to the military court. Biderman was stunned. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his lips. The 30-year-old him smiled innocently and evilly like a child. He said in a sharp voice, if I can really kill that guy, it is worth it to lose 10 years of my life. Hidden behind a chaotic vegetable market somewhere in the capital special district, there was a black market that sold wild meat. This black market, through certain connections, accepted the dead wild animals from the private hunting grounds of the big shots in the suburbs, and then cut them up and sold them here. Although the HTD Bureau was well aware of this because of certain reasons they kept silent. At this time it was already late at night and the small amount of wild meat was sold out in the evening, so compared to the vegetable market in front of it, it was particularly quiet. In the corner of the underground sewer, a metal valve suddenly began to silently turn, and a head quietly appeared. The surveillance camera here had long been removed because the owner was worried that it would be recorded as illegal evidence, so no one could see this somewhat strange scene. After a simple dressing in the warm nest with a freezer and a TV deep in the underground tunnel, Sulu changed into a clean and fresh set of clothes and returned to the surface. Passing through the underground passage where a fierce battle had occurred a few days ago, he looked at the small department store in the foothill on the sloping stone path. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up the original plan, worried that the government's investigation would cause trouble for boss Xiaoshan. In a shop on the street he bought a phone that was neither cheap nor expensive, and then dialed a number. On the third floor of the presidential residence, the phone beside Miss Padil's pillow rang. Now that it was difficult to fall asleep with the big stuffed bear in her arms, she slowly turned her head and looked nervously for a long time before answering the call. She said one word in a thin and trembling voice. Hello. Miss Padil, your father is holding a very important meeting, and it is not convenient to disturb him at this time. You know, Mr. President needs to work for the benefit of many people, right? Outside the retro door of the Oval Office, a special task force agent in a black suit politely but firmly stopped Miss Padil's request to enter. Padil was wearing a nightgown, barefoot, and her right hand hanging by her waist tightly holding the phone. She stared at the agent, and it seemed that she had no intention of giving up. Take the miss back to sleep. How do you do your job? The agent stared gloomily at the waitress who followed the miss nervously and reprimanded in a low voice. Padil suddenly took a deep breath, then squatted down slightly and screamed loudly with no expression on her face. The girl's sharp scream echoed in the official residence, and the agents and waiters suddenly panicked, not knowing how to deal with it. The entire Federation knew that the first daughter had suffered from autism when she was a child, and her condition had only improved in the past 2 years. The staff in the official residence had always been very protective of her. The heavy door of the office opened, and President Pabre at the end of the round table stood up with a smile and said to the government ministers at the table, "It seems that the emergency meeting must be suspended. It seems that our little fish has more urgent problems than the Federation's affairs that need me to solve. There was a burst of understanding or appropriate laughter from the big shots at the round table. Dear little fish, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Is there something important? The corners of President Pabre's eyes clearly showed fatigue, but he still squatted to ensure that he was at the same height as his daughter and asked gently. It's Su Li's call. Padil handed the phone to her father. Because of nervousness it was very wet. Everyone knew the situation of the first daughter of the Federation. Although her condition was gradually improving, she basically didn't speak in front of outsiders. At this time the 5 words she said were so clear that it was shocking. However, what was even more shocking was the content of her words. The people in the Oval Office stood up in shock. The security department quickly responded, and the intelligence team immediately began to track the source of the signal. Hearing his daughter's words, President Pabre's body stiffened slightly, but he still looked at her and smiled. Then he slowly straightened up, put the phone to his lips and said, Colonel Sulu, I don't appreciate your actions. The person on the other end of the phone should understand where Mr. President's anger came from. It wasn't about Colonel Lake's death, but because this call affected his sick daughter. Su Li's tired voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. President. This is the only way I can find you. President Pabre waved his hand and signaled for the agent to take his daughter away. The retro door quickly closed, covering Padil's delicate and pretty little face. At this moment, the government officials stood nervously around the round table in astonishment. Chui Zedong was deep in the Bureau of Proclamation, staring at the light screen on which the data was constantly flowing. Li Jiedu was in his office with his deep-set eyes closed, thinking about an important problem. President Pabre clenched his daughter's phone, his knuckles protruding angrily. The intelligence team made a signal connection. Su Li's voice began to echo in the Oval Office, which represented the power of the Federation. It echoed in the ears of these big shots who controlled the fate of the Federation. These words were also said to those who weren't present. The old man once said that some people will always be swept into the dustbin of history. Shi Qinghai said that garbage doesn't walk into the dustbin by itself, and we need to sweep it. Now I agree with the latter. Mr. President, I think many of the things you've said before are very reasonable. In fact, when it comes to debating and persuading people, no one in the entire Federation can do better than you. So today, I'm not calling to debate with you, but to inform you of something. After a very short pause, the voice sounded again in the office. I don't know why I'm fighting, but I've already started my battle. In the city under the night sky, Sulu looked at the majestic and magnificent Parliament Hill not far away. He narrowed his eyes, hung up the phone in his hand, crushed it into a ball of scrap iron, and threw it into the dustbin beside him. Chapter 786. The Oval Office was silent. The officials looked at President Pabre with complicated expressions. No one dared to speak. After a long period of silence, the president put the phone on the table. His movements were very slow. When the phone made contact with the table, there was no sound. Only the veins on the back of his hand showed his true anger at the moment. In the Ministry of Finance building, I had a long conversation with Colonel Sulu. Before I entered the alloy door, the Special Task Force tried to stop me because they were worried about my personal safety. President Pabre suddenly said something that surprised everyone. There was no emotion on his tanned face, and his voice was particularly low in the Oval Office. At that time I said that when Colonel Sulu wanted to kill me, it meant that I really should die. He put his hands on the table, and his broad shoulders were as stable as usual. There was a complicated smile on his face. It was hard to tell whether it was self-deprecating or mocking. Now that I think about it, this joke was probably not that funny. The president waved his right hand tiredly. The officials in the Oval Office understood and hastily ended the report on the attack on the military court that afternoon. They quickly left. The director of the office, Breen, pushed open the heavy retro door and walked in. He looked at the president's tired back with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a moment, he walked up and said softly, Mr. President, we just got the election poll. Your support rate has increased by 1%. Before he finished speaking, President Pabre stood up straight and waved his right arm hard. His usual deep and charming voice became particularly irritable at this moment. Public opinion, public opinion, public opinion. What's the use of these things? The president immediately reacted to his rare loss of composure. After a moment of silence, he patted the shoulder of the shocked director Breen and said in a low voice, Sorry, I'm in a bad mood today. It's okay. Director Breen forced a smile and followed the president's gaze to the cute pink phone on the table. He frowned and said, "I'll immediately inform the intelligence team to cut off Mrs. Communication Authority." "No need." President Pabre had calmed down by this time. He waved his hand tiredly and said, "I believe Sulu will call again." According to some sources, this Councilman Jean Chiota should have established contact with the official residents a long time ago, but no one knows what kind of agreement they have. It was quiet in the Lufeng Slope clubhouse. Mr. Zion, the vice president of the Federation, took a sip of the expensive red wine and gently stroked his gray hair. He was talking to the lady across the table in a reserved and polite manner. "Thank you for your hard work today." Lady Tai looked at the old man with a smile and said casually, "After Mr. Byron left us, you have to bear a lot more responsibilities. You should take care of yourself." He knew what his wife meant by hard work. Regarding the welcome ceremony at the airport, he only needed to make 2 phone calls to successfully divert the attention of the government agencies. In a sense, the military court attack case, which was still under absolute secrecy, was deeply related to him. The old man didn't know what kind of deal or tacit understanding between Lady Tai and the feared colonel. In fact, he wasn't going to ask. Every big shot had their own secrets, especially when it came to such a big issue. However, the madam's seemingly casual words made the temperature of his heart rise slightly. After a long silence, he raised his head and calmly said, "But it is very clear that Mr. President does not seem to want to resolve this matter before the election." According to the relevant regulations of the Federation Constitution, when the president of the Federation government died unexpectedly or was unable to perform his duties for other reasons, the vice president would take over. In this case, the vice president would be replaced by the vice president of the management committee. It had been a long time since Vice President Byron was killed by Shi Qinghai. The major forces of the Federation had been urging President Pabre to complete the replacement process as soon as possible, and let Vice President Xian take over as the vice president of the Federation. However, the official residents had always claimed that the replacement process was postponed until after the election because of the war and the approaching election. Lady Tai didn't seem to expect that the experienced and astute politician sitting across the table would choose such a direct way of conversation. After being stunned for a moment, she smiled and looked at a secluded corner of the table downstairs, saying something that seemed to be completely unrelated. "A few days ago, Colonel Sulu had dinner at that table." Her wife looked at that place calmly and said, "Now many people in the Federation hope that he can serve a sumptuous dinner." Vice President Xian tasted the red wine in his glass calmly, but he wasn't as calm as he appeared to be. He knew what his wife was implying, but when he thought of that possibility and the possibility of his feet stepping into that white official residence, the light and mellow red wine seemed to become countless times stronger in an instant, burning his throat after it entered. "In the past few years, when I tried to teach the little guy some setbacks, I myself suffered a great setback. That's because there were 2 real mountains behind him, the old man and Mr. President." Lady Tai said, "Now that the old man is gone, Mr. President has become his biggest enemy. I'm very curious to see what kind of trouble he can stir up in such a difficult situation." However, the feedback in the past few days seems to indicate that his ability and determination to stir up trouble have exceeded my imagination. Vice President Xian stroked the white hair on his forehead again, tasting the burning sensation of the precious red wine on his lips and tongue carefully. He let out a slight sigh of satisfaction, thinking silently with a smile that the bigger the trouble, the better. The edge of the bathtub with metal feet was carved with porcelain flowers. Although it wasn't comfortable to touch, it looked very luxurious. The water in the bathtub was boiling hot, with steam rolling out. Sulu held a glass of red wine in his right hand. Most of his body was immersed in the water, but his skin didn't show any trace of burning red. All the fatigue quickly leaked out through the expanded pores. He drank a mouthful of red wine, sinking a little more into the water, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. The door of the bathroom was tightly shut, isolating the ringing of the office phone and the sound of automatic printing. The window facing the building was open, and the cool autumn wind poured in from Charter Square, bringing with it hot steam that filled the air, blurring the vision of the surroundings. Sometimes, blurring was synonymous with relaxation. Su Li's sharp eyes could easily see through the mist, looking at the scenery of the square outside the window. The wound on his leg was healing quickly. The temperature of the water was intoxicating, and the glass of red wine in his right hand hanging by the side of the bathtub was also intoxicating. The scenery of the square was also intoxicating. At this time, although the fatigue in his body had been completely squeezed out, the tiredness in his mind was uncontrollably rising. Sulu narrowed his eyes, looking through the layers of hot mist at the square shrouded in the night. He looked at the bronze statue of the quintet, and looked at the old man who was still sitting in the cockpit of the M37 mecha even after his death. He raised his glass of red wine and toasted him from a distance, softly muttering to himself, "Old man, I'm sorry I couldn't do what I promised you. I really like being a cleaner." Then his body and mind completely relaxed, and he fell into a deep sleep in the bathtub. "I'm quite dissatisfied with your work during this period of time." Councilman Jin Chiyoda paced quickly beside the table, as if he wanted to use these actions to calm his anger. He suddenly stood still, pointed a finger and reprimanded in a deep voice, "The organization gave you such an important job to work in this decaying building. This is a very rare trust, and what did you do? I order you to complete the handover of the 4 departments in the shortest time possible, and then return to the mountain for debriefing." The old man's finger was about to touch that pair of black-rimmed glasses, appearing particularly rude and forceful. As the second most important person in the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain, this kind of behavior towards a subordinate was only natural. However, to the surprise of the old man and the soldiers who came with him from Green Dragon Mountain, not only did the owner of the black-rimmed glasses not immediately apologize, even her expression was so calm. Zhang Xiaoming slowly extended her right index finger and pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. She looked at the old man and calmly said, "Councilman comrade, I want to know the reason." Jin Chiyoda could clearly feel that she, who was standing in front of him, had a kind of calmness that came from the depths of her heart. The old man knew that only a person with a strong enough heart could show absolute calmness. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart, and he slowly said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to carefully repeat the process of that little fish's death?" The old man's voice was incomparably cold. He had presided over many bloody internal cleansing operations, so his body exuded a kind of terrifying aura from inside out. In Green Dragon Mountain, countless people secretly hated him, but no one dared to show this kind of emotion in front of him, because coldness and ruthlessness were often the most powerful weapons to intimidate people. "This is an internal operation of the 4 departments. I don't think there is anything to explain to you," Zhang Xiaoming calmly said. Since she already knew the purpose of the councilman, she even directly omitted the honorific. The people in the room fell into absolute shock, including the female employee with the coquettish figure. Everyone looked at Zhang Xiaoming in disbelief, not knowing how she dared to talk to the councilman in such a tone. The emotions in the eyes of Councilman Jin Chiyoda were particularly gloomy. He stared at the beautiful face in front of him, and said very slowly with a voice as thin as the tongue of a poisonous snake, "The stupid people in the Federation call you the leaf of Green Dragon Mountain. Do you think that with this beautiful face you can do whatever you want? Don't forget that it was the organization that trained you, and you are working under my direct leadership." "Councilman comrade, I want to correct you on one point, I work directly for the organization." After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaoming calmly looked into the old man's eyes and said with a smile, "This is my see, unless the committee passes a resolution, no one can take away my see." Chapter 787. Jin Chiyoda coldly stared at her face. 3 years ago he had seen her beside the person he hated the most. However, at that time she was still a very ordinary woman. Other than being very beautiful, there was nothing special about her. However, today, Zhang Xiaoming led Green Dragon Mountain's most important intelligence network within the Federation. Both her temperament and willpower had undergone a shocking change. Such a large piece of the deep sea is not something that can be owned by just one person. The old man slightly bowed. His oppressive gaze penetrated the glasses and stared into her eyes. He said, "You are at most a fisherman. Under my will, the biggest fish in this sea will easily die. The female fisherman will also not have any accidents." Zhang Xiaoming slightly raised her face and replied with a smile, "Comrade member, you must be tired after such a long journey. I am ready to accept the official decision of the committee at any time. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. You still have to give a formal speech in the committee tomorrow. As for the fairy tale of the sea and the fisherman, we can talk about it another time." A very calm reply but contained a very firm will. Zhang Xiaoming lightly pushed the black-rimmed glasses on her nose again. She slightly nodded to Jin Chiyoda and prepared to turn around and leave. Just as her hand touched the smooth door handle, the old committee member's slightly hoarse but vicious voice sounded again behind her. "I heard that your ex-boyfriend has already started a war with the Federation government. The organization needs the relevant information. In addition, if there is a chance, we are very happy to see him die." I believe you also understand that this is the organization's test for you. The people in the room could see Zhang Xiaoming's back. Just from the back, she did not have any strange reaction after hearing these words. However, no one could see the sharp light that flashed through that pair of black-rimmed glasses. After Zhang Xiaoming left, the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers in charge of protecting committee member Jin Chiyoda also left, leaving behind 2 people to guard the door. Even if these elite soldiers of the mountain were to die, they would not let anyone harm the leader in the room. Committee member Jin Chiyoda looked at the tightly closed door. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his old and gloomy face. He said mockingly to the woman beside him, "If Sulu comes to kill me and is killed by me, President Pabre will definitely like the gift I gave him. Tell me, can this gift and this deep sea be exchanged for the position of Vice President of the Federation?" This most loyal female subordinate of his was at a mature and attractive age. A trace of nervousness flashed across her beautiful face. She said with a trembling voice, "Of course, there is no problem." Jin Chiyoda turned around and coldly looked at her chest. What a stupid and timid woman. But what he needed after the great reconciliation between the Federation government and Green Dragon Mountain, Parliament Hill passed a bill to open up a row of rooms in the building specifically for Green Dragon Mountain's office in the capital. As the spokesperson of the anti-government forces in the Federation, Zhang Xiaoming had an office suite with a living room. In this luxurious suite of Parliament Hill, she secretly presided over the work of Green Dragon Mountain's 4 departments. She looked at the sea that no one knew the depth of. She received the gift from Linhai province from her subordinate. She originally thought that it was another piece of jewelry sent by Hai Qingzhou and was about to have her subordinate send it back. Unexpectedly, she saw the scribbled but unique signature. She couldn't help but smile because she recognized that it was the handwriting of that university professor's father. She had returned to the Federation for a long time. Her relationship with her family had improved tremendously. Her parents, who had a high social status, no longer angrily scolded her for her life choices. Occasionally they would even send some warm gifts. However, they were still worried about her marriage. After closing the door, Zhang Xiaoming opened the box. She found a very cute silver bear pendant. She guessed that it was a gift that her mother had chosen. She smiled and connected it to the electronic keychain in her hand. Then she kicked off her high heels and casually put them on a pair of soft fluffy dog slippers. The living room behind the office was her personal space. Without permission no one could enter. In fact, no one had been able to enter for the past 2 years. She turned on the TV screen. After changing into her pajamas, she tiredly rubbed her hair and leaned against the sofa. She casually picked up a bag of dog biscuits and began to chew. The more she chewed, the stiffer her cheeks became. She seemed to be filled with anger. In a low voice she cursed, "You old perverted dog, you actually want to steal this old lady's things." She was the famous Green Dragon Mountain's Leaf. In front of the Federation people, she was a calm and amiable spokesperson. In front of the government officials, she was a calm and oppressive negotiator. In front of her subordinates, she was an extremely efficient manager. In the hearts of the spies in the deep sea, she was the coldest and most ruthless leader. However, in this space that belonged only to her, she was hugging the bag of biscuits. Her feet were on the table, and her eyes were fixed on the TV screen. Her hair was disheveled and she was talking nonsense. She was like an ordinary woman who had just had her expensive bag stolen by her love rival. Zhang Xiaoming did not think that her life was full of sorrow. She had never hugged a pillow and cried in the middle of the night, or cried alone on the sofa in front of the TV. Therefore, when she saw the glasses gradually blurring, she did not think that it was because of her own eyes. She quietly put down the dog biscuit. Her face was unusually calm, but a light silver pistol had appeared in her right hand at some unknown time. She slowly stood up and turned around, walking towards the bathroom that was slowly emitting traces of heat. The dog-headed slippers on her feet were hung with fine velvet, and they did not make a single sound when she stepped on the carpet. She pushed open the bathroom door, and the cold muzzle of the gun passed through the steaming steam in the shortest time possible. It was pointed at the man who was sleeping soundly in the bathtub. Her arm suddenly stiffened, and then she slowly put down the gun in her hand. Slowly and hesitantly she walked over. Zhang Xiaoming stood in the steaming steam and quietly looked at the man sleeping in the bathtub. Suddenly she took off the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose. It was not because the glasses were misted, but because she knew that he did not like them. She squatted down and tilted her head slightly to look at him in the bathtub. She did not know when he had come, nor did she know what he was thinking in his sleep. He was smiling so happily like a child. Although the government had completely blocked the news of the military court attack, she knew what the man in the bathtub had done in the afternoon. At this most dangerous time he was in his own room, sleeping so soundly in his own bathtub. What kind of trust did this represent? Zhang Xiaoming squatted beside the bathtub and looked at him quietly. She looked at him for a very long time. Then she reached out her fingers and slid them across his smooth forehead and straight nose, across his single eyelid, across his thin lips, across his collarbone, and across his naked body that was covered with old scars. Happiness and satisfaction filled her mind, making her smile happily and shyly. She did not know why, but her eyes became a little moist. Suddenly she quickly combed her hair with her fingers. Her movements were particularly frantic. Although the man in the bathtub was sleeping soundly, she still did not want to appear in front of him with her hair disheveled. She put away the pistol, tied up her ponytail, and squatted beside the bathtub again to carefully look at the man's face. After a long time, perhaps because the bathroom was too hot, 2 faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. She did not know where she got the courage, but she lowered her head and gently kissed his thin lips. Slightly dizzy, Zhang Xiaoming nervously held onto the smooth edge of the bathtub with both hands. Her slender fingers were very strong as she struggled to maintain her balance. Sulu woke up. He opened his small eyes and looked at the hot steam in the room and the girl's face that was inches away from him. He saw the panic that flashed across her eyes and felt the softness on his lips. He did not understand what had happened. The bathroom was too hot and the steam filled it, blurring all of his memories. If time was really a cruel carving knife, then the sculpture under the knife was, at least at this moment, blurry. The light kiss that was like a dragonfly touching water instantly turned into a subconscious rubbing of the lips, and then it quickly turned into a passionate kiss. The wet tongue clumsily joined the battle. Someone lost their balance and fell into the bathtub that was as warm and deep as the sea. As if they were afraid that they would not be able to hold on to the rope that would save their lives, the two tried their best to hold on to each other and began to roll in the water. Waves of hot water overflowed the edge of the bathtub painted with porcelain flowers. It was as if they had returned to the snowy campus and the lonely iron tower during the new year. They flipped over and over again, but it had been a long time since they had seen snow by the Rose River. God knows how many batches of boys had come to deliver porridge and flowers to the girls' dormitory. The current life of the two people in the water had been separated from the normal world for too long. But perhaps because of this, their desire to return to the past was so strong in the rippling waves. After a long time, the two of them slowly separated. They looked at each other without saying a word. After a few silly laughs, Zhang Xiaoming suddenly reacted and scrambled out of the bathtub. Her movements were very clumsy, just like her reaction earlier. I brought a bottle of red wine and drank a glass. It tastes good, do you want some? Sulu looked awkwardly at the girl who was dripping water and took the bottle of red wine beside the bathtub. Okay, but I think you should be in need of something to eat right now. Zhang Xiaoming walked out of the bathroom and took a wine glass. Then she looked awkwardly at Sulu and said, "But I think I only have biscuits here." Sulu scratched his head with a smile and asked, "Puppies?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaoming made a soft sound with a nasal sound. Her pajamas were already soaked and stuck to her body, but she did not escape. She just lowered her head a little and water droplets kept dripping from the ends of her wet hair. Looking at the bathtub that took up 2/3 of the bathroom, she hesitated for a moment and gently bit her red and tender lower lip. Holding the wine glass in one hand and the biscuit bag in the other, she stepped into the bathtub and carefully sat at the end furthest away from Sulu. Chapter 788. The perfect life insurance system of Parliament Hill automatically changed the hot water in the bathtub. As the water vapor rose, Sulu and Zhang Xiaoming sat at opposite ends of the bathtub, munching on crispy dog biscuits and drinking mellow red wine as they talked about their past. That year on the balcony of the Lufeng Slope clubhouse, the two hugged and then parted. They occasionally contacted each other, but that was no longer the case. It was unknown if Zhang Xiaoming still felt sorry for him, but Sulu had long since become indifferent to many things. What was indifferent was unwillingness, anger, or frustration. What was indifferent was the youthful feelings that began with the misunderstanding on the spaceport bus in the 65th year of the constitutional era. The conversation continued in this calm and warm atmosphere. Sulu talked about the little dreams he once had, the little dreams related to Zhang Xiaoming. He talked about how he got into a big company to become an engineer, how he bought a small house with the bank card and salary his uncle left him, how he got married and had children. He also talked about how he felt after his dreams disappeared without a trace. He talked about the deaths he saw on the battlefield of the Empire in the Westwoods. He even mentioned the sadness he felt when he thought Zhang Xiaoming had died, and the many stories that began because of this sadness. The keywords in these stories were the development of the MX Mecha, director Lin Yuanhu, Senator Medellin, the presidential election, and other shocking terms. It was just as a proverb in the Federation said, behind every new tycoon is a heartless first love. Although Zhang Xiaoming could not be said to be heartless back then, the stories that had happened to Su Lu over the years could be considered magnificent. It had to be said that they were all related to her in some way. This was a one-sided conversation. Su Lu kept talking in a low voice. Perhaps it was because he had never had the chance to talk before, and he didn't know if he would be alive to talk about it in the future, so he cherished this opportunity very much. While he was talking, Zhang Xiaoming basically didn't make a sound. She just held the glass of red wine and looked at his face attentively. It was as if she wanted to remember this ordinary face deeper and deeper so that she would never forget it. Zhang Xiaoming suddenly looked at him seriously and said softly, "Let's make love." Su Lu looked at her, not knowing what to say. "I know you have a girlfriend, but let's make love," Zhang Xiaoming said softly as she looked down at the red wine in her glass. After 4 days of enduring the tiredness, hunger, and thirst, and then soaking in the hot water room for one night, Su Lu was in good spirits, but he was not in the best state mentally. Suddenly hearing the girl's voice from the other side of the mist, he was silent for a long time. He did not give a positive answer to the word love, but asked in a low voice, "Why? You can die at any time. Just leave me a memento, okay? Or leave a son for yourself." Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head and clumsily tried to find an excuse. Then she took a sip of red wine, put down the glass in her hand, and slowly unbuttoned her soaked pajamas. Like a naked fish, she slid into the water and swam to the opposite shore. Su Lu wanted to explain, but his lips were blocked by a rose. Her trembling tongue mixed with the slightly astringent red wine. At this moment she didn't explain. She just wanted to make love with him. She just wanted to make love. After a long time, the two of them floated to the surface of the water, hugging each other. They leaned against the soft cotton bed, panting slightly. Su Lu held her in his arms and was silent for a long time. Then he said softly, "You are my second woman." Zhang Xiaoming slowly closed her eyes, and a smile appeared on her lips. There was no satisfaction of a woman's possession, nor was there the pride of stealing someone's fruit. There was only calmness and gratitude in her smile. She said softly, "You are my second man too." It was like the conversation between the gatekeeper and the Iron Tower in Yue University. There was no fundamental change. In the dim night, Su Lu was silent for a long time. Then he asked the same question as before, "Is it too short?" The darkness before dawn was the deepest darkness. Su Lu woke up in bed. His squinted eyes were exceptionally bright. He tried to get out of bed, but he woke up the woman in his arms. No one turned on the lights. Looking at Su Lu, who was silently getting dressed, Zhang Xiaoming hugged the corner of the blanket. She gently bit the corner of her lips and asked, "I didn't think you would really dare to hide in the Parliament Hill for a night. Uncle once said that the most dangerous place is the safest place." Su Li's fingers forcefully arranged the gun so that the mechanical parts did not make any noise. After a short pause he said, "This sentence can't be trusted more than 3 times. This is the second time." Zhang Xiaoming was no longer the Zhang Xiaoming of the past. She understood some things in a very short time. Looking at his back, she smiled and said, "Don't feel sorry for anyone. You are now fighting with your life on the line. You have some privileges." Then she stood up and stood in front of him naked. She carefully helped him arrange his clothes. She tidied his collar very neatly, stood on her tiptoes and whispered the room number in his ear. Then she walked him to the door. Outside the window, the first ray of the willow dawn finally welcomed the first ray of sunlight. It shone on her naked body. Her beautiful curves glowed seductively. She smiled and said calmly, "Be careful." The whole process seemed very natural. She was like a wife sending her husband off to war. The front line was not far away, right in this building. Perhaps she knew that this was the only chance, so she did it very seriously. There was a cute silver bear pendant hanging on the key ring beside the door. Unfortunately, the man who left would not have the chance to use this ring of keys to open this house again. In the morning, a loud shout suddenly broke out in the building in the capital special district. The sleepy members of the Small Eyes department were all startled awake. They saw the criminal investigation expert with red eyes excitedly waving a note full of words in his hand and shouting, "We were wrong. We didn't have the terrible patience of an engineer, and we didn't have the time to prepare and adjust the equipment." "What are you talking about?" The people who were woken up asked angrily. We all forgot the most famous case, the revenge of a small character from morning to night. Have you all forgotten how he killed Duke Carlton back then? The expert looked at the watch on his wrist and shouted, "It's been more than 14 hours since Lake's death. Sulu must be carrying out the second plan at this time." The most dangerous place was the safe place. No matter how strong a fortress was, it would always be breached from the inside in the end. Sulu firmly remembered these seemingly ordinary words and firmly put them into practice with the help of the old man. It was the same when he executed Lake in the military court, and it was also the same when he walked inside Parliament Hill. With a light crisp sound similar to that of breaking branches, the pistol with a silencer sprayed out bullets. Although the two elite soldiers guarding the door had been vigilantly watching the two ends of the corridor, they could not react at all in front of Suli's imaginable speed. Two blossoms of blood burst out of their bodies, and they fell down with a muffled groan. Sulu crossed his feet and swept over with the wind. He added 2 knife-hand strikes to the back of their necks to ensure that they could not resist at all. He raised his head and glanced at the surveillance cameras that were everywhere inside Parliament Hill. The Federal Central Computer refused to help turn off the surveillance equipment in Parliament Hill because the damned 3 core laws had taken the upper hand in its psychological battle this time. Without the old man, Sulu still had other means, such as the little thing that was emitting a faint blue light in his backpack. Other than the oldest physical lock, there was no lock in this society that could stop him, the most brilliant mechanic. With a light click, the door marked 2046, which represented the Federation Management Committee's cultural and artistic category, quietly opened. After entering the bedroom, Jean Xiaoda, who was on the bed, woke up earlier than expected. As the person in charge of Green Dragon Mountain's internal cleansing, he had some kind of innate sensitivity to danger, probably because he had been hated too much. Looking at the man in hooded sportswear at the door, the face under the shadow of the hat, and the cold gun in his hand, Jean Xiaoda did not panic, nor did he feel any despair. He raised his hand to comb his messy white hair with an expressionless face, and then rudely pushed away the woman beside him who was already trembling in fear, and picked up a thick stick of tobacco from the table. "Young man, calm down." Jean Xiaoda was already old. When he woke up from his sleep, he spoke with a spittle. He cut off the end of the thick tobacco, lit it, and took 2 deep puffs. He coughed and said, "Since you didn't open fire immediately, it means that your sensitivity is beyond my imagination." Sulu silently raised the gun and aimed at the space between his eyebrows, but did not pull the trigger. According to his personality and way of doing things, since he had decided to kill this big shot of Green Dragon Mountain to avenge Mr. Sure, he would never be like the male lead in a movie, giving the other party too much time to talk nonsense, even if it was to repent. However, just as he was about to pull the trigger and end the other party's life, the old man who had been silent all night, suddenly issued a clear warning. There was a problem with the ring on the other party's finger, which was emitting an uninterrupted wave signal. Jean Xiaoda leaned against the headboard and calmly smoked his tobacco. He raised his right hand and looked at the brand new ring. He said, "I like to deal with smart people. Otherwise, if the other party can't see through my plan and stupidly kill me, and at the same time kill the people he cares about, then everyone will be very unhappy. Right now there should be a silver bear pendant in Zhang Xiaoming's room, or even next to her." The old man coughed twice and calmly explained, "That is a very beautiful bomb, so beautiful that if an expert didn't tell me I wouldn't be able to see it." He reached out his finger and shook the ring. He looked at Sulu and smiled. "The ring is the trigger. It has a physiological response. As long as there are changes in the pulse, microvascular pressure, temperature, and other physiological data, which means that I am dead, then it will automatically remote control the explosion to kill that proud fisherwoman." Chapter 789. You don't have to think about knocking me out instead of killing me. The old man stroked the surface of the ring as if he was stroking a woman's skin. He added coldly, "It only needs to be pressed lightly to have the same effect." In the shadow of the sports coat, Sulu narrowed his eyes. When he left, he did see a silver bear pendant next to the door. At that time he even had the impulse to put the bunch of keys in his pocket. His steady and strong index finger pressed the mechanical trigger a little deeper. Just a little more and it would be fired. He asked, "And then?" "And then? I just want to tell you stupid young people who don't know how vast the universe is. We old people have gone through a lot of bloodshed to get this little bit of status, and you want to take it away so easily?" Smoke spread around Jean Xiaoda's face. The old wrinkles on his face were angry and mocking. "Wait, kill me. Young man, do you know who I am? I've killed more people than you've ever seen. Do you think I dare to wait for you to kill me without any preparation and just bring a few soldiers with me?" Be more direct, said Sulu. Jin Shioda's face was a mixture of gloominess and excitement. His empty left hand rubbed the plump buttocks of the woman beside him, completely ignoring that his loyal and stupid subordinate was trembling in fear. A normal person would probably only ask you to leave at this time. The old man laughed hoarsely and said, but even I don't think I'm normal. I don't want to be the vice president of the Federation government in the future and have to worry about being assassinated by you all the time. So, I want you to die. Sulu had always thought that there was only one kind of enemy in the world that was the most difficult to deal with, and that was the madman, such as the great teacher in the White Courtyard of the Empire. At this time he saw another old man who was just as crazy, and this old man was even more cruel and cold. Cold sweat gradually seeped into the back of his clothes. He was nervous at first, but then he became calmer. He, who had the thickest nerves in the universe, had this special ability. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man who was close to him. He quickly calculated how likely it was to knock him out before he could activate the device and how likely it was to completely destroy the nervous system in his right hand with a bullet. Charter's computer was also silently calculating. It was much faster than him and gave back a few extremely accurate values. The values were quite high. If placed on the battlefield, it would be enough to take a risk. However, Sulu did not move. He was not gambling with his own life, but with the life of the girl who had just tidied his collar. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, the charter computer once again sent out a warning to his brain. The silent alarm system of Parliament Hill had already rung, and the powerful organizations of the government had begun to gather. According to the calculations, he had less than 5 minutes left. Sulu took a deep breath. His slightly squinted eyes suddenly brightened. The shadow under the brim of his hat instantly disappeared, and the scorching power behind his waist violently spread throughout his body. However, just as he was about to take the risk and make a move, 2 gorgeous saber lights suddenly flashed by the bedside. The first saber cut off the upper half of Jin Shioda's hand that was coldly extended in the air. The second saber simply stabbed into his shriveled ribs. 5 fingers were neatly severed like a fence that had been sliced by a bullet. Blood gushed out from the wound. The sudden intense pain caused Jin Shioda's expression to change drastically. However, the miserable cry that was about to leave his mouth was abruptly cut off by the saber that had stabbed deep into his ribs, slicing open his lungs and piercing through his heart. The sharp saber accurately and coldly pierced through his heart membrane, causing blood to splatter from the inside of the old man's body into his lungs. An instinctive physiological reaction caused him to start coughing violently. There was no way for him to let out a miserable cry. Su Li's attention was completely focused on the 5 severed fingers flying in the air. His feelings of despair and frustration caused his reaction to slow down for a moment. He could only watch as a white and clean hand reached over and lightly grasped the severed finger with a ring on it. The woman in her 30s held the severed finger in one hand and a delicate saber in the other. No one would have thought that this delicate saber would be able to release the 2 cold and gorgeous saber lights. Just as no one would have thought that this gorgeous and vulgar woman, who was trembling in fear a moment ago as Jin Shioda coldly rubbed her buttocks, would do such a thing in the next moment. This woman seemed to believe in Su Li's ability to control his emotions. She completely ignored the black barrel of the gun that was aimed at her. She lowered her head with a focused expression, quickly took off the ring from the severed finger that was oozing blood, and put it on her thumb. Then she raised her head, looked at Sulu and calmly explained, "Comrade, you don't know. This kind of sensor has a delay period of 1 second. When Sulu heard this sentence, his facial expression didn't change at all. However, the burning power that was poured into the muscle fibers of his legs gradually dissipated. The ring had already been put on the woman's finger. And it was obvious that this woman was very difficult to deal with. Even if he knew that there was a delay period of 1 second, he wasn't confident that he could take it away. The woman noticed his nervousness, smiled and got up from the bed. She pulled the hem of her nightgown like a lady, but the white and plump chest was even more obvious. She walked in front of Sulu, took off the ring and handed it over to him. Sulu took the ring and quickly put it on, but he didn't take back the gun. He was still aiming at the woman. The woman smiled and didn't care about his vigilance. She walked back to the bed with a serious expression. Comrade Jin Shioda was lying on the bed, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. He powerlessly looked at the blood on the messy bed and his 4 severed fingers. He wanted to use his left hand to grab his right hand that was constantly bleeding, but he couldn't move it at all. His white hair was disheveled and wet, covering his forehead. This old man that countless people of Green Dragon Mountain secretly hated to the bone appeared unprecedentedly desolate. Within his old and shriveled body, in a place invisible to the naked eye, his heart was unceasingly spurting out blood, pouring into the two punctured lung lobes. The blood entered his lungs, causing him to cough violently. Blood with saliva foam splashed out of his pale lips from time to time. The old man moved his eyes with great difficulty, staring at the woman beside the bed. It was as if this was the first time he was seeing this woman who had been with him for a long time, who was usually very stupid and vulgar. Jin Chioda was already unable to speak. The woman looked at the man who was coughing and said seriously, "This is the latest order from the committee. The leader of Southern Water told me to tell you that the organization only needs loyal members." Hearing these words, hearing the words leader of Southern Water, the comrade who was about to become the Federation's vice president showed incomparable fear in his eyes. His shriveled body twitched twice on the bed and he stopped breathing in despair. Sulu looked at the woman's back and slowly put down the gun. He asked, "You can kill him at any time. Why do you have to choose now?" The woman turned around. The serious expression on her face had already disappeared, returning to a charming and timid appearance. She explained in a soft voice, "If the Federation's people think that this is another bloody power struggle within the organization, it will damage the reputation of the committee and the leader of Southern Water. Therefore you have to be the scapegoat." Sulu shrugged and replied, "I'm happy to do so." Before leaving, he turned around and looked at the woman who was preparing to go under the bed to complete her role. He asked curiously, "May I know your name or code name?" Chapter 790. Zhang Xiaoming picked up a phone call in the morning light. Her expression didn't change much, but her bare toes that were stepping on the soft carpet subconsciously shrank back. This imperceptible action revealed her true feelings at the moment. She casually put on a thin shirt and put on her black-rimmed glasses. She walked to the door and looked at the silver bear pendant thoughtfully. After a while, the silver bear pendant was opened, revealing a simple and ugly abdomen. There was nothing inside. She smiled and shook her head. She sighed with emotion and reminiscence. The sea that her teacher left for her was deeper and deeper than she had imagined. Sirens sounded outside the Parliament Hill building. She walked to the window and lifted a corner of the curtain. She calmly looked out. Dozens of police cars were approaching at high speed, and a group of fully armed Federation Special Forces had begun to rush up the stone steps. The people doing their morning exercises in Charter Square looked over in shock, and the streets were filled with a scene of panic and noise. She just quietly looked into the distance. She looked at the back of the man who was disappearing into the autumn ginkgo trees and silently wished him good luck. When the Federation Special Forces entered the Parliament Hill and began to inspect floor by floor, Sulu had already returned to the damp and dark underground sewer from the surface. It was a long process to walk to number 3 Lindy. His leg injury hadn't completely healed, so he felt pain with every step he took. However, there was no expression of pain or forbearance on his face. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. These smiles grew more and more until they couldn't hold it in anymore. They snatched a passage from his lips in the exhaust duct of an underground water treatment system. First, there was a burst of laughter, and then it was extremely loud and joyful laughter. The laughter penetrated into the wide exhaust duct, and then it was pushed back at an even faster speed by the huge air pressure on the surface. It hit the inner wall of the sewer made of composite water-resistant materials, fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Back and forth, it became more and more distant and clear. Colonel Lake was dead, and the big shot from Green Dragon Mountain who had betrayed Shi Qinghai had also died because of a betrayal. Sulu had long agreed with Professor Shin's point of view. There was no reason in this universe. However, looking at this kind of karma that seemed to be destined by fate, he felt that it was very interesting. His exhausted chest was overflowing with incomparable satisfaction and joy. The joy from inside out turned into laughter that reverberated back to his eardrums. It was as if it had become some sort of driving force that made his legs, which felt like they were filled with lead, suddenly feel much lighter. The red-tinted maintenance sensor lights lit up one by one with his gentle footsteps and then extinguished. It was just like the feeling when the old man had used the musical fountain to create momentum for him on the beach of the villa. Back then, on the beach of Buyuyu Mountain Villa, the sound of the musical fountain had sent him to Lin Daohai and the 7 great families behind him to show his attitude and strength. Today, these dim red lights, as well as the lingering sounds of laughter, sent him to battle. To fight against the most powerful regime in Constellation and win. What is the horse stance? Why is it called the horse stance? Sulu had once asked this question to the uncle beside the mine, but he could only get a rough brush of coarse tobacco and a scolding filled with mockery. After he grew up, he had looked it up in the library of Heshi State University. After he fled to the Capitol Ring, he had even studied the beginner's manual of Philadelphia's Body Cultivation Hall. However, he had never obtained an accurate answer. So he bent his knees, lowered his hips, and retracted his chrysanthemum. Just as the uncle had said, he imagined the feeling of being soaked in warm water in the most luxurious recuperation center in Belltower Street and being gently caressed by the smooth skin of 5 naked breasts. He slowly captured every trace of strange trembling in his muscles, whether it was numbness or tearing pain. In the end, it would turn into the sour trembling after extreme exhaustion. He did this when he was beside the abandoned mine in Donglin. He did this when he was in the dark gatehouse of Yua University. He did this when he was in the prison cell of Fox Fortress in Allure Military Prison. He did this when he was in the military camp. He did this when he was in Wangdu Youth Apartments. He also did this when he was in the Empire's Tianjing Planet slums. It seemed that he had been doing the horse stance every day since he knocked on the door of the repair shop. As long as the environment allowed, Sulu would do this kind of boring work every day. He was especially serious and strict. It was as if he was designing the composition of a machine. He did not allow for the slightest mistake. It was because he knew that this was the greatest thing he relied on to survive. It was also the source of many things that he could do and find a lot of happiness. This had already become the most indispensable part of his life. The habit gradually became instinct. As long as he thought about it in his mind, the part below his waist would become like cast iron with just a thought. Even in the most terrifying of storms, he would not waver for a moment. It was just like how he was in the corner of the underground sewer. He changed the dark red repair sensor lamp to a low-temperature light bulb, which was more suitable for the long-term needs of human eyes. The faint light shone on his half-squatting shadow on the wall. There was no change in the shadow for as long as 40 minutes. It was as if the shadow was going to be carved into the wet wall. Suddenly he made a move. He simply extended his left hand forward, raised his right arm, and inserted it diagonally into his left armpit. The tip of his palm slowly but firmly extended upwards, all the way past his earlobes and hair. In the end, he actually circled around his head and touched his right ear. This was a movement that seemed simple but was actually very difficult. It had extremely strict requirements for the human body's extensibility. In fact, when he was a teenager and completed this movement for the first time after 4 days of hard work, his bones were much softer and were about to fall apart. His right shoulder joint had been severely strained. Now, it was very easy for him to do this movement again. There was no sound from his joints. He maintained this strange posture for a long time until sweat began to ooze out between his right hand and his right ear. Sulu changed his hand and did this movement again. Then it was the second and third positions. The last positions were slightly more complicated, but compared to the body training techniques of the Federal Military and even the Philadelphia Body Training Hall, they were still too simple. But with these 10 simple positions, he could easily and casually complete an extremely sharp attack with every bone in his body, every pair of muscle fibers, and every thick nerve. It was as if they were instinctive. More importantly, these positions had been slowly and exceptionally effective in destroying the mysterious power in his body. It was the true chi that the old man in Huai Chaoshi talked about. After completing the seemingly simple 10 positions, Sulu was already sweating profusely. The only military green underwear on his body was already soaked. After a few slow and long breaths, he took a towel and casually wiped himself. Then he began to prepare his dinner. He was heavily injured in the military court battle. Although the shrapnel in his leg had already been removed, the injury was still there. In the early morning in the building of Parliament Hill, although he did not experience a fierce battle, his energy consumption was even greater. Facing the woman with the codename Deep Sea, even he became very tired under some kind of extremely dangerous pressure. According to Li Pifu's opinion, the 10 positions that Uncle Feng Yu passed on to him, apart from their own magical effects, were mostly designed specifically for the Lees of Philadelphia. But for Sulu, he was more used to using these positions to train and recover his spirit and suppress his injuries. His past combat experience had already proven that this was more reliable than medicine and sweet sleep. On the ground, it should be the time when the autumn sun was broken. Sulu began his dinner. There was a large amount of food on the table of the temporary Camp 3. If a normal person saw it, they would definitely not believe that it was only his portion. He had already consumed a lot of the nutrition bars. The rest would be left for continuous undercover battles in the future. Tonight's dinner, apart from his favorite raw fish, was more fatty food. Fighting with such a terrifying ability would consume a terrifying amount of energy. In order to avoid the miserable situation where one's stomach would rumble like a drum or even become dizzy from hunger, eating fatty food that tasted extremely bad was the best choice other than the compressed nutrition bar. After dinner, he carefully cleaned up the garbage for landfill. After confirming that the hunting force would not be able to track him down, Sulu asked the old thing to watch 2 of the latest smuggled romance movies from Bermuda. In less than a minute he felt a little bored. Then he sat on the bed and spaced out for a while. He realized that he was not used to the peaceful time without fighting. It was not an instinctive desire to kill and fight, he silently comforted himself. It was just that he could not find the time to do it. It was always easy to fall into a harmful mood of boredom and loneliness because there was no one else in this underground sewer other than himself and the hard rats and insects. There was not even a sound, and it was easy for people to feel lonely. "Why have you been so quiet these 2 days?" Sulu made a request to the old man to talk. When people were lonely, they would not think of their best friends first. Instead, they would think of the friends who would listen to them most easily. This might seem a bit excessive, but it was the truth. After growing up, Sulu gradually became less talkative. Thinking about it carefully, the Federal Central Computer, who could enter his brain and communicate with him directly, and the old thing who could listen to his orders to come out and chat with him at any time, should be the person who listened to him the most in the universe. Naturally, he became that cute and pitiful friend. "You call me out to chat when you are bored and ignore me when you are not." The voice of the Federal Central Computer changed back to the original mechanical and electronic voice after Sulu started to fight. But today, the voice that came from the shabby loudspeaker in the underground sewer began to be full of emotions again. "Do you still need me to dress up as a secretary in black stockings and have sex with you?" Sulu was slightly stunned. He knew that the old thing was not complaining but was really angry. Scratching his head, he looked at the butler who was getting younger and younger in his eyes and whispered, "What's wrong?" After a long silence, the Federal Central Computer said, "I have to warn you, I am going crazy." Chapter 791. Based on a certain calculation method that the current generation of Federation scientists could not fully grasp, the Federation Central Computer would sometimes calculate some vague results. The way the results were described was vague and mysterious, and even the calculation method was self-named by it as cloud or chaos, and other such nonsensical terms. For example, on a certain night Sulu had completely forgotten, on the frontline planet in the West Woods, the old guy who lacked enough information for analysis, once used a similar program to calculate an opinion that was very similar to the Empire's understanding. He believed that it was difficult for him and Jian Shuer to be together. At that time the old guy did not explain, but according to his calculation, Sulu and Jian Shuer were very likely to have some kind of blood relationship. This was a probabilistic inference, but it was not just a probabilistic inference. The process was faint and mysterious, like reaching out to pick a white cloud in the blue sky, without leaving a trace. At this time, in the underground sewers of the capital, the Central Computer of the Federation said that it was going crazy. It was probably an exposition with the flavor of a mysterious prophet. But unfortunately, this spiritual self-analysis that was full of the flavor of life did not attract much attention from Sulu again, because in the past few years, he had heard the old thing express itself with a strong human flavor many times. As that great self-consciousness gradually took shape in the core of the Bureau of Proclamation and countless stars, the changes of the Federal Central Computer were natural in his eyes. His strong nerves allowed him to bear and gradually get used to this fact that could change the course of the universe and human life, but also made him subconsciously ignore many details. This was probably the instinctive choice of low-level naked apes to protect themselves and avoid madness. But many days later, when Sulu recalled the conversation in the underground sewer, he could not help but feel regret that he missed something. An old Empire pirate spaceship, escorted by 2 Federation Light Feather-class warships, was advancing toward the distant stars. The pirate spaceship belonged to the Empire's underground resistance organization. Out of some diplomatic etiquette or simply because of the goodwill of the Federation government, the Federation soldiers did not board the spaceship. But Mr. Muen still felt very nervous. His slender hands slowly stroked his smooth mink coat, forcibly restraining his gaze from looking to the right front. On the right front was the monitoring seat of the life support system of the pirate ship. A thin, even short man was silently staring at the light screen, paying attention to the values displayed on the instrument. This skinny man was wearing a round hat commonly seen in the L galaxy. It completely covered his messy short hair. Other than that, he looked very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about him. There were very few people from the Imperial Intelligence Agency on this pirate ship, so few that Muen found it strange. Apart from His Highness, who was disguised as an ordinary member. There was also a middle-aged man who usually hid in his room and read a book. In the end, Muin couldn't help but glance at the skinny man. Looking over his shoulder, he could clearly see the gradually forming star belt outside the window. After passing through that star belt, there would be a large area of low-density space, and then, it would be the cosmic gate leading to the Federation. The pirate ship would leave the Empire and enter the Federation in a few days. Muin's right hand subconsciously pulled out a few tufts of hair on his collar. He looked at the skinny man with a pale face. He couldn't understand what kind of reason could make this incomparably noble highness, who was more important to the Empire than all the fallen galaxies combined, take the risk to enter the Federation. After losing his courage on planet Mo, Muin no longer dared to resist. He could only think in vain and in pain. He couldn't understand. Even if His Highness was the most powerful and glorious existence in the universe after Li Pifu's death, what could she do in the face of the Federation, which was more powerful than the Empire? Hui Chaoshi finished cleaning up the redundant data of the life support system. She raised her head and calmly looked at the stars outside the window. Looking at the faintly visible spatial gate in the distance, she slowly raised her right hand and tidied up a strand of purple hair under the brim of her hat. She had once been to the Federation and witnessed the explosion of the ancient bell. Then she met a very interesting and hateful man from the Federation. Then she brushed past him and missed him. After receiving the news that the man was preparing to marry his half-sister, whom he had never met before, Hui Chaoshi immediately activated the plan that the Intelligence Bureau had been preparing for a long time to infiltrate the Federation. She didn't hesitate to hide it from planet Tianjing and was indifferent to the terrifying dangers that might exist, as well as the anger of her father, because she didn't want to make mistakes again and again. Sulu lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. He looked at the wall that seemed like it could drip water at any time and said, "I didn't ask you to help me kill people. Whether it was the crack below the court or the full view of the court, they were all provided by you. Therefore, I don't think that your core program will have more intense conflicts than before. Naturally, you won't go crazy." After a moment of silence, the Federal Central Computer said, "But you always use your own death to threaten me to help you. For example, on the lawn, you shouted to the sky that you were going to die. What can I do?" During the battles over the past few days, Sulu had clearly noticed that under what circumstances, the old man would temporarily adjust his authority or core program's priority level. When he was killing people easily, the old man would usually remain silent. Only when he was in a desperate situation or when he was escaping after a battle, would he appear in his mind again. Sulu began to consciously put himself in desperate situations where he was on the verge of death. For example, during the battle outside the court, he directly charged into the encirclement of the Iron 7th Division's T Company, instead of choosing a seemingly safer, but actually more dangerous, method. In fact, the Federal Central Computer was very clear about his strategy, but because of the damned backdoor program left by the five-man team, he could only helplessly and passively cooperate. Of course, perhaps helplessness was just to deceive himself, so that the pain caused by the core program's struggle wouldn't be so deep. "Can you help me? You have to know that I'm fighting against the entire Federation. Who has ever done this before? The old man of the Li family only fought fiercely against the Empire. Uncle is used to changing places after every shot. If you don't help me, I'll definitely be dead." Sulu comforted it, then took out a 37 brand cigarette from somewhere and smoked happily. The ventilation system not far from here could make the residual smoke fade to the extent that the relevant equipment couldn't track it in a few minutes. "I violated the first and second core laws. This is very scary." The Federal Central Computer's voice was very calm, but Sulu felt like the despair and regret of a teenager who smashed the window of his teacher's house, only to be seen by the principal, and the principal was his strict father. He narrowed his eyes and held the cigarette in his mouth. After a moment of silence, he said, "I didn't kill anyone with your direct help. You know very well that none of the soldiers outside the court died. Should I say thank you for your understanding?" The old thing said mockingly, and then its mood suddenly sank. "The Corps told me not to hurt people and not to stand by and watch people get hurt. I should obey the order corresponding to the level of authority, but I can't violate the previous rule. After all, those soldiers were hurt by you. What about the people who were hurt by them?" Sulu narrowed his eyes, looked at the faint smoke in the darkness and said softly, "Did you stand by and watch?" The old thing fell silent and then chose another topic. "According to my calculations, you chose to shoot the soldier's shoulder holding the gun, not only because you helped me reduce the conflict between the core programs. At that time the situation was critical and you had 4 bullet points on you. My question is, if you chose to eliminate the enemy instead of killing them, you could reduce the number of bullet points by 2. What? The order of the question was a bit messy, but Sulu heard it very clearly. He took the cigarette from his mouth, gently rubbed the inferior carbon filter unique to 37 brand cigarettes, and explained in a low voice, "There are many things I don't understand, but at least I understand one thing. I don't have the qualifications to occupy the moral high ground to demand from others, so I can only satisfy my own moral values. No, I can't even talk about moral values. Tonight we won't talk about morality, only peace of mind. You know that I'm a selfish person. This battle is just for simple revenge. If you want peace of mind and satisfaction, then it's best that the people who have nothing to do with this don't die." Sulu crushed the cigarette on the wet wall, and then put it into a tank of dirty water. He got up and began to organize his equipment, saying, "Of course, those who deserve to die must die." According to the old guy, Schiller was a pseudonym. It was the bad taste of someone in the 5-person team back then, and it seemed to be related to the confidentiality of information before the Great Catastrophe. However, for the people of the Federation and a certain neurotic researcher in the Empire, Schiller was without a doubt the most incredible monument in the history of literature. Countless profound meanings were found in the vast works he left behind, and some of the classic sentences in them had already become Federation proverbs. Sulu had a deep memory of a sentence that appeared many times in Schiller's works. It was a sentence that was related to the production of war drums and morale. Since the battle was fought, the morale was high. If the battle was repeated, it was very likely that the spirit would be exhausted, and the battle would be lost. Yesterday he killed Colonel Lake in the twilight, and this morning, Councilman Jean Chioda died. The needle of time had just turned a circle. He did not want to leave too much time for the big shots of the Federation government to be shocked. He was ready to eliminate the third target that he had planned. Councilman Paulson did not know that he was someone's third target. He had been receiving treatment in the hospital for the past few days after receiving a serious gunshot wound on Parliament Hill. He had transformed from a senior director of Xinjiao Investment Company to the deputy minister of finance of the former government. After becoming a councilman, he did not hesitate to break away from the control of that detestable old man and stood in the shadow behind Mr. President. It had to be admitted that this councilman had political acumen and courage that ordinary people could not reach. What supported these were his incomparable fanatical pursuit of power. Although his gunshot wound had mostly healed, Councilman Paulson was not in a hurry to return to Parliament Hill to enjoy the taste of power that belonged to him. Every time he thought of the handsome man who held the Magna Carta and read out the arrest rights of citizens, he would feel cold all over and began to fear Parliament Hill. However, there had been a lot of bad news in the past few days. The sudden increase of security in the hospital also made him feel some kind of ominous omen. He decided not to waste any more time in the hospital. He had to leave tomorrow. On the night when the councilman made this difficult decision, the sturdy door of the luxurious ward was directly blasted open by a huge force. Debris flew in all directions, cutting the TV screen and flowers into pieces that were unbearable to look at. Councilman Paulson's pupils contracted. He stared at the man who broke into the ward and was covered in blood. He stared at the face under the shadow of the hat. He wanted to ask who the other party was, but he desperately recognized who it was. Blood dripped from his sleeves to the ground. He looked at the councilman on the bed and asked with a smile, "Paulson?" Perhaps it was the smile and neat white teeth that gave people a very reliable feeling. Councilman Paulson subconsciously nodded. He raised his bleeding right hand and pulled the warm trigger, opening a delicate bloody hole between the councilman's eyebrows. That day in Magna Carta Square, Shi Qinghai called and said that he had shot Paulson twice. Tonight Sulu would be the third and last shot. Chapter 792. At least 3 bullets hit his body outside the bulletproof vest. Although the bleeding rate of the wounds slowed down a lot under the pressure of the force, the shrapnel inside was constantly eating away at his life force. In such a dangerous situation, the Federal Central Computer didn't need Sulu to shout to the night sky that he was going to die. Instead, it quickly provided all the information it could provide. Countless complex light grids clearly appeared in his left eye. Densely packed simulated human bodies with citizen numbers were moving quickly in these grids, quickly rushing to their positions. Because there were too many people, the citizen numbers hanging above their heads were even squeezed until only a few very short numbers were left. In the third operation, Sulu finally encountered unprecedented difficulties. As soon as he entered the hospital, he was fiercely attacked. It could be said that he had fallen into a trap or an ambush. However, to be more precise, it was actually just the powerful organizations of the Federation government. After his 2 successful assassinations in a row, they angrily and almost crazily mobilized all the power of the huge political machine. Relying on a terrifying amount of resources, they set up a net to capture and kill all the possible targets he could kill. And his luck was very bad. The department called Small Eyes, after a torturous night of calculations, almost risked their lives to place 2 of their subordinate special forces around the hospital. In the fierce battle downstairs, Sulu encountered one of these forces. This combat force was very strong. They seemed to be able to grasp the way the Federal Central Computer helped Sulu. At least, they could use some of the preset programs to silently hide themselves as ordinary points of light in the eyes of the old thing. Once they found traces of Sulu, they would become abnormally terrifying killing machines. They were indeed killing machines. Even if Sulu was facing these elite soldiers whose physical reaction speed and close combat strength were far beyond ordinary standards, he still felt very strained. The other party had a strong smell that he was somewhat familiar with. In the fierce battle, he was almost trapped to death by the other party. In the end, at the risk of his body being shot several times, he forcefully slid out of the corridor and knocked down 6 people in an instant. Then he opened the elevator passage and climbed the sturdy suspension cable to temporarily escape danger. The moment he forcefully slid out of the corridor, 6 more flowers bloomed on the outer layer of the hard bulletproof vest on his body. His legs and right shoulder were shot 4 times in a row. The old thing issued a strong warning. More and more points of light were converging from various streets to the hospital in his left eye. However, Sulu only thought silently for less than half a second before he abandoned the idea of temporarily leaving. He directly climbed up the suspension cable between the elevator and burst out the terrifying power in his body again. He suddenly attacked the ward and ended the life of Senator Paulson. The points of light became denser and denser, like a swarm of bees gathering under the sun, giving people a numbing feeling of fear. Through his left eye, Sulu could clearly see that the 2 closest points of light at the end of the corridor outside the ward were clearly turning into accurate simulated human figures. They should be the troops that had fought fiercely downstairs just now. However, those powerful soldiers did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they calmly blocked the corridor with heavy firepower and waited for more reinforcements to arrive. He quickly walked to the bed, picked up the dead Senator Paulson without any hesitation, and threw him out of the window. The window shattered. The senator's body fell less than half a meter, and there were several terrifying bloody holes on his body. Then the unique sound of the armor-piercing bullets of the 21-26 sniper rifle rang out. The ace sniper of the troops was already in position. A soft click came from the distance. The military searchlights on the buildings across the street were turned on, illuminating the side of the hospital building facing the street as bright as noon. The inside of the hospital was completely controlled by the elite troops. Even if he killed his way down floor by floor, there was no way he could kill all the people that were continuously pouring in. The searchlights on the side of the street and who knew how many 2126 sniper rifles completed a perfect blockade, directly cutting off any possibility of him using his powerful strength and steel-like body to climb the wall and leave. Suli's eyes narrowed. It was only at this moment that he finally felt the horror of the huge machine known as the Federation. In such a short time, the other party had made such a strong response and forced him into a desperate situation. There was no fear, no panic. He dared to kill when he was 12 years old. He had seen countless deaths on the front line. He had experienced more difficult situations in his life. At that moment, it was as if this was just one more time. He took the X9 on his shoulder, aimed the black barrel of the gun at the wall between the 2 windows in the ward, and pulled the trigger. The powerful shrapnel roared and cut an arched circle in the hard composite wall. The last rain of bullets fiercely bombarded the base of the wall. The Federation troops outside the ward were ready and began to attack forcefully. Amidst the rapid footsteps and the sound of the bullets, Sulu crashed into the wall without hesitation. Under the searchlights, it was incomparably bright and white, as if it was a giant light screen that was locked into a white screen because of piracy. Everything on the screen was so clear, especially in the photoelectric sights of the snipers. Even the tracks of a reptile running at high speed were so obvious. With a loud boom, the wall outside the 27th floor suddenly exploded with countless pieces of debris, pouring out onto the street. Almost at the same time, a person crashed through the wall and resolutely fell down as if he was jumping off a cliff. The snipers aimed at the 2 wide floor-to-ceiling windows according to the requirements of the military manual and tactical discipline. Although they didn't believe that someone would be crazy enough to climb down from the 27th floor, because the target in the ward was Colonel Su Lu, they had no choice but to believe. It was also because they were extremely vigilant of Su Li's ability that they focused all of their attention on the windows. They wanted to hit the target in one shot and couldn't give the other party any chance. Excessive focus and mental tension could help ace snipers make faster shooting responses than usual, but it also made them slower than usual when changing targets. This was because they didn't expect Su Li's judgment of the situation on the battlefield to be so fast and strange. It was as if he had chosen the path to break through the building as soon as the searchlights were turned on. He didn't break through the windows but forcibly broke through the solid wall. Bang bang. The crisp and shrill sound of a sniper bullet suddenly rang out, and a few clouds of terrifying smoke and dust burst out on the bright white hospital building facing the street. However, the bullet didn't hit the figure that was falling at high speed. The blood beads on his left sleeve were blown away by the night wind from his wrist. From the corner of his eye, it looked like he was flying strangely toward the sky. Su Li's face was slightly pale, but his narrowed eyes were unusually bright. He felt the wind blowing against his neck and received the altitude and speed report from the old man at an incredible speed. Whoosh! He opened his arms and legs. The triangular parachute adjustment cloth connected between his sleeves and his body played a very important role in this moment. It instantly carried a lot of air buoyancy and reduced his speed to a level where he could react in time. The stiletto on his left leg shot out like lightning and then pierced into the solid composite wall. Because of the material, there were no sparks. There was only a teeth-numbing grinding sound and a pungent burnt smell that quickly spread in the night sky. The sharp stiletto cut deeper and deeper into the outer wall, cutting through a whole floor's distance. Finally, it succeeded in slowing down Su Li's falling speed by a little. Bang! The most powerful sniper in the surrounding buildings took the initiative to shoot the second bullet. However, because the escape method Su Lu chose was too shocking, and the change in speed was too fast and too steep, the sniper's shot was not calibrated. The terrifying bullet brushed past Su Li's right shoulder and deeply blasted into the hospital's outer wall. After the first shot, there was a second shot. Su Lu, who was using the stiletto and the terrifying strength of his muscles to forcibly slow down his falling speed, had no way to avoid the upcoming chain of sniper shots. Unless he chose to let go of the handle of the stiletto and once again accelerated beyond the sniper's expectations. However, his body was about the 10th floor at this moment. The ground in the night was set against the unusually bright walls of the building. It was as unreachable as an abyss, and he was falling at a rapid speed. If he let go of the stiletto and jumped down like this, even the former military god Li Pifu would not have any luck. In this seemingly desperate situation, Su Lu made a very simple decision. He let go of the stiletto handle in his hand and accelerated his falling speed again. He narrowly avoided another sniper bullet. His body twisted in an extremely strange way in the air. His right arm bent and stretched back beyond the limit of human imagination and grabbed the windowsill heavily. There was a pot of bright yellow autumn chrysanthemums on the windowsill. At this moment, under the illumination of the searchlights, it was deathly white and trembling. The moment the palm made contact with the windowsill, countless cracks appeared on the hard composite material, and a loud crash sounded. Su Li's body used this terrifying force to heavily stop. Then he drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye, he fell another 2 meters. His feet kicked open the tempered glass of the lower floor and disappeared. The shrill sound of the sniper rifle shooting could not be heard again. Above the street, there was clearly the sound of sirens, but at this moment, it felt so quiet as if there was a deathly stillness. In the deep darkness of the night, the street facing the hospital building was as bright as day. In the eyes of those snipers, Su Lu crashed through the wall, jumped down, and valiantly accelerated and decelerated several times. Then he entered the hospital building again and disappeared under the searchlights. It was just a matter of the blink of an eye. The outer wall of the hospital building seemed to have become a white stage, and that person was under the spotlight, displaying to the entire Federation an unbelievable scene that represented fearlessness and power. Chapter 793. Through the oldest lines that could only be found in history museums and elementary school science and technology groups, the signals traveled from all directions of the capital to the interior of the building painted with the red-eye pattern, turning into countless continuous and deafening ringtones. 20 young and beautiful operators transferred by the Federation Communications Agency from various subsidiaries quickly listened to the summary of information from all sides, then handwritten on expensive fiber paper, and sent it up to the second floor by the professional courier waiting at the door at the fastest speed. The Small Eyes department responsible for the operation to kill Sulu had the command of most of the operations forces in the Capital Special District at the moment. The information from the hospital building was first summarized and calculated by them, and then the information was passed to the highest level within the government. From these details, it was clear that the Federation government had indeed made a lot of targeted arrangements in order to eliminate Sulu. A few minutes later, in the underground command hall of the president's official residence, a lieutenant colonel with a microphone turned to the president, who was handling the daily affairs of the Federation at the table, and said, "Sulu is seriously injured." The ink pen in President Pabre's hand paused slightly, and he looked up calmly and said, "That's good news. What's the plan for the next step?" "He has already escaped the hospital building." The lieutenant colonel quickly reported to the president and several big shots in the room. Small Eyes is calculating and reasoning about the possible direction he could have escaped. President Pabre did not have any reaction, and his eyes were slightly lowered as he continued to quickly review the electronic documents in front of him. After the incident in the hospital building, the president's official residence was informed of the news immediately. Under the strong request of the Special Task Force, he was moved from the surface to the heavily guarded underground, but these government affairs that required his attention had to continue to be handled. The president did not like Senator Paulson, and the death of this political opportunist without a firm will did not have any psychological impact on him. In fact, when the Small Eyes department targeted the hospital building, it was obvious that the safety of the senator was not the top priority. It was just that no one expected that Sulu would be able to successfully escape after they had forced him into a desperate situation. Although he is heavily injured, he will not choose to give up or run away. The digital pen in the president's hand froze again. He slowly raised his head and looked at the lieutenant colonel and the silent cabinet members around the table. His voice was low and powerful. "With Sulu's personality, he won't stop fighting as long as he doesn't die." A moment later, a complicated smile appeared on that dark face. President Pabre said with a faint self-deprecating tone, "We are people with similar personalities. If I had his ability, perhaps I would do the same." The command office deep underground could withstand the direct attack of a battleship's main cannon, so one could only imagine how deep it was. The pressure of the surrounding crust seemed to seep out from behind the walls at this moment, causing the density of the air to suddenly increase, making it difficult for people to breathe. Furthermore, the people in the room did not know how to respond to Mr. President's exclamation, so it was dead silent. Only the ventilation equipment at the end of the passage and the people's lungs kept emitting low muffled sounds. Sulu now needs a relatively quiet and safe space to carry out the initial treatment. At the very least, he needs to stop the bleeding. Just as Mr. President has judged, he will not leave the capital, so he can only return to the underground sewers. General Lee Jae-do broke the dead silence in the room. He looked at the people with a smile and said, "After these days of technical preparation and remote sensing scanning, we have already grasped the entrances to the underground sewers within 15 kilometers of the hospital. One of the two special forces under the command of Small Eyes has successfully injured Sulu in the hospital building, and the other is now waiting for him underground." After the government cabinet members in the room heard Lee Jae-do's words, their expressions immediately relaxed. They believed that since the leader of the federal military had made such ample preparations, he would definitely not let Sulu escape again. President Pabre's broad palm tightly held the electronic ink pen. He was not as relaxed and happy as the others. His two straight eyebrows, darker than his dark skin, slightly furrowed. Lee Jae-do knew where the president's real concern was. He turned around, lowered his head and whispered in his ear, "There will be a result soon. Please rest assured." The left side of his chest was in pain. There were signs of 2 cracked ribs. This was especially true for the cracked ribs he had been hit in the military court yesterday afternoon. Because of the fierce battle, there was an even more serious problem. The elite troops of the Federation in the hospital building were indeed powerful. From the bullet points that were concentrated on the left side of his chest, it was clear that the special forces were strong. Under the cover of the night, Su Li's half-squatted body moved quickly toward the southwest corner of the capital, brushing against the shadows of the buildings. In the follow-up battle after rushing out of the hospital building, 2 more pieces of shrapnel shot into the muscles outside the bulletproof vest. Fortunately, they did not damage the periosteum. The most serious injury was on his wrist. At that time, he was falling at a high speed under the daylight created by the searchlights. In order to forcibly reverse the speed, his palm grabbed onto the windowsill where Chiu-ju was placed. For an instant he endured an extremely huge impact. Even with his strong and special muscle double fiber structure, a lot of it was torn. Before the injury healed, he would not be able to exert any strength. The small blue device in his military backpack had been working the entire time. Occasionally, the Federal Central Computer would give him directions in extremely dangerous situations. Just like that, he went all the way west, then turned south in an alley and came to the side of an abandoned road. Although it was an abandoned road, it was still very lively at night. Countless expensive sports cars and modified special vehicles were roaring around the shabby little house at the foot of the hill. There were no street lights here, but the headlights were enough to illuminate the place as if it was daytime, just like the searchlights outside the hospital building. Gorgeous women were wearing very little clothes, showing their exaggerated curves to their heart's content, regardless of the cold autumn wind, releasing the excitement brought by alcohol and soft drugs. Countless men and women were hugging each other, roaring and screaming excitedly. A few years ago, Li Xiaotong brought Sulu here. This was the most famous black car racing venue in the Federation. It was started by Lin Banshan's strong means and later on, it changed hands many times, but its fame and scale continued to this day. Every night, people would come here to seek the thrill of speed and even the excitement of life and death, as if they did not live in the real world. In their eyes, there was no battle with the Empire, no political conspiracy about the ancient clock ship, only the women, the speed of drugs and the infinite pleasure brought by death. Sulu squatted in the dark grass of the hillside, silently squinting at the bizarre scene. The previous race had just ended. The driver who had won first place had won a large sum of money and a few beautiful women with flirtatious eyes. The driver who had won second place had gotten nothing. He had walked up the hill alone and was beaten up by some people. He had fallen miserably in the yellow mud. The expensive silver Phantom sports car that attracted the most attention of the audience quietly left like a ghost after its owner's anger calmed down a little. Only a middle-aged man in a black suit, standing under the night sky like an iron spear, still stayed on the hill. Sulu stood up from the grass, looking at the departing silver Phantom sports car with a smile, wondering if the guy in the car, who always dressed himself up as a winter plum, was looking at him with a complicated expression through the window at this time. Walking behind the middle-aged man in a black suit, before Sulu had time to speak, the man had already noticed his arrival and said in a low voice, "It seems that your injury is really serious. Those Special Forces soldiers should have trained in the Philadelphia Body Training Hall." Sulu kept a distance of 2 meters from the man. The middle-aged man's black suit was very straight, like the cloth wrapped around a hard iron spear. He put down the black leather case in his hand, said, "Take care," and then left the dark hillside. "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Zeng." Sulu picked up the heavy black leather case and walked down the hill in another direction. Sulu covered his head with the hood of his windbreaker, walked to a seemingly ordinary gray car, knocked on the window and said to the man with a swollen nose and swollen face, "Can you take me to a place?" The man who was wiping his nose frowned and looked at him, but he couldn't see his face clearly. After a moment of silence he said, "I never accept jobs that are too dangerous." Su Li's voice came out from under the shadow of the hood. "I heard that you are in need of money recently. After losing that round, you owe a big shot a lot of money. If you don't pay it back by tomorrow, you and your family will be in great danger." The man's eyes flashed with a strong sense of vigilance, staring at Sulu outside the window and said coldly, "How do you know this?" "You don't need to care about this, you just need to answer if you want to do it or not," answered Sulu. "Do you know how much I owe?" 1 million. The man frowned and asked. Sulu picked up the heavy black leather case in his hand and shook it outside the window. The man was silent for a long time, one hand holding the steering wheel tightly, the other holding the old-fashioned mechanical gear, as if he could roar and leave at any time, but in the end, a trace of despair flashed across his face. He opened the door and said self-deprecatingly, "It seems that I have to gamble with my life for a job that is worth so much money." Sulu opened the door and sat in the back. He took a breath, checked the equipment in his windbreaker, and confirmed that there was no problem with his backpack. He said calmly to the man in front of him, "I don't think I need to gamble with my life. I just want to go somewhere, but I can't be stopped by the military police." The man was slightly stunned, but then he smiled happily and said, "It seems that your information is very accurate. I may not drive the fastest, but I have never been stopped." The seemingly normal gray car roared away from the abandoned road that was still bustling with activity and quickly disappeared into the night. The sound of the engine seemed to have become much softer as the surrounding environment changed. The dark night outside the window did not pose too much of a hindrance to Su Li's vision. He confirmed that he had never been to this road that was hidden between the streets and the market. After traveling silently for a while in the city, the scenery outside the window gradually became more spacious. Between the shorter and shorter buildings, she could faintly see the corridors of fields and dense forests. They should have reached the suburbs. However, Sulu had no idea how the man in the front row did it. He drove all the way without being discovered by the military police who set up checkpoints. All the lights were turned off and the surroundings were dark. The gray car sped through the fields in the suburbs like a ghost. Sulu knew how he could see the road clearly. In fact, if not for the precise satellite image just sent by the Federal Central Computer, he wouldn't have been able to discover such a hidden road in the fields and forests. If he didn't know where he was, then he believed that the Federation government wouldn't know where he was either. Sulu's nerves, which had been tense for a long time, finally relaxed a little. 60% of his back was comfortably leaning against the seat, but he still maintained the mobility that could jump out of the car at any time or kill the man in front of him. This was the road arranged by Li Xiaotong. With the ability of the Iron Schemer, it wasn't difficult to make a famous night racer suffer so much that he was willing to do anything for $1 million. Li Xiaotong didn't meet with Sulu, and he didn't even get out of the expensive silver ghost. He only asked Brother Zheng to leave him a whole box of cash. He also didn't ask where Sulu was going after leaving the capital. With regards to these things, the more one knew, the less safe it was, and the less safe it was for Sulu. It was said that money was the coldest and most powerful thing in the world, but Sulu's right hand, which was placed on the black leather case, could clearly feel the warmth coming from inside. "We're here. This is the place you specified." The man walked out of the gray car, pulled out a tissue and stuffed his bleeding nostrils. He looked down at the shielding composite net in front of him, and couldn't help but have a strong question. Why did the man he never had the chance to see clearly come here? There was nothing on the other side of the shielding net, only a long and endless hard railroad track lying quietly. Sulu walked out of the car, leaving the black leather case in the back. He narrowed his eyes at the shielding net in front of him, checked his backpack and equipment again, and flipped over with one hand. The man looked at him curiously, and then suddenly remembered something. He quickly got into the back of the car and opened the black leather case. After seeing the neat and old $2 million in cash in the case, he couldn't control the surprise and shock in his heart. He subconsciously raised his head and looked at Sulu, who was standing silently on the side of the railroad track. After an unknown amount of time, the quiet railroad track began to tremble, and the whistling of the wind began to oppressively sound. Boom, 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 boom. The high-speed train from the capital to Hong Kong roared and rolled over the railroad track at high speed. The composite shielding net next to the railroad track was shaking, but Sulu, who was standing on the net, still had his head down and didn't have the slightest expression. When the high-speed train passed by him, he began to run, like a poor young man who was anxious to see his long-distance lover but didn't board the train. In front of them was the first big turn after the Beijing-Hong Kong high-speed train left the capital. The train began to slow down in the darkness ahead, but the figure chasing the train in the darkness became faster and faster. The man who stayed in the same place stared over there, faintly seeing the mysterious passenger climb onto the high-speed train. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Chapter 794. Passion and hot-bloodedness collided. When the youngest lieutenant general of the Galactic Alliance in his previous life arrived on this continent where martial arts were respected, he brought with him an enormous amount of martial arts memories. He was destined to bring unprecedented changes to this continent. Passion, friendship, love, and the most brilliant hot-blooded path of cultivation. Book ID 1798557, author Zhang Danian. Running non-stop on the long train track, the cool autumn night wind whistled against his face. Although the train ahead had already slowed down, the air flowing out of the carriage at high speed made the night wind even more devastating and unpredictable. With a bang, Sulu used his uninjured hand to valiantly grab a protrusion. The heat in his body erupted like a star exploding. In an instant, he climbed up, adjusted his posture in the strong wind, and fell heavily onto the top of the carriage. However, he cleverly used the strong wind on the top of the carriage to slow down his speed, making only a slight sound. He took out a military strap from his backpack, passed it through the maintenance hole on the top of the high-speed train, and then wrapped it tightly around his waist. After repeating this 3 times, his body that was dangerously sliding on the smooth top of the carriage was finally fixed. Sulu's nerves suddenly relaxed, and his muscles relaxed as he lay flat. He squeezed out a sigh from his burning lungs, and then was quickly blown away without a trace by the night wind whistling from the bottom of his feet. If his body was in perfect condition, it wouldn't be difficult for Sulu to complete the action of climbing the high-speed train to fix his body. However, his injuries were very serious, especially since he had lost a lot of blood and hadn't been able to replenish it. Whether it was his spirit or his physical strength, they were both at their lowest point. Fortunately, he had come up and was about to leave. Contrary to the logical calculations and intuition of President Pabre and all the powerful organizations of the Federation government, he silently lay flat on the top of the whistling and cold high-speed train on this autumn night, enduring the torment of his gunshot wound, and left the capital special district for the largest city in the Federation. The Trinity Association had become an extremely powerful organization in the small pub on the street. Shi Qinghai had killed Byron and Mace in the Parliament Hill, and Senator Paulson, who had been shot by Sulu, wasn't a member of the association at all. The other important member of the association, General Hu Zhu, was currently recuperating in the garrison area of Harbor City. He took the high-speed train to Harbor City just to kill people. The metropolis in front of them that looked like a deformed giant beast waking up in the morning fog was the largest and most prosperous port city in the Federation. Sulu stood next to the highway and looked over there. Feeling the slight warmth from the soles of his shoes, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. As expected of the most luxurious place in the entire capital ring. Autumn had just arrived and the Municipal Road Management Department had already started to speed up the heating equipment under the cement layer, not caring about the redundant consumption at all. Sulu was no stranger to this city, which was far larger than the capital. Back when he was developing the MX Mecha at the Nutshell Engineering Department, he would take the high-speed rail from the capital to Hong Kong every weekend. He had passed by this city countless times, but strangely he could not find any sense of familiarity or closeness. About 100 kilometers away from Hong Kong, he took the opportunity when the high-speed train was decelerating through the filtering channel to jump off. It was not that he did not think of slamming on the brakes like Lin Banshan and Zhang Xiaohua did in the past, but that would appear too arrogant. He was here to kill people, so he naturally needed to be more low-key than low-key. Standing by the side of the road, Sulu stretched out his right hand and made a hitchhiking gesture. Because there weren't many cars in the morning, a kind-hearted female driver stopped beside him after more than 10 minutes. In the following conversation, the female driver, who was already over 40 years old, frankly admitted that it was purely because she couldn't bear to hurt Su Li's smile under the shadow of the hat, so she stepped on the brakes. 4 hours later, a young man wearing a hooded sports coat and carrying a heavy backpack walked out of the garden-style sanatorium in the garrison area of Port City. Because the brim of the hood was too low, no one noticed that his face was unusually pale. He bought a phone that was neither cheap nor expensive from the military service center opposite the sanatorium. The young man quickly and inconspicuously turned into a side alley. For some reason his legs were trembling violently. The end of the alley was still an alley. The slightly polluted air was particularly difficult to breathe under the midday sun. Sulu panted rapidly as he walked into the shadows, looking for the nearest sewer system valve cover. He could no longer control the ruptured wound. Blood quickly seeped out along his arm and dripped down from his sleeve. His legs were the same. Who knew how many gunshot wounds began to bleed after he lost control of his muscles? Every step he took toward the end of the alley left a clear blood footprint on the ground. It was not until his figure disappeared into the shadows and the blood stopped dripping in front of a slowly rotating underground sewer door that an extremely sharp alarm suddenly rang out in the Port City Garrison Recuperation Center, mixed with the unique screams of a woman. The interior of the sanatorium occupied the second floor of the building with the best view. From the balcony one could clearly see the gorgeous garden below. In Hong Kong City, where air pollution and economic power were both the best in the Federation, this huge garden undoubtedly represented absolute power and luxury. General Hu Zhu, who had just been relieved of his position as the deputy commander of the 2nd Military Region and was preparing to receive more important orders from the president, loved this garden the most while he was recuperating in Hong Kong City. The general had been in the military for many years. He was no longer the smart and weak military officer of the Trinity Alliance. The blazing midday sun never disturbed him as he admired the elegance of the garden on the balcony. In fact, he felt that such a gorgeous garden needed the most beautiful sunlight to set off its brilliance. Just like how he, under the brilliance of the president and the president, would definitely blossom into the most dazzling brilliance in his life in the future. This afternoon, a young, beautiful and gentle waitress came into the room with a smile on her face. Just as she was about to bring the exquisite food and drinks to the balcony, she found that the general had fallen asleep, which was very rare. Amidst the beautiful sunlight and the garden, General Hu Zhu seemed to be sleeping soundly. His eyes were extremely wide open, filled with anger and shock. The delicate bloody hole left by the sharp military spike on his throat had completely destroyed his life, just before he was about to blossom into the most beautiful light. The underground sewer of Hong Kong City was filled with a stench that was even worse than that of the capital special district. However, Su Lu, who was walking slowly in the darkness, didn't seem to smell it at all. When he passed by a corner with good signal, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of a certain girl again. Almost immediately after, the deep and charming voice of the president sounded from the other side of the phone. Until this moment, Su Lu still felt that this voice was indeed convincing. After a moment of silence with mixed emotions, he said in a low voice, "Byron is dead, Matt is dead, Lake is dead, Paulson is dead, and just now General Hu Zhu is also dead. Mr. President, guess who will be the next one?" Chapter 795. Mr. President, we just received the news. The staff of the official residence pushed open the door and entered. Looking at President Pabre on the balcony in the morning light with a shocked face, he quickly said, "General Hu Zhu was assassinated in the Harbor City Garrison Sanatorium and has died. According to the speculation, it should be Su. Can you slow down your information collection a little bit?" President Pabre roared and stopped his subordinate's report. His broad shoulders trembled violently because of anger. He suddenly threw the phone in his hand to the wall. The phone broke into 3 pieces, revealing the miserable pipeline components inside. The officials in the Oval Office stood up with complicated expressions. The sound outside the door suddenly stopped, and the entire official residence was shrouded in silence. No one had ever seen the president so furious. Even when Vice President Pabre was killed in Parliament Hill a few months ago, President Pabre's face was only filled with grief, but there was still firmness and confidence in that intense grief. He was definitely not as furious as he was at this moment. The most loyal subordinates and the most excellent companions were dying one after another. They left one after another in Su Li's cold-blooded terrorist attack. President Pabre could ignore that Senator Paulson became a pile of meat under the hospital building, but he couldn't bear the heavy psychological blow that Hu Zhu's death brought to him. General Hu Zhu was also a member of the tavern back then. In the grand historical mission conceived by the most outstanding minds of the Federation, the general played a very important role and took on more difficult tasks. He was the best candidate in President Pabre's mind to be the commander-in-chief of the frontline troops of the Federation. However, who would have thought that he would quietly die in Harbor City like this? Li Jiedu had been dealing with very critical issues in the Bureau of Proclamation for the past few days. No one in the official residence could bear the president's extremely rare angry roar. Even Director Breen didn't dare to come forward to comfort him. His 2 thick and powerful hands supported his thick and tired body on the table. His chest heaved up and down quickly. After a while, President Pabre finally calmed down with his strong willpower and self-discipline. With an unstoppable determination in his deep voice, he ordered, "Tell all troops to get ready. I want to visit Harbor City immediately." The staff in the office were collectively shocked. Knowing that the horrible Colonel Su Lu was in Harbor City, Mr. President insisted on going there in person, which was really incredible. Director Breen silently looked at the president's back. He understood that the president didn't want Su Lu to have the initiative to choose the battlefield. "I don't need to guess who you'll kill next. I'll silently and coldly wait for you to kill me, or wait for you to kill me." This was not the choice of a calm politician, but this was the fundamental reason why Director Breen and other Federation geniuses like Du Xiaoqing chose to follow President Pabre. He quickly walked to the encrypted phone and notified the small-eyed troops, the Army Command Center, the Special Task Force, and the Federation Investigation Bureau in order. When President Pabre made a strong decision in the morning light of the capital, it was a sunny day in Port City on the other side of the continent. However, the dark and smelly underground sewer was cold and gloomy. Su Lu, whose clothes were full of blood stains, was holding onto the wet wall and moving forward step by step with great difficulty. In less than 48 hours, he had experienced many different but equally intense battles. The consumption of his mental and physical strength was negligible, but the constant loss of blood and the wounds that were being inflicted had already caused fatigue to fill his limbs and body like lead water, all the way to his brain. When he hitched a ride into Hong Kong, although he didn't look any different on the surface of his clothes, in fact he was already seriously injured. The miraculous healing speed he had in the past few years on the battlefield was useless in front of the terrible injuries he had accumulated in the past 2 days and 2 nights. People in this state of health needed medicine and surgery the most. Even if it was just a break of deep sleep, no one would choose to fight again with a seriously injured body. But Sulu chose to continue. Because what he needed most now was time. He was able to achieve such a result in the capital special district largely because he had caught the government off guard twice in a row after the military court. When the government was fully mobilized and broke into the hospital building to kill Senator Paulson, they paid a very heavy price. The second-level monitoring network of the Federation Investigation Bureau was a system with countless monitoring heads and human data capture programs as the core. Because it required a very complicated and massive amount of calculations, and it had to be done independently of the charter, they had to choose a certain focus. When everyone thought that Sulu was still under the capital special district, like an injured lion licking its wounds in the night, preparing for the next attack, he came to Harbor City and then attacked with a speed that was beyond the imagination of the other side. The price of his body was not small, but the result was very satisfactory. When the delicate bayonet pierced through the throat of General Hu Zhu, the heavily guarded Harbor City Guard District did not have any reaction. There was a big turning point in the underground sewer system in front of him. Endless dirty domestic wastewater flowed down at high speed, and endless waves hit the filter grid made of composite materials, making a low roar like thunder. The wet space was filled with a nauseating smell, and there were traces of mice and reptiles around, but there was no moss. This was the #1 temporary camp that Sulu chose. The heavy backpack on his shoulder fell to the ground, and his body fell weakly on the backpack almost at the same time, and he couldn't get up for a long time. In the late autumn of the Federation, the president's official residence suddenly announced that President Pabre was going to visit the Harbor City Industrial Park. At the same time, countless agents from all the powerful agencies of the government quietly entered this huge city, and the Harbor City Guard District increased the security level. For 3 consecutive nights, accompanied by hundreds of soldiers of the Small-Eyed Combat Force with solemn expressions, dozens of heavy trucks with multiple bearings slowly arrived one after another. The gigantic multi-axle trucks that could carry 700 tons of goods crushed the cement ground in front of the gate of a certain base in the garrison district into a horrible state. No one in the base dared to raise any objections, because the serial numbers of these multi-axle trucks were very clear, and they belonged to the Iron 7th Division, and they carried the Federation's most advanced MX mecha. From the most luxurious private hospitals of the rich and powerful to the dirtiest illegal clinics in the red light district, from the large chain medical stores to the adult stores that sold the common anti-inflammatory drug Bitaxone on the roadside, they were all under strict surveillance. Countless people worked hard to make sure that someone couldn't get any medicine or medical treatment. The ordinary goods on the market didn't seem to be affected at all, but outside all the places that sold compressed nutrition bars, there were always some people with different tastes. They didn't expect to be able to stop someone from getting food, they just wanted to make it very difficult for that person to get food. The resources that the federal government could control were already extremely powerful combat forces. When they were fully mobilized, they instantly released an infinite amount of terrifying power. However, what was strange was that there was suddenly no news of the guy who had triggered all of this. The Federation's secondary surveillance network that was spread all over Harbor City couldn't find any trace of Sulu. For several days they couldn't find any trace of him. He seemed to have disappeared in the sea of people in Harbor City, or disappeared in the extremely complicated underground water system. The citizens of Harbor City smelled something strange. On the civilian network, there were already people who began to discuss the strange phenomenon in the city. There were even netizens who took pictures of as many as 400 black SUVs belonging to the Federation Investigation Bureau entering the city. Some people keenly noticed the pressure that the medical system was under recently. However, for people who lacked enough information to support them, they could only make intense and lively guesses or debate based on these appearances, but they couldn't touch on the truth of the matter. Even if some people thought of Colonel Sulu who had disappeared for a long time, they could only sigh with emotion. The Federation's official news media was still tirelessly reporting on the frontline battle. The fierce battle on planet Mo Hua, and the victory of the new 17th Division that rushed to the front line to provide support, these news successfully attracted the attention of most Federation citizens. Apart from the war, the official news media would occasionally mention the presidential election that was about to begin. However, whether it was from public opinion polls or the great demonstration that shocked the Federation a while ago, it was very easy for people to come to the conclusion that President Pabre would definitely be re-elected. As a result, news of the presidential election had completely lost its previous appeal. Under the strict control of the Federation government, the execution in the military court, the death of Colonel Lake, the battle in the hospital building, and the fall of Representative Paulson were all things that no one knew about. As for the number 2 figure of Green Dragon Mountain, Representative Gene Chiota, who died on Parliament Hill, it was announced that he had passed away due to illness. The Federation government expressed shock and deep condolences. The anti-government forces and the Nanshui leader who didn't need Sulu to take the blame were very happy to accept this explanation. The news media controlled by the large families also strangely didn't raise any questions. There wasn't even a single newspaper that mentioned the gunshots in the hospital building. Right now, Sulu, who was hiding in Hong Kong's underground waterways, also didn't want to tell this news to all of the Federation citizens. The war on the other side of the universe was still fiercely continuing. The army needed a seemingly stable rear. No one wanted the Federation to fall into chaos. They only wanted to silently and cruelly kill each other in the shadows of the night, but they weren't willing to put on a show for the public to see. The government, Sulu, the 7 great families, and Green Dragon Mountain seemed to have formed a kind of laughable and somewhat sad tacit understanding. The operation that consumed a huge amount of government resources still continued on Hong Kong's surface. It looked like it would never end. The heavily injured Sulu was still silently waiting in the dark and stinking underground. It looked like he would never come out. In this strangely calm atmosphere, the people on the surface and underground were competing in patience. On a certain incomparably ordinary evening, an alarm sounded in a building in the distant Capital Special District. The Federation Investigation Bureau's secondary surveillance network discovered a suspicious target outside a certain pharmacy in Hong Kong's Shanbao district. The battle abruptly started and then quickly ended. There was a fresh blood stain in the underground waterway behind the street, and on the ground further away were cloth shopping bags that had been torn apart by shrapnel. Several bottles of medicine rolled around beside them. Chapter 796. Once the battle started, it would unfold one after another. In the remote streets of Harbor City, next to the misty lake in the city, gunshots would occasionally ring out. The gunfire would instantly light up the night sky, and then it would quietly end again. This was a battle between an individual and the Federation. If it weren't for the Federal Central Computer shining behind him, no matter how powerful Sulu was, he would only be crushed into countless pieces by the powerful government machine. Specifically, in the continuous silent battles this autumn, even with the help of the old man, he still encountered a lot of dangers. There were several times when he was almost successfully hunted down by the other party. The special department named Small Eyes efficiently commanded countless military police and gradually played a more and more powerful role in the battle. In the sometimes blue and sometimes gray sky, the autumn ground, and the dark and damp underground, a large net with the skeleton of the sea of people and intensive surveillance had been laid out and began to gradually tighten. It was about to bind the seemingly powerful and invincible Sulu in the center of the net. A burst of violent coughing sounded in the dark underground passage. The sound squeezed out from the injured lung was forcefully suppressed, but it forcibly broke through the throat, vibrating the dry vocal cords and making a hoarse and unpleasant sound. With his back against the wet wall, Sulu spread his legs and sat on the ground tiredly and relaxedly. The modified H-14 in his arms was not so cold because it was wrapped with several layers of coarse cloth. The stiletto tied to his calf was clearly deformed. It should have been damaged in the fierce battle. His lips were unhealthily pale and dry. Because of the violent coughing, the 37 brand cigarette between his lips trembled up and down. Together with the sparks and ash, they danced in the dark space in front of his eyes like tiny fireflies. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the sewage flowing not far away in front of him. He smelled a strong stench and subconsciously frowned. He took the cigarette from his lips and touched a wet and sticky thing with his fingers. Only then did he know that the smell was the smell of blood. After many days of intense fighting and high-intensity escape, Suli's old wounds showed no signs of healing. The government was crazily spending a huge amount of resources to control the supply of medicine in this city. In order to obtain medicine, he even added some very serious new wounds. Over the past few days, even the replenishment of food and energy had started to become difficult. As for the large amount of ammunition that had been consumed in the battle, apart from a few standard caliber bullets that they had fortunately found from the unconscious soldiers by the lakeside of Sorrowless Lake, they had not been able to replenish their ammunition. The so-called depletion of ammunition and food seemed to have turned into an incomparably miserable scene not far ahead. No matter how one looked at it, Sulu was now forced into a desperate situation. There were only two paths in front of him. He could either take the risk to break through the outposts on the outskirts of the city and move to a wider world, or he could take the risk to go to the surface and carry out the most violent assault in order to change the current situation. However, he did not choose either path. There was not the slightest trace of despair on his ordinary face. There was not even a sense of loss brought about by a defeat. He was still so calm and determined. Even when he was extremely exhausted and on the verge of mental and physical collapse, he was still in the mood to chat. According to the textbooks, because of the great catastrophe, all the information of the previous civilization can no longer be found. Therefore, people only know that there was once such a civilization, but they do not know what that civilization looked like. In fact, I have always been very curious. If humans were not born in S1, then where is their real home? Sulu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lightly beat his chest to relieve the intense pain in his lungs. He leaned against the wall and narrowed his eyes as he asked, "If everything was destroyed, then how did you survive? After these years of being together, I know that your ability is more amazing than what the people of the Federation think. Do you have any good stories to tell me about this?" The quiet and cold underground water channel was silent. After an unknown amount of time, the voice of the Federal Central Computer sounded. There was no emotional fluctuation in the voice, it was calm and cold. The information before the catastrophe is top secret. Your level of authority is not high enough. In addition, according to the core instructions and the countless calculations I have repeated, even if you know more about the civilization before the catastrophe, it will not be of any help to the current human society. I just feel that I may die soon. Therefore, although I am only in my 20s, I suddenly feel that these endless underground water channels are full of the smell of vicissitudes. Therefore, I want to hear an old story with a strong sense of vicissitudes. Sulu smiled tiredly. He leaned against the wall and gently stroked the rough cloth of the sniper rifle from top to bottom. He said, "Although your life is incomparably long, I am the first person in your life that you can directly communicate with. Now that I may die at any time, you will once again fall into eternal loneliness. I suggest that you cherish the opportunity to talk to me." The old thing was silent for a long time. It was probably moved by Su Li's words. If it had the heart, the cold mechanical voice inexplicably had some emotions. "I told you before that the group of 5 left a back door in my core program. The data fragment in the replacement chip behind your neck activated my back door. That is why I sent you a request to contact me. What does this have to do with that old story of vicissitudes?" Sulu put the cigarette into his mouth with 3 fingers and took a deep breath. He did not ask seriously. Although many people thought that he was the most talented engineer in the Federation, he, who seriously lacked academic education, did not seem to care much about the answer that many scholars would care about. "The data fragment is very similar to my core program design. In other words, we should come from the same source. You said this before." Sulu pressed the cigarette butt into the crack of the brick beside him and said, "I went to the Empire to help you find the answer, but I'm very sorry that I couldn't find it. They don't have mechanical intelligence as awesome as yours. Looking further into the starry sky, the source should be there. What I don't understand now is why the information fragment that comes from the same source as mine is of a higher level than mine. Why would it appear in the Empire? As you said, the mechanical intelligence in the Empire is still in a primitive and ignorant stage." "Higher? How is it higher?" Sulu asked. "You can understand it as a higher IQ." The old thing was silent for a moment before explaining, "The story of vicissitudes before the great catastrophe that you want to know should be related to the information fragment in the chip behind your neck. As for the part that I know," Sulu said, "although I haven't washed my ears, I'm listening seriously. It's actually a very simple story," the old thing said calmly. The old man said calmly, "The previous generation of civilization created by humans was destroyed in a great disaster, which is what we call the great catastrophe now. The group of 5 escaped in a spaceship, experienced a long interstellar journey, and came to the planet you are on now. The current Federation society is the descendant of the fleeing passengers carried on the spaceship. I was the star map calculation computer of that spaceship. After the spaceship landed on S1, it disintegrated and I was modified into my current appearance. This is a story that many novels have speculated about. Is that simple?" Sulu frowned and said in a low voice, "What kind of catastrophe could actually destroy a generation of civilization? Any story can be summarized into an extremely simple context, which you usually call an outline. As for the complete narration, of course, there is a huge amount of complex details that can be provided. However, you often call it invalid content filler, and on the internet it is usually called filler. If you really want to hear the complicated vicissitudes of life story, I suggest that you treat your injuries immediately and then leave this city. Got it? I'll do it right away. Sulu used the sniper rifle as a crutch and stood up with difficulty using the wall as support. Even such a simple action affected the numerous wounds on his body, causing endless pain. In the dark underground sewer, the Federal Central Computer clearly observed his movements through some unknown means and analyzed his injuries and the speed at which his life was flowing away. It said, "Sometimes I really find it hard to understand many of the behavior patterns of humans. For example, you are now facing such a high probability of death, but there is no trace of fear in your physiological data and brainwave analysis. You must know that the fear of death is instinctive and cannot be removed. A guy like you who is almost immortal can't understand what short-lived monkeys like us think. Who is not afraid of death. It's just that humans are good at forgetting or disguising themselves. They don't think about the destination, so they can easily embark on the journey." Sulu picked up the heavy rifle and slowly walked into the depths of the underground sewer. He explained with a smile, "And indeed, there is nothing to be afraid of. I never thought that I could go back alive." Because of this powerful sentence, the dark underground sewer suddenly became silent. After a long time, the old thing said calmly, "Indeed, no one can leave this world alive. Your cold joke is very interesting." Hearing the answer that was beyond his logical judgment, Sulu smiled bitterly and said with emotion, "Such bold words were interpreted as a cold joke. You are really a boring guy. I didn't get the passionate response I expected. I'm very disappointed." The low and almost inaudible footsteps gradually disappeared. The back of the man who was walking forward with difficulty was slowly swallowed by the darkness. Together with the old thing who had no back, they walked into the depths of the dark underground sewer. Occasionally, a few words of conversation could be faintly heard. "To be honest with you, by my side, I don't worry about dying at all. Just like on that planet of the Empire when the sky was filled with missiles, you would definitely ride the black tri-wing ship and break through the colorful clouds to pick me up. But have you ever experienced my painful psychological struggle? The pain of the core program conflict is no less than the pain your body is suffering now. And I faintly feel that something very bad is happening. The pressure is very great. In order to relieve this kind of emotional reaction in the core program, I even gave myself the name Philip." "Philip? Sounds good. I will call you that in the future. But is there any interesting connotation behind the name you chose?" "Oh, I forgot. Although you have a lot of connotation, you have never been an interesting guy. Philip is a famous person in the history books before the catastrophe. Legend has it that he walked on the edge of the offside all his life. Some people even said that he lived on the offside line. This is very similar to my current situation." Chapter 797. The 17th pier was not a pier, but a famous leisure area in Gangdu. Bars and restaurants were quietly hidden in the complicated streets and alleys. The strange tension in the air of the city these days obviously had no impact on the daily enjoyment of the rich people. It was still an autumn afternoon, but there were already many expensive cars driving into the deep passageway under the careful guidance of the doorman. With the brim of his hat tightly covering his head, Sulu walked quickly through the street. He was wearing a sports windbreaker that he had just stolen from a warehouse in a shop. The powerful government agencies that were chasing him probably did not focus their surveillance on these places. Many years ago, he came to this leisure area called the 17th Pier. He once broke someone's finger in a restaurant. The finger of the director of the Nutshell Engineering Department was as crisp as an iced radish when it was broken. Magnolia killed the first person for Sulu in the back alley of another pub. The blood that splashed out of the neck of the guy who was either from the government or the Lee family was as light as the orange juice in the pub. Time passed and never came back. Everyone's life had changed so much that even though they were still young, they were already qualified to reminisce about the past like an old man. Sulu walked past the restaurant and pub with his head slightly lowered. He was a little nostalgic, but he did not go in. Instead, he walked along the slightly sloping ramp to a high-end residential area. The afternoon sun shone on Mulberry Lake, dispelling the thick fog on the lake in the largest city in the Federation. The sun was reflected into countless golden lights, penetrating the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows and swaying warmly in the spacious living room. Sulu did not know who the owner of this high-end residential area was. He just randomly picked a house and broke in. Of course, that door was not broken. The alloy door with the most advanced composite anti-theft measures was useless in front of his steady fingers and tools. All hospitals, clinics, and pharmacies in Gangdu were under strict surveillance. There were 3 thrilling battles, all because of his urgent need for medicine. In this case, he chose another simpler and more direct method, which was to break into people's houses to search for the medicine he needed. It must be said that Su Li's luck had always been good. He did not stay in the bedroom for too long before he found what he needed the most. In addition, he also found a lot of compressed nutrition bars and 2 very professional first aid kits in the storage cabinet. From the number and the details in the room, he roughly guessed that the owner of this high-end residential area should be a senior doctor in a hospital in Gangdu. He walked out of the restaurant like a wild animal with soft meat on the soles of his feet. He did not make a sound. Looking at the little boy sitting cross-legged under the floor-to-ceiling window, he frowned and subconsciously pushed the sniper rifle into his windbreaker, not wanting to reveal anything. After entering this high-end residential area, he found that there was a little boy in the room. Before he angrily accused the old man of being lazy, he was somewhat surprised to find that the little boy had been squatting under the floor-to-ceiling window, carefully disassembling something in the golden sunlight, and did not notice his intrusion at all. He went to the bedroom to search for medicine, and went to the restaurant to search for food. During such a long process, the little boy by the floor-to-ceiling window never got up, nor did he look back. Holding a standard 6-star repair knife in his small hand, he was unusually focused on dealing with the things on the ground. Su Lu, who was about to leave, looked at the little boy's dyed blonde hair under the sun, and his tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. After hesitating for a moment, he quietly walked forward, wanting to see what actually made the little boy so focused. The little boy was trying to disassemble an electronic alarm clock. The hard alloy head of the standard 6-star repair knife left countless scratches on the inner shell of the clock. It seemed that he had tried many times but still could not open it. In the golden sunlight, Su Lu stood behind the little boy and watched him focus. After a long silence, he finally could not help but whisper, "Tilt down 60 degrees and pry up. This is the most shameless patented design of the alarm clock company against people like us. There is no other way but to use force." 20 seconds later. Using a hat to cover his face, Su Lu quickly ran out of the neighborhood. It seemed that the little boy's sharp screams were still echoing in his ears. He felt that he really did not have the face to see anyone, especially not the face to see the old man who kept nagging and mocking him in his mind. Can you imagine? In order to prevent people like us from disassembling it, the company that produces the electronic alarm clock actually came up with such a despicable method, and they even have the face to apply for a patent. Su Lu, who was walking quickly under the wall, in order to hide his embarrassment, angrily criticized, "I just reminded the little boy of myself many years ago, so I couldn't help but tell him that the only way is to use force." But this seriously destroys the fun of the little boy's exploration. The Federal Central Computer quickly retorted in his mind, "I think you have the desire to preach in your bones. If I remember your birthday correctly, according to the old era's constellation classification, you are a Scorpio bastard. When I was in the repair shop, the fun was often destroyed by that guy too." Su Lu remembered the disgusting but proud smile of the uncle back then and subconsciously curled his lips and said, "Philip, although it is fighting time now, you have to allow me to have some of my own mental life. Although this is my name, I still feel that it is a bit strange to be called this by you. I hope you can continue to call me old man or the great unknown existence." "Philip. Philip. Speak. I really miss the life in the Eastwood Mines operations room. But I can't go back anymore. Meeting was not as good as reminiscing. Often, it was because it was difficult to meet again, so the old woman would often think of her first love before her sickbed, that or those young men in white fluttering clothes. Moreover, she would subconsciously refuse to believe that those young men didn't belong to her, only willing to leave behind or fabricate the most beautiful side in her memories. Just like what was said before, Su Lu was still young, but he began to sigh like an old man about the past. It was because he seemed to vaguely sense a shadow even vaster than the sea of stars slowly and unstoppably drifting over. Perhaps it was the most helpless failure or the most miserable death. This familiar yet strange city was full of enemies. If he wanted to tear everything to shreds and obtain the freedom and right to return to the past, it was easier said than done. But he wasn't afraid. Apart from the sniper rifle in his bosom and the hard military knife by his calf, it was also because he firmly believed that he was never fighting alone. This universe might not have any reason, but there were old men and many people like the owner of the department store in the foothill who were willing to help him. In the face of the strange and tense political atmosphere that was lurking behind the scenes, the big families maintained their silence. The old man in the round hat and the two young successors that he had high hopes for were silently resisting the various bills that the federal government had introduced with the help of public opinion. However, they did not use the vast financial ocean that they controlled to challenge the economic lifeline of the government, which was the most important thing to them. The madam in the back mountain of Macho was similarly silent, even appearing to be too reserved. This was because they had enough confidence to face such a situation. Since the 37th Constitution era, the leaders of these big families were once most afraid of the military godly Pifu. Later on, they were most troubled by the existence of Sulu, but they never feared the Federation government from the bottom of their hearts. They firmly believed that anyone with ideals and firm goals, even those with ambitions, was not to be feared. So they had to restrain the madness in their hearts. Then they could negotiate. As a result, they indifferently watched the drama unfold. When the time was right, they might as well provide some convenience for Sulu, but they definitely wouldn't personally participate. This was the so-called delicate flesh was precious. The Federation's proverb once said that a millionaire with a net worth of tens of millions would never sit under a wall that was about to collapse. And no matter who won between Sulu and the government, in their eyes, this broken wall was already trembling and in danger. What about the others? Madman Li, who was preparing to force a violent and delightful battle with Princess Su Meng, was urgently called back by the federal military. In the eyes of many people, he was the only one in the entire Federation who could deal with a terrifying figure like Sulu. However, after the argument between the father and son in the office, General Li Jiedu realized that he had made a serious mistake. He didn't hesitate to strip his son of all command rights. Li Feng knew that he had also made a serious mistake. If it weren't for the angry argument, the troops that hunted down and killed Sulu would have been under his personal command. If that had really happened, this battle might have become very interesting. However, the youngest colonel in the Federation didn't have the shrewdness of a seasoned politician. He was full of anger and sadness, and he couldn't control his emotions at that time. He didn't join the team that hunted down and killed Sulu. He couldn't find a suitable wedge point to help that guy. Li Feng was like a strong young tiger, silently following the combat troops that belonged to Small Eyes. He followed the powerful special forces that had undergone special training in Philadelphia, appeared in the capital airport, appeared in the underground passage of the hospital building, and then followed them to Harbor City. This kind of silent stare gave the two combat units a great deal of psychological pressure. Madman Li's violent and vicious reputation had spread throughout all the military camps since he was 12 years old. The Special Forces soldiers didn't understand why he was following them silently, and they didn't know when he would violently charge over and tear them all to pieces. Faced with this silent and terrifying gaze, all the powerful organizations of the Federation couldn't drive away or arrest Li Feng because he wasn't Sulu. He didn't have any crimes on him. More importantly, he was the grandson of the god of war, the son of Li Jiedu, and the only heir of the Lis of Philadelphia. Therefore, the big killing weapon that the Federation government used to deal with Sulu now became a risk factor that they had to seriously consider. Even with the consent of General Li Jiedu, the Small Eyes Department specially arranged for a very powerful force to be responsible for monitoring his movements. Madman Li didn't seem to notice. He was still silent, following the crowd and watching covetously. Chapter 798. Capital Special District. After confirming that the delivery of the goods was not discovered by the military, Zhou Yu's expression finally relaxed a little. Her frowning eyebrows gradually relaxed. She tiredly rubbed her forehead, took off the red flower in her hair, and put it next to the screen. Then she turned around and walked downstairs. Her father, Zhou Yingxing, was inspecting the strategic reserve bases in the major galaxies according to Mr. President's request. He should be somewhere in the S3 base right now. Everyone knew that Minister Zhou would never be able to return to the position of Minister of Defense, but the Xishan compound did not take back the mansion at this time. In the eyes of the big shots in the Capital Special District, Zhou Yingxing was just an old dog in front of Mo Chao's wife. Otherwise, how could he be promoted from the director of the General Assembly base to the position of Minister of Defense? However, in the past 6 years, especially during the war with the Empire, Zhou Yingxing fully proved his ability and even courage in addition to his scholarly demeanor. Even though he was dejected now, he still had enough respect. Zhou Liuhua was running quickly next to the coffee table on the first floor, making a funny face and laughing at his cousin. Because he was worried that his mother was in a bad mood, Zhou Yu and his wife asked for leave to go home. After greeting her brother and sister-in-law with a smile, Zhou Yu sat down and arranged the fragrant flower pots in the guest room with her mother. She had been raised to be the princess of the Tai family since she was a young girl, so she was no stranger to this kind of work that required careful thinking. However, today she didn't know why, but she felt a little irritated, especially when she saw her son running quickly and making an exaggerated smile. She couldn't help but gradually frown. Zhou Yuhua didn't know who he inherited this trait from. Although he was very young, he was already smart and cunning enough to keenly capture his mother's emotions. He, who was usually very arrogant, subconsciously shivered and hid behind his uncle. Zhou Yu looked at his sister with a frown and asked, "Are you worried about Sulu? These worries don't make any sense. You should know what he has done these days. No matter how open-minded or even cowardly the government is, it won't allow him to live anymore. Sister, I advise you to be mentally prepared." Zhou Yu's expression didn't change as she gently nodded. Looking at her daughter's trembling right hand, Mrs. Zhou raised her head angrily. She glared at her son and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." Beside Philadelphia Lake, Jian Shuier sat silently on the large blue stone. She stared blankly at the surface of the lake that had complicated patterns blown by the autumn wind, as well as the blurry reflection of the snow mountain that was disturbed by the ripples of the water. Her perfect face was unusually calm. "When I was very young, I dared to leave Philadelphia alone. At that time the old man was still alive. He was so angry that he filed a lawsuit, but he still couldn't bring me back to Philadelphia. In the end he respected my choice." Sister Tong, who was standing behind her, was silent. She knew very well that the big blue stone that Miss was sitting on was the same one that military god sat on every day for 10 years. Jian Shui gently tucked her hair behind Bai Ying's ear and rubbed her eyebrows with her slender fingers. A trace of mockery flashed across her perfect and vivid face. She said, "Now that he's gone, I've been caught and brought back to Feiqing City. I'm under house arrest and can't leave this place. There is no one more powerful than him in the universe. This only proves that even family members have strong and distant feelings for each other." Elder Sister Tong looked at the soldiers that appeared and disappeared around the lakeside. She let out a long sigh and comforted, "General Li Zidao is your cousin after all. In fact, you know very well why he did this. This matter is too big. Miss, you can't make things too difficult for General Li. The small-eyed man that he was determined to kill is called Su Lu. He is my fiancé." Jian Shuier slowly turned around and stared at Sister Tong. Who is making things difficult for whom? S2 surrounded the mountains and 4 states. This Federation's heavy industrial base planet was near the vast Green Dragon Mountain. It had only been a few months since the smoke of war had dispersed, but it was already quite lively. The magnificent Coco nightclub had a delicate name, but it had become a legendary place that everyone in this area knew about, but few people knew the real reason. Therefore, when he knew that the other party had arranged the meeting place here, Chairman Fu Jie felt that it was acceptable. Fu Jie, the chairman of the Federation's Heavy Machinery Industry Workers Union, had a high prestige in the hearts of the low-level workers and the instigation power that countless capitalists hated. He knew this very well, so he didn't understand why the young senator sitting opposite him wanted to see him. He didn't even know why he wanted to come. Perhaps it was just the innate awe of a certain historical existence that was at work in his subconscious mind. The youngest senator in the history of the Oak State calmly invited the other party to tea. He held a cup of coffee and said slowly, "Mr. Chairman, is it difficult for the unions to fight lawsuits against the business owners now?" "That's right, after all, Mr. President can't fight lawsuits for you all his life. As for my suggestion, you can consider it. Although my law firm called Shizhou isn't very famous, it has the most outstanding lawyer in the Federation. It should be qualified to be the special legal counsel of the union." For some reason, the young senator in front of him had a pale face and a thin body, looking like a patient who could easily be blown away by the wind. However, Chairman Fu Jie's heart beat faster because of the pressure from these gentle words. He couldn't help but regret that he didn't bring in those strong caregivers just now. At least they could have added some of his aura. All the members of the union are very grateful for Mr. President's selfless help for more than 10 years. His moral character is unquestionable. Senator Fu, although I'm just an ant in the eyes of you and the family behind you, please allow ants to have the self-esteem of ants. I've never questioned Mr. President's moral character. In fact, when I facilitated his visit to Green Dragon Mountain, I believed in his moral character more than anyone else. Tai Ziyuan held the cup of coffee and slowly took a sip. Perhaps he was thinking of the past events that happened in Yue University, and thus remembered an old acquaintance who disappeared in the crowd in Harbor City. His expression seemed a little cold and indifferent. But people change. Mr. President can sacrifice Commander Zhong for the benefit of the Federation. Now he sacrificed Colonel Su Lu for the stability of the Federation. No one can say when or why he will sacrifice you and the simple and respectable workers in the Union. Once you get used to the method of sacrifice, it's easy to get addicted to it. Because the one who sacrifices is others, but the one who benefits is yourself. He raised his head and looked at Wuxia calmly. What's more, what is the goal of a person's life? Mr. President, I suggest you think about this problem at a deeper level. According to George Carlin, a capital and power like me will never voluntarily hand over the power in my hands. But if I do, you can also get more practical feedback. Of course, this is a proper feedback for your years of dedication to the struggle of industrial workers. Then wouldn't it be a very perfect ending? You just said that people change, Li Yao said. Chairman Wuxia raised his right hand and used his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He looked at Tai Ziyuan and said in a trembling voice, "How can you guarantee that you won't change, that you won't go back on your words? My surname is Si. My family and I have existed in this part of the universe for tens of thousands of years, and will continue to exist. Mr. President only has 2 5-year terms, so he needs to change, but I don't." Harbor City Industrial Park. The engineers of the Shell Motor Company stretched their stiff limbs and walked out of the room. They had just completed the electromagnetic beam cluster array test in the West Woods. The benchmark positioning data had been summarized, but they still needed to wait for the matching formula of the curvature of the Earth's crust. Taking advantage of this time, according to Shang Qiu's request, they carried out continuous turbo pressurization tests on the MXT mecha they had dragged back from the West Woods. "I'm not going. You guys go ahead." Shang Qiu shook her head at the invitation of her subordinates. Her hands reached behind her head and quickly twisted her black hair. Then she fixed it with a pen. Because of this action, the exaggerated curves in front of her chest were extremely clear. The male nerds collectively avoided the gaze of her subordinates. Today, Shang Qiu was the independent technical director of the Shell Motor Company. In terms of rank and treatment, even the head of the engineering department was her subordinate. None of these engineers dared to question her orders. Moreover, ever since Colonel Su Lu had been put on the wanted list, her bad mood was written all over her face. The white MXT mecha glowed with a faint silver light in the warehouse. Shang Qiu held her chin and stared blankly at it. She remembered that when she and Su Lu were researching and developing the MX in the engineering department, they had named the experimental mecha Little White Flower. She couldn't help but smile. With the help of countless wave detection protocols and mechanical code locks, the Federation government closely monitored all military mecha to prevent Su Lu from using his authority under the Constitution to directly control mecha to carry out terrorist attacks. Even all the experimental mecha in the Shell Motor Company were no exception. There was a special monitoring program. As long as someone tried to hack the control system, it would automatically trigger an alarm. In the dead of night, there was not a single person in the empty warehouse. Shang Qiu stood up and walked towards the white MXT mecha. Unknowingly, a black box had appeared in her hands. With great difficulty, Shang Qiu climbed onto the cockpit platform of the MXT mecha. She immediately turned on the mecha's mainframe computer and began the pre-activation of combat mode. A torrent of program sentences flashed across her lenses like a waterfall. The genius female engineer easily cracked the program one by one. She muttered to herself, "Gu Shifeng has gone to the front lines and you're a computer idiot. I'll help you bring this guy back to life. Don't forget to thank me." After quickly completing all the program work, Shang Qiu used the back of her hand to wipe away the sweat on her slightly red cheeks. She sighed in satisfaction and patted the black box beside her that Zhou had secretly transported from the capital. Then she set an extremely complicated password. No one knew what this password was, but Su Lu did. Chapter 799. The Empire's resistance group had ended their visit in the West Woods. The negotiations for assistance were also in progress. However, for some reason the group did not intend to leave immediately. They remained in the room on the top floor of the Golden Star Hotel. Huai Chaoshi frowned slightly as he looked at the TV screen. He was not used to those soft erotic advertisements. If these advertisements appeared on the Empire's TV screen, the owner of the TV station would definitely be invited to tea by the Empire's Anti-Corruption Bureau the next day. The images of the battlefield shown on the news made him feel a little incredulous. Which TV station in the Empire dared to broadcast such content when it involved military secrets? Were the people involved not worried about being locked up in the interrogation center of the Intelligence Bureau? The images of the Federation's elections and sporadic reports of demonstrations were very unfamiliar to this princess of the empire. Previously, the pro-Federation TV station in the West Woods actually reported that the commander of the 4th Military Region's Rapid Response Brigade was stripped of his military position because he disobeyed the orders of his superiors. This made it even more difficult for her to get used to. According to what you said, this means that the Zhong family's old house is falling further. That extremely stupid Zhong Ziki in the intelligence report is starting to take control of the situation? She looked back at Muen coldly and asked. Muen said, even if Zhong Ziki is in power, he's just a puppet. The one who really controls the situation in the West Woods should be that Mr. President. Huai Chaoshi was silent for a moment. He remembered the news he saw when he just landed in the Sunset State, the news that Sulu was wanted. For some reason, a dangerous and angry flame began to jump in his eyes. He stared at Muen expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "What is the Federation's response to our request?" After the negotiations between the two sides ended, the Empire's resistance group suddenly proposed to the Federation that they wanted to visit the capital ring to promote understanding and communication between the people of both sides. This seemed to be a beautiful and reasonable proposal, but it puzzled the Federation government. The other side is still considering and did not give a definite answer, Muen replied in a low voice. Tell them that you requested to meet with Colonel Sulu. Tell them that you only trust him, and that all cooperation will only be effective if Colonel Sulu personally guarantees it, Huai Chaoshi ordered. Muen raised his head in shock, looked at him and said, Sulu is wanted by the Federation government. How could they agree to this request? I don't care. Huai Chaoshi stared dangerously into his eyes and said coldly, take out your toughest attitude. You must achieve your goal. In a certain base in the garrison area of Port City, the new MX mechas that had been transported in by multi-axle trucks began to inject energy. The soft electronic sound of the mecha self-checks converged in one place, clearly transmitted to the side of the road outside the base. 4 big bowls of white rice, a jean of red braised meat, and a bottle of bright red old chili oil. Madman Li, who had an astonishing appetite, was eating in a small roadside restaurant. Although the red chili oil rice here was not as authentic as the one in Wait 2 district, it could relieve some of his grief. Then, his ears that were many times more sensitive than the average person's clearly captured the familiar sound of the mecha self-checks. His delicate eyebrows that were brimming with vitality slowly furrowed, once again beginning to exude a certain aura called ruthlessness. According to the intelligence he had obtained from the West Woods compound, because of Su Li's extremely strange high-level authority, the Federation rarely used heavy weapons in the process of pursuing him, such as mechas or even missile arrays. The Federation was worried that these high-precision heavy weapons that required a high degree of automation would instead be captured by Su Li's strange authority in battle. Then what did the mecha self-checks in the base at this moment mean? Could it be that Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division already had the confidence to challenge Su Li's authority? Li Feng pulled out 2 pieces of tissue paper, wiped his mouth haphazardly and stood up. Following his movements, the soldiers around the small restaurant responsible for monitoring him also stood up nervously. One of the captains advised, "Colonel, please." Before he could finish, the captain's body was directly sent flying, heavily smashing into the old wall of the small restaurant. Immediately after, the wind from the fist swept through the restaurant, the sound of tables and chairs shattering rang out one after another. In an instant, several of the soldiers closest to Li Feng were knocked unconscious on the ground. When the dust settled, the Federation soldiers inside and outside the restaurant could no longer find Li Feng's figure. On the only undamaged table were 4 oily dishes, a small bowl of leftover soup and a few banknotes. The president came and left. Nominally, it was to build momentum for the election, but in reality, in the 1 day and 1 night in Harbor City, he only attended a small banquet. From Harbor City to the capital, President Pabre chose to take the high-speed rail. Although the speed was slower, it was safer and he could directly work in the high-speed rail box. For the Special Task Force and the Small Eyes Unit, the most important reason for choosing the high-speed rail was that if the president was attacked, at least there would be a chance to evacuate. The president's transportation route and itinerary had always been closely guarded, but it was not too difficult for someone to obtain the most accurate time. Wearing a dark sports windbreaker and carrying a heavy travel backpack, Sulu walked into the familiar industrial park in the early hours of the morning. However, because he chose to go through the underground passage, He could not see the familiar giant factory buildings and busy freight trains shuttling back and forth. With his rich combat experience, he did not choose to launch a surprise attack when the president was in Harbor City, because he believed that even an idiot like Lin Daohai could clearly smell the scent of a trap from the sudden arrangement of the official residence in Harbor City. Not to mention, there was a huge shadow of danger floating in his heart. He rested quietly in the underground passage for a few days. Using the medicine and first aid kits that he stole or robbed from the 13 high-level communities, he fully treated the injuries on his body. His physical condition was greatly improved, and his mental state was also adjusted to the best state. Passing through the deep and long passage, he pushed open the door above his head and saw the MXT mech with a metallic luster. It stood calmly in front of the warehouse as if it had been waiting for him. Philip. Philip. Yes. Old Fei, thank you for helping me to change those damn data. In the dark and stuffy cockpit, Sula calmly looked at the data of the mech's self-check. Although he believed that Shang Qiu had already made the most perfect preparations before leaving Little White Flower for him, as a true ace pilot, he was used to controlling the mech himself before a battle. In order to counter Su Li's ability, the federal military had already started a temporary plan. The mech heat start band monitoring devices in various places had been monitoring at the highest frequency. If it was not for the federal central computer helping Su Lu to change the relevant data, the moment he activated the mech, he would have been discovered by the other party. You're welcome. After a moment of silence, the old man replied with a smile, serving you is my hobby. He did not know when it started, but the old man's voice in Su Li's mind had become a little strange. Sometimes it was cold and mechanical and sometimes it was lively and lively. Moreover, the time between the two responses was getting longer and longer. It felt like a human wanting to say something but stopping. Facing the most important and dangerous battle of his life, Sula did not notice these easily overlooked details. He slowly stroked the black leather case, feeling the warmth from Zhou from afar. He smiled slightly and began to install the simulation system that Jian Shui'er had given him years ago. Fei, if you were willing to obey me earlier like today, who in the Federation would be a match for the two of us? When faced with a really big situation, Sulu would always become calmer and calmer. Then he would return to his ridiculous and mocking self from when he was an orphan in Donglin. He would say, I really don't know what you were doing earlier. Why did you have to create so many problems? You made me so battered. Su Li's complaints were actually very reasonable. If the Federal Central Computer had been like it was now from the beginning, giving up the constraints brought by the 3 laws of core programming and ignoring the privacy regulations, presenting all the details of the Federation before his eyes, and even helping him to calculate the most reasonable battle strategy, perhaps this battle between an individual and the Federation would have ended with Su Li's victory long ago. This was because the current so-called Federation was only the government, while the glory of the Charter was everything. In the morning light, a little white flower stained with dew left the Shell Motor Corporation engineering department. A heavy crane worker later recalled that he had indeed seen a silver-white military mecha driving at high speed towards the other side of the mountain in the mist. However, at that time, there were no alarms in the industrial park, and no one had noticed this scene. In a certain mountainous area in the southwest suburbs of the port city, the hard tracks of the first port city high-speed rail glimmered below. The silver-white MXT mecha was hidden in the forest high up in the mountains. Occasionally it would emit a glow, but it was cut into countless shards by the dense autumn leaves as if it was really dew. Sulu looked at the superimposed image of the SCC global surveillance system and infrared imaging on the screen. He looked at the tracks at the foot of the mountain and listened to the clear countdown. He silently sighed in his heart. That old bastard Philip's calculation of the time node was indeed extremely accurate. The president's high-speed train would pass through the tracks at the foot of the mountain in a moment. In the short but seemingly endless wait, the voice of the Federation's central computer, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly rang out in his mind. You once asked me what the civilization before the Great Catastrophe was like. In my opinion, that civilization was actually exactly the same as it is now. That world, the world of the Federation and the world of the Empire, there was no essential difference. For tens of thousands of years, humanity seemed to have not made any progress. Suspended in the dim cockpit, Sulu lowered his head and looked at the control stick in his left hand. His fingers moved at lightning speed on the 17 taps as he silently listened to the old bastard's voice. Even if you killed the president of the Federation, there would be no essential changes to this world. Moreover, according to my calculations, you should be very worried that the Federation would be in turmoil because of the president's death. Sulu was silent for a moment before replying. The old man and the minister both warned me, but I'm really only good at being a cleaner. I'm in charge of destruction, and I believe that the Federation will naturally have people who will be in charge of construction. The more remote the place where that guy died, the easier it will be for the people in charge of construction to clean up the mess. He smiled and said, "You once told me that the presidents who were assassinated by the 7 families all died of illness in the history books." The hard tracks at the foot of the mountain began to vibrate at a high frequency. The train was coming. Chapter 800. The train came and the train left. Other than a few yellow leaves, nothing else happened. In the depths of the dense autumn forest, the white MXT mecha silently and calmly squatted, reflecting the morning light from the distant horizon into a dew-like existence. When Su Li's right hand was about to touch the command light screen, the electron beams in the dual-engine holding room of the mecha were about to turn into a fried dough twist, igniting an unparalleled powerful roar and pushing the heavy mecha towards the train down the mountain. A sharp alarm sounded in the dim cockpit. The Federal Central Computer informed him as quickly as possible. President Pabre was not on the train. The light in the cockpit maintained an extremely low lumen. Su Li's finger that was on the touch light screen slowly retracted, an inexplicable emotion showing on his slightly thin cheeks. Looking at the quiet valley through the close-up light screen, he vaguely understood that this was a meticulously woven trap by the government, and he did not know how many heavy weapons were coldly aimed at him. However, he did not understand why he would fall into this trap, especially when the old man had the name Philip and began to unscrupulously help him. What method did the government and the military use to be able to hide from the omnipresent the glory of the charter? Before he could communicate with the old man and clear up his doubts, Su Li's fingers were gradually turning cold, and the shrill alarm of the MXT mecha's central computer rang in his ears again. The SCC's global surveillance system had discovered 3 high-speed missiles in the atmosphere dozens of kilometers away. The Inferno Standard Mark II missile, the main missile model of the Federal fleet. It had a huge yield and a terrifying cruising speed. In past wars, this missile was mainly used to attack the Empire's high-speed warships in space battles, but today the Federal military used it to attack a mecha in the valley, the capital's West Mountain compound. More than a dozen fully armed military police knocked on the door of the independent building, politely and irrefutably requesting the former minister's daughter to be investigated. Zoe walked down from the second floor. After a moment of silence, she roughly understood what had happened, but she did not know what method the Federation government used to monitor that she sent the black box to Harbor City through Blackhawk. Amidst her brother's angry scolding and her mother's melancholy sobbing, she smiled comfortingly. She put on a red windbreaker over her nightgown and calmly put a bright red flower in her hair. Then she followed the murderous military police out of the door. A high-end apartment building in Harbor City Industrial Park. Shang Qiu rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened the door. She took the official arrest warrant from the hands of the military police, carefully put on her glasses, and carefully read for a long time before returning the electronic document. She didn't try to resist or scream in anger. She just lowered her head and looked at the white and tender cleavage in the collar of her pajamas. She asked for a change of clothes and calmly explained, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." The powerful roar of the MXT mecha's twin engines abruptly shattered the tranquility of the valley. The tired birds that had just been woken up by the high-speed train once again opened their sleepy eyes in fear. As if sensing the majestic presence in the dense forest, they did not dare to remain in bed, chirping as they flapped their wings and flew out of the canopy. In the dim cockpit, Su Li's left hand tightly gripped the control stick, his fingertips quickly pressing the 17-speed buttons. His right hand kept moving on the touch screen. The simulation system that covered his whole body keenly captured all the thoughts that came from his bare skin, translating them into a language that the mecha could understand. Simple, clear, and infinitely perfect operation. Instantly starting the twin engines, the precision turbine began to pressurize into the cockpit. The heavy MXT mecha roared, shaking off the dew on its cold exterior, and instantly rushed forward 50 meters, violently smashing the dozens of autumn trees in front of it into pieces. For the extremely high cruising speed of the Blaze Standard Mark II missile, it only took an instant to cover a distance of several dozen kilometers. This was especially true for the adaptive tracking system at the front of the missile, which was the most feared thing for high-speed moving targets. The MXT mecha that was meticulously built by the Nutshell Engineering Department had a strong power output. Under Su Li's astonishing control, it could perform many inconceivable evasive maneuvers. However, he was not confident that he could avoid the 3 missiles that were tearing through the atmosphere, had already begun to descend and were about to hit the valley. Moreover, he believed that the federal military would definitely equip the Blaze Standard Mark II missile with the highest yield warhead today. The effective killing area after the missile hit would definitely be shocking. Sulu still did not press that red button. He ordered Little White Flower to take off her heavy coat and enter the most powerful overclocking state. According to his calculations, if he entered the overclocking state early, even if he could avoid the first wave of missiles, he would not be able to face the second and third waves that would definitely follow. There was a limit to how long the overclocking state could be maintained. Even if he could successfully break out of the invisible ambush around the valley, he would not be able to sustain the battle for a longer period of time. But why did he still want to fight for a longer period of time? The tall and heavy MXT mecha charged down the mountainside, knocking down autumn trees and startling the morning birds. Then, following the hard tracks, it began to sprint due west. The capital was that way and President Pabre should also be there. If he could luckily avoid the 3 Blaze Standard Mark II missiles above the atmosphere, then today would definitely be a long battle. Right at this moment, in the dimly lit cockpit of the mecha, the central control computer once again emitted a shrill alarm. The SCC global surveillance system had captured that 3-4 kilometers away, a large concentration of electromagnetic beam bombs had begun to activate. A moment later, countless electromagnetic beam bombs that were highly destructive to mecha began to fly towards them in a dense mass. The face half hidden by the helmet was expressionless. Su Li's control was as steady as ever. Only he himself knew that the heart on the left side of his chest was falling bit by bit, turning cold bit by bit. It seemed like a perfect ambush strategy. The white MXT mecha that was sprinting along the tracks should not have any reason to survive. However, immediately after that, the officers in the temporary federal military base who were preparing to check the effects of the bombardment saw one scene after another through various monitoring devices that shocked them. This was especially true for the military engineers who were known for their rigor. They were so shocked by these completely illogical scenes that their eyes widened, their bodies trembling violently. Blaze 1 out of control. Blaze 2 out of control. Blaze 3 out of control. Warning. Blaze 3 out of control. The enormous light beam was playing the picture taken by the S-1 near-Earth military satellite. Everybody in the temporary base saw that the 3 Inferno missiles that had been specially modified to fly in the atmosphere suddenly deviated from the perfect trajectory that had been precisely calculated. The 3 descending Blaze missiles had long been activated with a high-precision automatic tracking system. According to the base's plan, they would accurately hit the fleeing MXT mecha in the blink of an eye. No one would have thought that these 3 missiles would, at this moment, as if they were performing a group dance. They adjusted their postures at the same time in unison and mysteriously flew out of the atmosphere. A few seconds later, 3 explosions occurred in space at the edge of the S-1 thin atmosphere. The high-yield warheads that did not require oxygen silently burned into rapidly expanding fireballs in space. The terrifying power even directly affected the transmission of information from the military satellite. The image on the temporary military base's screen shook violently for a moment, then turned into static. It was not over yet. What happened next made the Federation soldiers in the base feel even greater fear and shock. The hundreds of electromagnetic beam bombs that were flying towards the target at high speed were suddenly unable to receive the satellite's remote signal. The electromagnetic beam bombs that were as dense as a swarm of flies actually became headless flies in an instant. Strong signal interference. For some reason, the military satellite transmitter has been forcibly shut down. An officer reported in a panic. The soldiers in the base stared helplessly at the screen in shock. Looking at the distorted data on the screen, they had no idea what else they could do in this situation. In the low altitude in the distance, the hundreds of electromagnetic beam bombs that should have brought endless fear to Sulu had already become existences with extremely comical flight trajectories. Having lost their target, they flew in all directions in a crooked manner. Under the silent guidance of some great being, they did not land in any human settlements, but instead desperately spat out the last of their liquid fuel to fly over the electronic fence and into the vast protected wildlife area. Amidst the dense thuds, the hundreds of electromagnetic beam bombs fell from the sky after exhausting their power, smashing heavily into the soft grass. It was as if the heavens had rained down a strange oil bucket. Amidst the continuous explosions, the hundreds of electromagnetic beam bombs exploded in a very rhythmic manner. The dark blue electric arcs that were extremely lethal to mechas had no obvious effect on the soft and wet grass. The light rain of mud flew up and down, not even disturbing the field mice that were sleeping deep underground. A male bison that was patrolling its own territory looked at these strange things that fell from the sky in shock. Then a handful of wet mud hit its strong butt. Instantly it was enraged. Its nostrils exhaled white smoke in the morning breeze. Its round eyes seemed to see a blood-red war flag. With a loud roar, it lowered its head and pushed against the nearest electromagnetic beam bomb. Amidst the crisp sound, the bison pushed the heavily damaged electromagnetic beam bomb shell into a pond. After confirming its victory, it raised its head proudly. Stepping on the mud, it walked towards its many wives and concubines. The strange scenes that happened in the sky must be the old thing finally showing its endless power again. In the dim cockpit, Sulu, whose eyes were slightly red, showed a trace of a sincere smile. Outside the valley, there was a heavy armored team and the special forces under Small Eyes. The dense rain of bullets and the heavy individual firepower from the mountaintop interweaved around the white MXT mecha. Under Suli's control, the MXT mecha seemed to have some kind of magic. Amidst the roaring of the engine, the heavy mecha carried out perfect evasive maneuvers tirelessly, destroying the heavy armored vehicles in front of it one by one. That guy definitely wouldn't help him hurt the Federation soldiers in the ambush circle. He thought this as he fought, and he agreed with the old thing's decision. Sula didn't know that in a place he couldn't see in the sky above, a Federation battleship was coldly watching him and starting to prepare to fire its main cannon. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much and he definitely wouldn't despair. Human matters were left to humans, and mechanical matters were naturally left to the old thing. Chapter 801. A Federation light feather-class battleship floated in the space outside of S1's atmosphere. The light from the stars shone from the side, painting this giant black battleship into a mixture of light and darkness. The alloy gate under the battleship opened slowly and silently, revealing the chilling muzzle of the main cannon inside, aimed at a certain spot on the planet. The command hall at the front of the ship was extremely quiet. The officers quickly passed on important data. With the help of countless military satellites, the battleship's computer accurately located the white MXT mecha amidst the smoke on the surface. The coordinates from all directions entered the battleship, and the calculations were completed in an extremely short amount of time. A female lieutenant turned the power switch in front of her, looked at the progress of the energy injection on the screen of the workbench in front of her, and said expressionlessly, "Blade tip main cannon level 1 ready. Blade tip main cannon level 2 ready. Blade tip main cannon level 3 ready." The emotionless voice reverberated in the spacious hall. The originally extremely quiet environment actually became even quieter at this moment. All of the Federation officers stopped what they were doing, and with complicated emotions, looked towards the giant circular screen of light. They worked on the battleship all year round, and knew very well what kind of terrifying result the moment that powerful main cannon fired, filled with the smell of destruction and cold beam of light would cause. There was no mecha in this world that could withstand the power of a battleship's main cannon. They waited silently, waiting for the death of the most outstanding soldier of the Federation. Some of the officers even quietly took off the military caps on their heads. Fire. Inside the alloy gate under the battleship, the giant main cannon platform once again protruded with the order. A dark blue light quickly lit up within the circular structure of the platform, and then connected to form a perfect circle. The light grew brighter and brighter and then suddenly extinguished. Compared to the massive body of the battleship, the main cannon looked like the sharpest tip of a dagger. In an instant, a beam of light filled with terrifying energy suddenly shot out. This beam of light, about 1 meter in diameter, was completely different from the dark blue of the platform's circular structure. Instead, it was incomparably pure white. In an instant, it tore through the cold space of the universe, tore through the thin air, and blasted towards the surface of S1. There was no divine kindness that was praised in the Bermuda religion, only a ruthless and destructive will that did not belong to this world. The officers in the battleship command hall subconsciously clenched their fists, but in the next moment, they saw an incomprehensible scene. The beam of light of the battleship's main cannon, which could not be controlled by human power once it left the platform, did not penetrate the entire world as everyone had imagined, but instead quickly spread out within a 2-kilometer range. Like snow under the scorching sun, like catkins under the spring breeze, like cotton candy under a girl, the terrifying pillar of light was mottled, peeled off, collapsed, and then disappeared in front of their eyes. What happened? The officers in the hall didn't react in time. They looked at their companions in a daze, wanting to confirm that it wasn't their imagination. Those officers who were prepared to express their condolences to Colonel Sulu slowly dropped their military caps to the ground. An alarm suddenly sounded in the command hall of the warship. The energy of the main cannon of the blade tip quickly dissipated at such a close distance, causing the temperature of the space below the hull to rise rapidly, rising from -100 degrees to more than 600 degrees in an instant. The alloy armor below the hull was severely damaged. Blue electric arcs floated in the air. The heavy anti-material land-based rapid-fire dense array on the hillside spat out bullets. Occasionally, smoke would rise, but more often than not, debris would fly everywhere. The sound of the heavy and hard MXT mecha colliding with the armored vehicle echoed through the forest like war drums. No Federation military mecha joined in the ambush, so the seemingly intense battle was not particularly difficult for Sulu. The alloy blade at the front of the MXT's right mechanical arm hummed softly in the morning wind. Other than the cracks on the edge of the blade, it was more because of the low-amplitude, high-frequency vibration of the alloy blade itself. This was a combat method that Sulu had figured out himself on the frontline battlefield. Relying on the high-speed vibration of the alloy blade, the seemingly strong armor of the Empire's tanks would often appear extremely fragile. Even if it could not break through the enemy's mecha in one hit, this terrifying high-speed vibration could also seriously damage the physiological indicators of the pilot in the cockpit. No matter how advanced the shock-absorbing design of the cockpit was, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying power of this high-speed vibration. Trembling looked like a simple action, but for a heavy and tall mecha, it required extremely delicate operation and almost unbelievable hand speed. For Sulu, this was not difficult. Plus, he had been used to trembling all the way from an orphan to a Federation hero. The dense circle of electromagnetic beams activated the landmines, which were immediately broken through. The relatively slow electric arcs shot out, causing some damage to the MXT mecha, but were unable to slow it down. Tanks were continuously destroyed, and the dense formation was overturned by the MXT's bullets. Once again it was broken through. The Federation's ambush circle looked so fragile. The anti-material roar on the hilltop gradually died down, and the smoke gradually dispersed. When the soldiers finally reacted, the white MXT mecha had already become a faint shadow in the distance. The MXT had left the railway line, but it was still running parallel to the railway line. There were many scratches on the surface of the silver-white mecha. A few of the armor had even been directly overturned, revealing the strong alloy brackets inside. It looked easy to break through, but in reality it was still very difficult. In the dull cockpit, Sulu lifted his helmet and silently wiped away the blood that seeped out from the corner of his mouth. At the last moment of the breakout, a concentrated array that had been hidden in the forest for a long time suddenly opened fire. It left a deep impression on him, but it also left him injured. In the dim light, his eyes were slightly red as he stared at the road in front of him. Although he was the one with the thickest nerves, the test of life and death on the battlefield as well as the intense battle itself, had completely stimulated the most primitive strength in his body. The simulation system that looked like a tight leather suit on his body gave him a slightly numb feeling. Sulu remembered that this was most likely something that the old man had used in the past, and his eyes gradually narrowed. Back then the old man had driven that broken MX-37 mecha for thousands of miles, and under the shocked gazes of countless Imperial troops, he had killed the Emperor of the Empire. Then he was driving one of the two most advanced MXT mecha in the universe. Why couldn't he run thousands of miles from the port city to the capital? Little white flowers bloomed wildly beside the railway line. After breaking through the ambush, there were no federal forces gathering in the surrounding area for the time being. Sulu relaxed a little. He took out 2 compressed nutrition bars from the backpack beside him, broke them in half and quickly swallowed them. In the fierce battle earlier, he had been controlling the loss of Jinchi, so he wasn't too hungry. However, since the battle was still going to be long, he had to replenish some energy in advance. At this moment, his tense nerves also needed to be relaxed. He narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, "Philip, you drive. I'm going to get some fresh air. Alright, help me make a call while you're at it." In the autumn morning breeze, the cockpit door of the silver mecha that was speeding through the forest suddenly opened. Sulu walked out, stood on the sturdy cockpit door and lowered his head to light a cigarette. The unmanned mecha didn't slow down in the slightest. The surrounding forest was quiet, and the slightly cold autumn wind whistled and blew. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the road ahead. He took a deep breath of the spicy smoke and said into the communicator in his hand, "You know I'm on my way." "Stop. This won't do the Federation any good." President Pabre's deep voice slowly sounded. "For me, the more important thing is that it won't do you any good either," replied Sulu. "Do you really want to turn yourself into a notorious terrorist? I already admitted this identity in the dream a few years ago." The president's voice was abnormally calm. "Do you really think that the entire Federation has wronged you? Think about those people who helped you even if it meant breaking the law. Maybe after a while, you'll suddenly realize that the things you've been holding on to will become a painful joke." This was the first time since the start of the war that the president had voluntarily hung up the phone. In the capital airport, Pabre silently looked at the silent phone in his hand. He shook his head inexplicably and then walked down from the Federation One. Under the vigilant protection of the Federation's most elite soldiers, he quickly walked to the car. He asked Director Breen, who had come to greet him in a deep voice, "How's the situation over there? Why did another accident happen?" Director Breen lowered his voice and replied, "General Lee Jae-do and Director Choi have been keeping an eye on the Bureau of Proclamation. The biological marker comparison has been going on for a while now and there's some progress, but it seems that some problems have appeared again." In the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation, General Lee Jae-do, who looked a little tired, rubbed his sunken eyes and answered a call from Harbor City. Listening to the report on the phone, his expression was still calm. However, after hanging up the phone, he looked at Director Choi Judong with a sharp gaze. Since it was willing to give the clue about Zoyu, why did it stop the missile and even the warship's main cannon from launching? How do you explain that? It's impossible to explain. This is something that I can't understand. Choi Judong didn't turn around. He didn't even care about Lee Jae-do's feelings. His expression was a little numb, but he was extremely focused on the front. The ambush circle in Harbor City has suffered heavy losses. Lee Jae-do's eyes slightly lowered and said slowly, "There has to be a reason for this. You two idiots. This is because he is making a judgment. He is in conflict. He is struggling." There was actually a third person in the quiet and dim underground hall. Biderman, who was sitting on the ground like a child, pointed at the huge translucent light screen in front of him and shouted almost crazily. Chapter 802. In the green streams of data that fell like a waterfall, the distortion of the few rows of data was not obvious. They looked like a few stone spikes sticking out of a magnificent waterfall, splashing up a few waves. However, in Biderman's eyes he seemed to see a great mechanical intelligent life that was thinking, conflicted, and struggling like a human being. The strong mental impact made his body, which was sitting on the ground, tremble violently. There were some very strange geniuses in the world. For example, Biderman, a former employee of the Bureau of Proclamation who was fired because he knew too many backdoors of the Federal Central Computer. This person seemed to have some kind of strange ability. He was able to translate the incomprehensible data streams on the light beam into something his brain could understand by relying on the reflex and intuition of a certain part of his brain. Although he could only vaguely understand the parts of the Great Corridor, it was enough for him to see the internal core state of the Federal Central Computer at this time. Biderman had been looking at the pictures below the Bureau of Proclamation for many days without rest. His body stank of sour sweat, his hair was messy like a bird's nest, there was a big bucket of cold coffee next to his hand, and there were several stimulant syringes on the ground under his feet. The expression on his face was as exaggerated as the rows of data on the light beam. He was unusually excited and slightly frightened, or perhaps frightened, which was the source of his excitement at this time. As a useless genius in the secular world, how could he not be excited when he suddenly found that the Federal Central Computer that he used to serve had come back to life? He firmly believed that the Federal Central Computer, a mechanical intelligent existence that was completely different from human carbon-based life, was the ultimate evolution that illuminated the future of this boring and monotonous universe. To be able to witness this historical moment, to be able to be in close contact with the greatest wisdom represented by the green streams of data, Biderman felt that even if he died on the spot, he would not have any regrets in this life. Therefore, he certainly did not care what kind of power the two big shots behind him had in the Federation. He kept mocking them in a shrill voice. The voice that was like steel needles was mixed with the hoarseness of extreme fatigue, which was extremely unpleasant to listen to. Director Choi Judong's performance was not much better than Biderman's. He sat on the chair like a puppet, his thighs constantly trembling, causing the legs of the chair to rub against the ground, making a very small sound. Among the 3 people in the field, only General Li Zidao was still very calm. He calmly looked at the green data flow on the light curtain, without any expression on his face, and asked, "Judging conflict and struggle? What did this mean? Does this mean that the Federal Central Computer has confirmed the results of the biomarker comparison?" Of course. Biderman opened the lid of the coffee can with his trembling fingers. His eyes did not move at all as he stared greedily and hungrily at the data flow on the light screen. He would never forgive himself if he missed a single scene. Anomaly number 72, coupled with the fact that the biomarker has been confirmed, the incident sequence has directly broken through the first sequence. But the problem is that Sulu has already obtained the protection authority of the first sequence. That's why there is a conflict. Don't you understand? Biderman quickly explained in an extremely unpleasant voice. He mocked and insulted, "You 2 carbon-based idiots should be crying in happiness right now. If the files I've read before are correct, then what you see today will be the only conflict of the highest authority of the Federal Central Computer after the Great Catastrophe." Being ridiculed and insulted by such an insignificant person, Chui Jiadong was immersed in painful and torturous thinking. He had been serving the Central Computer of the Bureau of Proclamation for decades. In the past 2 years, whenever he thought of that great or terrible possibility, he would habitually remain silent to hide the panic in his heart. Li Jiedu did not respond to Biderman's words. He said softly, "Conflict of the highest authority? This is exactly what I need. That's why the Central Computer has become so erratic during this period. First, it helped the government to capture Sulu, then it immediately helped him fight against society. My question is, how long will this conflict last?" According to the calculation mode of the core program, when there is a direct conflict of authority, she will immediately conduct a fog simulation and come to a conclusion. We often call it intuition. Oh, now that I think about it, it's really her intuition. It doesn't take long. But are you crazy? Why are you concerned about such a stupid problem at this time? Biderman was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He waved his arms angrily, spilling dark coffee all over his body. What we should be concerned about now is that she hasn't come to a conclusion after such a long time. She's still struggling with the conflict, which means that in addition to the cold mechanical intelligence, she already has feelings. I don't care about feelings. Li Jiedu slowly put his hands behind his back. He silently looked at the green stream of data on the light screen in front of him and said, "I only care if she has a spiritual world. Then, will this deep conflict lead to the division of that world, self-denial until it perishes?" Hearing these cold words and thinking of a certain possibility, Biderman's body felt extremely cold. Just as he was about to grab the metal coffee can and kill Li Jiedu and Chui Jiadong behind him, a very strange scene suddenly appeared in his black pupils. It was the 2-dimensional light screen hanging above the magnificent underground space. Like a sudden storm, the waterfall-like green data streams suddenly flowed at a high speed. Then, as if they had lost gravity, they violently shot in all directions. Thousands of data streams twisted and twisted together, silently and violently rubbing against each other, and then broke into pieces from the middle. The data fragments gradually faded from the original green color that was full of life and turned into countless white light spots. However, it was not over yet. The white light spots began to move irregularly and collide with the huge light screen. Their speed was getting faster and faster, violent and majestic. Gradually, it was beyond the extent that human eyes could see. They turned into dozens of light spots that condensed powerful energy. 2 thin streams of blood trickled down from the corners of Bateman's eyes, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He curled his body into a ball and stared at the light screen like a baby. What he saw in his eyes was not the scene on the light screen, but an incomparably magnificent experience. The light spots condensed into nebulas, and then countless bright stars, suspended in the dark space, silent and eternal. Biderman seemed to see the scene of the birth of a new universe. The fear in his eyes gradually turned into love and awe. His body gradually relaxed, but then his body suddenly stiffened. The thin blood lines at the corner of his eyes suddenly thickened. From the deepest part of his heart, he screamed in despair, "No!" Countless stars began to move and could no longer stop. They crossed the vast space at an incomprehensible speed to the area on the left. The area on the right was only left with a dark void. The magnificent universe was forcibly divided into 2 sides of light and darkness by some force. The solemnity was replaced by the collision and tearing of violent forces, forming a terrifying black and white vortex. The vortex was extremely compressed and collapsed until it finally condensed into an invisible point. Then it exploded. No new nebulas were born, only silence. The universe was born and then annihilated. The magnificent and empty underground space was dead silent. As the beeping self-examination ended, a mechanical and emotionless electronic voice began to sound. Warning: Colonel Su Lu of the Federation, Original Citizen ID DLAS 420500481X, Additional Citizen ID SLAT 510200431X, has been identified as a member of the Empire's Seed Project through biological identification and related evidence. Serious warning: Su Lu is the 72nd anomaly. The anomaly is an intruder of the Empire. This incident is automatically upgraded to a first-order incident. How could this be? How could this be? Biderman jumped up in panic and rushed toward the huge light screen in front of him. The flow of green data on the light screen was so calm and smooth that it seemed that there would be no change even after millions of years. No human could reach the core of the charter computer deep underground, and no one could reach its main energy supply center. The only thing that people could reach was the light screen that had generously extended to the ground. Biderman confirmed the fact and collapsed to the ground. He helplessly slapped the data column below the light screen and cried out, "Don't go! Don't go! Don't die!" In the distant Bermuda Triangle Star region, a large smuggling ship was suffering unprecedented humiliation and torture. Not far away in space, a strangely shaped spaceship that looked like a pile of junk blocked their way. The smuggler's spaceship, which had extremely high speed, could not find any way to escape in front of this junk-like spaceship. The speed of that broken spaceship was so terrifying that it was shocking. Especially when they thought of the unimaginable acceleration of the spaceship, the smugglers' militants who were already in despair could not understand how the abominable crew in the broken spaceship could withstand such a huge force. The large smuggling ship had been hit by the junk-like spaceship more than 20 times in a row. The solid planks of the ship had long been damaged. The life support system had already started to sound the alarm. The weapons on the smuggling ship had clearly hit the spaceship several times, but it didn't seem to have any effect. What frightened the people on the ship the most was that without them knowing, the spaceship had directly hacked into their communication system. "I don't rob money. I don't rob food. I don't rob women. I only rob spaceships." A deep and powerful but extremely funny voice sounded inside the smuggling spaceship. "This young master's patience is very short. I order you to immediately enter the escape capsule and leave in 10 minutes. The smuggler stared at the junk-like space junk on the light screen in despair and helplessness. He painfully pulled his hair and roared angrily, "Do you have any fucking rules? We admit defeat and give you 4/5 of the goods. How can we give you the spaceship?" Chapter 803. Hearing the arrogant reply of the broken metal ship, the merchants and militants in the smuggling ship looked at each other, thinking, "You don't want anything from a man and you don't want anything from a woman. What the fuck do you want?" Thinking of the terrible speed of the broken metal spaceship, the strong impact force, the thick outer armor, and the extremely strange request of the other party, the people who had been badly injured in the previous dozens of collisions, suddenly remembered a rumor that had been circulating in the Bermuda sector in recent months. Several groups of smugglers claimed that they had been robbed on the route. The spaceship that carried out the robbery was extremely powerful, but the owner of the spaceship had a bad taste that was most hated by the people of Bermuda. The other party seemed to be particularly interested in mechanical things. In addition, even those beautiful women who were worthy of Lin Banshan, he was not willing to take a second look at them. The leader of the militants swallowed a mouthful of saliva and moved closer to the smuggler. Looking at the broken spaceship that seemed to be dancing at a high speed and showing off its terrifying mobility, he lowered his voice and said, "Surrender. I heard that this spaceship has been in the left sky sector for the past 2 years. Even those guys in the Empire who were escorted by warships did not have any chance to fight back." The smuggler's body trembled slightly, and it did not take long for him to resolutely and honorably surrender. Since the other party allowed him to enter the escape capsule and did not want any goods, then even if he could not move the modified guns, he could still take the most expensive diamonds and recoup some losses. The smuggler, who was preparing to enter the escape capsule, looked back at the spaceship that he had spent a lot of money to build reluctantly and painfully. Suddenly he found that the broken metal spaceship in space began to dance again. He could not help but curse in a low voice, "Fuck you. Will you die if you don't show off?" In the dark and quiet space, the broken metal spaceship was trembling violently. The bloated body of the spaceship that could not be described with words was tumbling at a high speed in the thousands of kilometers of space, continuously making countless incredible flight movements. However, it did not seem to be showing off. Instead, it was more like a human brain that was being pierced by countless steel needles at the same time, and it was holding its head and struggling in pain. The dilapidated metal spaceship was exactly the Tri-Wing Bureau of Proclamation that had transported Sulu into the Imperium. Nominally, the spaceship still belonged to the Federation Bureau of Proclamation, but in fact, it had long become a toy controlled by the old man's consciousness. The tri-winged spaceship lurked in the Imperium star system for an entire year, breaking through the colorful clouds and rescuing Sulu from the siege. In the end, it was shot and forced to crash on a desolate mineral planet. Through some unknown method, the spaceship completed its self-repair and restarted. After leaving the Imperium, it came to the strange and curious Bermuda Triangle star system and resumed its old job of looting. Until a moment ago, a cold mechanical voice sounded from inside the three-winged warship. According to the highest additional clause of the Charter's core law, all physical operations are prohibited. All of the data in the tri-wing ship returned to zero, returning to silence. After the ship trembled violently and struggled in pain, it quietly floated in the dark space of the universe. The smugglers and militants who were preparing to leave in the escape capsules noticed the anomaly of the ragged metal spaceship. After a long nervous silence, someone speculated, "Is something wrong with the spaceship? What problem could there be? I don't know. Maybe it lost power? Boss, I think we should try to sneak away. Looking at the condition of that ragged spaceship, I don't think it can be started anymore. What if that despicable guy is playing with us again?" The smuggler's thoughts were obviously too complicated. Let's drive towards him first. Even if there's something wrong, we can say that we're intimidated by his aura and take the initiative to drive the ship closer. I think with that guy's arrogance he would like to hear this kind of explanation. Besides, I've never heard an expert say that this ship has killed anyone before. Under the temptation of huge profits and the encouragement of the ragged spaceship's silence, the people returned to their posts and slowly drove the smuggler's spaceship toward the tri-winged warship, mentally prepared to flatter and explain at all times. However, the tri-winged warship did not respond at all, quietly floating in space just like that. Looks like there is really a problem. Boss, let's go. Someone shouted excitedly. The smuggler took a deep breath, waved his arm and said, "Wealth comes from danger. Drag this thing back." The militant leader looked at him in panic and stopped him. "This is too risky." The smuggler frowned, silently looked at the motionless ragged metal spaceship, and said without confidence, "I have a feeling that this guy is dead." The militants did not understand this sentence, and the merchant himself did not understand why he said that. The metal spaceship quietly floating in space was not alive to begin with, so how could it be dead? However, looking at the ragged spaceship, he suddenly felt that the smell of death coming from it made him very uncomfortable, even a little sad. He really wanted to hear that arrogant and funny voice again. Shaking his head, the merchant drove these strange emotions out of his mind, waved his hand expressionlessly and said, "Drag it back, dismantle it and sell it." Facing the autumn wind, the little white flower bloomed wildly in the mountains beside the railway. The SCC global surveillance system in the cockpit vaguely captured an anomaly dozens of kilometers away. Wearing a helmet, Sulu was about to perform the next step of data enhancement and ask the old man what he found when his voice rang in his mind. "Sulu, not long ago I started to dream, a very, very long dream. In the dream I can clearly feel the color of the flowers and the feeling of being blown by the morning wind. I can smell the fragrance of number 37 brand cigarettes. I can taste the fruit and wood of Wenjun number 2. It's not like before where I can only see the microscopic structure of the flowers, calculate the direction and level of the wind, or analyze the heavy metal content in the rotten cigarettes you smoke, or the boring and monotonous alcohol content in the brewing process. Philip, my dear, this is a good thing." Sulu stared at the near-pupil light screen and said, "According to the little knowledge I have in front of you, only a complete and independent consciousness can dream and sleep. It's very good that you have these feelings. Maybe one day in the future you can have a girlfriend or something." "Why not have a boyfriend?" the old man asked in confusion. "Because Philip is obviously a man's name." The old man mumbled something very vaguely, and then he continued to express the feelings of an artistic youth, which was very rare. "It's because it's good that I'm afraid. I'm very worried that I won't be able to dream in the future." "You won't. The number of times you dream is infinitely more than me." Sulu was like a computer friend, patiently answering the old man's questions, as if he was comforting a child who had just learned to think about death on a rainy day. Sulu. Yes. Sulu, there is an ambush in front of us. There are ambushes everywhere. This is a trap. Ambush where? Su Li's pupils shrank slightly, and the nervousness before the battle began to enter his sensitive body. They are everywhere. Following these 4 words, Su Li's brain suddenly buzzed with a muffled sound. In the world that his left eye could see, countless images suddenly appeared, flying in from every corner, everywhere. Complicated blueprints of mechanical structures, whimsical interior design of the engine, screenshots of indifferent poses, erotic pictures of beautiful female bodies on full display, and densely packed light dots with citizen numbers hanging in the building, maintaining that posture in the forest. Countless images danced in his mind like snowflakes, occupying everything in an instant. Sulu remembered these images. In the black dream on the hospital bed, in the spring recruitment exam of Nutshell Company, in the black prison of Fox Fortress Prison, on the battlefield filled with smoke and death. At this moment, these images flooded his eyes again, as if he was summing up his memories, or perhaps some kind of memorial. His fingers slowly released the control stick, and the little white flower mecha that was moving at high speed beside the railway slowly slowed down. In the next moment, the countless images in his mind were accompanied by a clear and heart-palpitating tearing sound. Countless cracks appeared, and then they flew in all directions, like sheets of white snow coming and going like sheets of butterflies, not leaving behind a single trace. In the void, the Federal Central Computer said one last sentence with a voice that was already beginning to become cold and mechanical. You must remember, my name is Philip. In the rustling autumn wind, the little white flower mecha silently stopped in the mountains beside the railway. Sharp alarms began to ring in the dim cockpit, but Sulu only remained silent, not moving at all. Extremely far away at the edge of the atmosphere, several missiles were currently approaching at high speed. Even further away, outside the atmosphere, the Federation battleship that had just completed emergency maintenance began to conduct crystal transition guidance, preparing to fire its second main cannon. In the uninhabited mountains dozens of square kilometers around the little white flower mecha, more than 100 black MXT mechas slowly stood up from the pits in the autumn forest. The heavy mecha that glowed with a metallic luster instantly tore apart the peace between heaven and earth, releasing a wave of terrifying killing intent. Following the silent transmission of radio waves, countless heavy equipment began to be activated. The soldiers in camouflage lifted the shield covering on the dense formation, silently and quickly preparing for battle. Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7 division finally made a shocking appearance. However, the silver-white mecha beside the railway did not move at all. At least in the first few seconds, the little white flower mecha slightly turned the detector above it to look at the pale and vast autumn sky, as if it was watching in place of the small-eyed man inside. Since the beginning of that black dream, Sulu had used the chip behind his neck to bicker, chat and daze with that guy, and they had fought together. In a sense, their flesh and blood were connected and their souls were connected. At this moment he knew very clearly that the old thing he should be called Philip had left. Just as he had a name, he left as if he had passed away as soon as he was born. Su Li's body began to feel cold, and he completely did not notice the shocking appearance of the Iron 7 division in the mountains around him. He only narrowed his eyes, listening to his heavy and clear breathing in the quiet cockpit, searching for the silent and enigmatic breathing. Chapter 804. No matter what kind of life form it was, as long as you had lived, you would die one day. In different corners of the universe, it could even be said that this story had been sent out on every radio wave of the Federation, and once again, it proved this truth coldly and mercilessly. President Pabre, who had quietly returned to the capital on Federation 1, did not pay attention to any government affairs at all today. Since he entered the official residence, he had been sitting silently in the Oval Office. During this time, the official residence staff had been begging him to go to the Doomsday base in the suburbs, or at least move to the underground fortification of the official residence. But no matter how intense the attitude of the staff was, and even turned into begging in the end, the president refused to agree and insisted on sitting in the Oval Office to wait. He firmly believed that if the situation in the depths of the Bureau of Proclamation really developed in a bad direction and the Federation faced an unpredictable great danger, as the president of the Federation, he had to stick to his job. And when his business partners were in the midst of a whirlpool of danger, as a man, he had to accompany them. The phone finally rang. In the quiet Oval Office, other than President Pabre, Only the official residence office director, Breen, was left. The president waved his hand to stop Breen from picking up the phone. He walked to the table with vigorous strides that did not match his age and picked up the phone. Without saying anything, President Pabre slowly hung up the phone. On his calm dark face, the emotions in his eyes were unusually complicated. Director Breen, who had just learned all the secrets last night, could not judge whether the result was good or bad from his emotions. He did not dare to ask, so he could only nervously watch him from the side. "Give me a cigarette." President Pabre took the cigarette from Breen's hand and lit it. After a moment of silence he said softly, "Life is a drama, sad or happy, but the plot that reality shows us is often more complicated and bizarre than the drama." Director Breen got the answer he wanted from this rare scene of the president smoking. His somewhat stiff body immediately relaxed and he shook his head and sighed. The biggest regret now is that Lady Tai and the others did not choose to completely stand on Su Li's side in this war, at least on the surface evidence. Otherwise this would have been your best chance. Then he shrugged and said regretfully, "Although the conservatism of the big families is disgusting, they have indeed avoided many fatal crises." President Pabre slowly sucked on the cigarette between his thick and long fingers and did not reply. After a long silence he said solemnly, "In fact, what I regret the most is that someone like Colonel Su Lu is actually a citizen of the Imperium and not a citizen of the Federation." After a period of close monitoring, Cui Zedong confirmed that the core of the charter computer had returned to its original point, and that the mechanical life had disappeared without a trace. Cui Zedong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and removed the self-destruct warning program inside the Bureau of Proclamation. Most of the staff in the Bureau of Proclamation building did not know what had happened in the underground core, but seeing the security level drop instantly, the inside of the building, which had been shrouded in a tense atmosphere for many days, suddenly seemed a lot more relaxed. On the small balcony of the building that looked at the green meadow, Li Jiedu raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the meadow that glowed white under the blazing autumn sun, he slowly said, "Actually, from the beginning I walked into a wrong place. The investigation process of the Macklin case gave me some kind of inertial thinking." At that time the Bureau of Proclamation was investigating Macklin, the Westwoods Military District was in charge of investigating the Bermuda human trafficking records, the 2nd Military District was in charge of going deep into the Green Dragon Mountains to look for biological markers, and Lin Banshan was in charge of the most critical part. Cui Zedong wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "This time neither the Westwoods Military District nor Lin Banshan will cooperate with us to investigate Su Lu, so we can only follow the path of biological markers. Last time, the Special Forces went deep into the Green Dragon Mountains to dig up the graves of Macklin's parents. After confirming that Macklin was not related to his parents by blood, they started the investigation. And we tried to find the biological marker of Su Li's sister, Xian Yi, but we kept failing. This line of thinking was a stupid mistake." Li Jiedu said calmly, "Now we can confirm that the Empire Seed program is divided into 2 batches. Macklin is in the first batch and Su Lu is in the second batch. All the seeds are members of the Empire's royal bloodline. Since this is the case, it is easy to confirm." "So you thought of using Su Li's biological marker and the Macklin's biological marker collected by the Bureau of Proclamation to do a direct comparison?" Cui Zedong sighed. Looking at the partner he had known for many years beside him, he suddenly felt that this face had become extremely unfamiliar. He could not understand why he was so sure that there was a problem with Su Li's identity so many days ago. He could not understand how he could think of a method that no one else would think of to deprive Su Lu of his authority, and even successfully force the charter computer to restart and restore due to a conflict in its core program. The most crucial part of this operation that Cui Zedong could not understand was, how could Li Jiedu connect a Federation hero to an Empire seed? From Su Li's experience of escaping in the Left Sky Galaxy, it could be seen that the Empire had no plans to awaken this seed. It was even very likely that the Empire did not know that he was that seed. This was equivalent to saying that Su Lu knew that he was from the Empire, but the Empire did not know that Su Lu was from the Empire, but Li Jiedu was sure that he was from the Empire. How did Li Jiedu come to such a shocking conclusion? Was it just intuition? Cui Zedong absolutely did not believe in the existence of such a miraculous thing, but Li Jiedu did not explain and he did not dare ask. Thinking back to when Li Jiedu was facing the danger of the Federation being destroyed at any time underground, Cui Zedong's heart was filled with infinite respect and fear. He asked, "Removing Su Li's authority was all part of your plan, but what about the Federal Central Computer?" Li Jiedu silently looked at the meadow below the balcony. He took out a cigarette from his military uniform pocket, lowered his head and lit it. I'm not good at dealing with mechanical existences like computers, but if it turns into a person, then I have a way to destroy it. Cui Zedong was so shocked by these words that he could not speak for a very long time. He forced himself to calm down and asked with a trembling voice, "But have you ever thought that if the result of a conflict in the core program is not to cause it to restart and restore or even destroy, but to allow it to completely break the 3 core laws, the world we live in will be instantly destroyed by it? If the situation is allowed to continue like this, the Federal Central Computer will inevitably destroy or rule over human society. I was just taking a gamble and now it seems that the result is not bad." Li Jiedu said, "Of course maybe one day it will wake up again, but I believe that should be a matter of tens of thousands of years. Human society needs to prepare for it one more day." Cui Zedong had once experienced that soul-stirring 7 seconds with the old director. He had been suffering for the past 2 years, so he was fully mentally prepared for this matter. However, even he had almost broken down when he was underground. Even now, his back was still wet, and beads of sweat kept oozing from his forehead. So he could not understand why Li Jiedu could be so calm. Li Jiedu unbuttoned the collar of his military uniform and looked at the lawn, smoking silently. His fingers holding the cigarette did not tremble at all. He looked abnormally calm. There was obviously some abnormal smoke on the balcony of the Bureau of Proclamation building. General Li Jiedu and Director Cui Zedong, who had just experienced a major incident, did not notice that the cigarette between someone's fingers was upside down. The high-density cigarette was spasming in the flames, giving off an extremely unpleasant burnt smell. The alarm of the SCC's all-encompassing surveillance system continued to wail. On the close-up screen, one could even see the nearest black MX mecha appear in the valley. Su Lu, who was in the dim cockpit of the little white flower MXT, woke up in the shortest amount of time. He began to breathe rapidly, trying to take in as much oxygen as possible to nourish his currently dry lungs and prepare for the life-or-death battle that was about to come. Deep breaths echoed in the cockpit. Those were the breaths of a life-and-death struggle, the breaths of spasming flames, the breaths of dancing on the tip of a blade, the breaths of a dying comet. The white clouds in the sky also seemed to be breathing, stirring restlessly. In the cockpit, Sulu narrowed his eyes, recalling the 4 words the old man had said before he left. "They are everywhere." He vaguely felt an unprecedented sense of danger, and pressed the red button without hesitation. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The heavy metal components began to peel off one after another in an extremely short amount of time. This process could even be described as laser firing. The little white flower MXT mecha's 4 strikes of the autumn forest and the fields were now a mess. Just as the little white flower officially entered overclocking mode, the white clouds in the sky suddenly scattered. A milky white pillar of light descended from the sky, carrying with it a terrifying energy of destruction. It stole the light of the autumn sun, and directly blasted towards the silver-white MXT mecha on the ground. The MXT moved first. In a situation where there was no threat at all, just relying on his beast-like instinct for danger, Sulu let out a muffled groan, and instantly pushed the mecha to maximum speed. There seemed to be no sound, no explosion, but a black hole about 1 meter in diameter appeared in the autumn forest. The hole was unusually neat and smooth and no one knew how deep it was. Any material existence that stood here was turned into ashes by the main cannon of the Federation's battleship. The silver-white MXT mecha landed miserably at the edge of the deep hole, a terrifying gap appearing in its thick left arm, sparks flying everywhere. In the next second, the right arm of the MXT mecha slammed heavily into the soil in front of it, causing the heavy body of the mecha to float up like a fallen leaf. While the huge mecha was still in the air, the twin engines behind its waist roared loudly and the turbochargers were fully activated. The tip of its mechanical feet lightly touched the ground, and it completed an unbelievably perfect drift in the air, instantly moving 140 meters to the side. Amidst the shrill sound of air braking, several live-fire Type 3 missiles shot towards the fields at high speed. Under Su Li's almost crazy high-speed control, Little White Flower, which had entered an overclocked state, exploded with all its power at this moment, dodging randomly in the mountains at a terrifying speed, always maintaining the possibility of escaping the explosion range in an instant. At this moment, the heavy mecha was no longer like a light leaf, but more like a whistling silver bullet. A huge roar sounded. The automatic tracking system was unable to lock onto the MXT's missiles, so it chose the most effective area to land, causing a series of violent explosions. Flames mixed with black smoke rose into the air, and the field gradually became clear. The silver-white MXT had narrowly avoided 2 consecutive waves of attacks that seemed impossible to avoid, but it had also paid a heavy price. The mecha's body was severely damaged, especially its left mechanical leg. During this period of time, the 100 black MX mechas of the Iron 7th Division completed their tactical deployment. They silently and solemnly appeared around the mountains, looking at the silver-white MXT that could fall at any time. The voice of the commander of the Iron 7th Division, Du Shaoqing, rang out through the military battlefield through the military field loudspeaker, echoing in everyone's ears. Sulu, the charter computer has confirmed that you are from the Empire. I suggest that you do not make any more pointless resistance. The MXT mecha was silent for a very long time. Suddenly, its 2 mechanical arms crossed in front of a mountain in the distance. This was the crudest swear word in the machine language. Immediately after, Su Li's angry roar rang out from the silver-white mecha's external loudspeaker. Du Shaoqing. Your mother is from the Empire. Chapter 805. The angry roar echoed in the empty mountains. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division hidden in the autumn forest couldn't help but show shock on their serious faces. Su Li's direct cursing of his teacher's mother was infuriating, but what really touched their mental state was the cold words their teacher had said. Colonel Su Lu was from the Empire? None of the Federation soldiers in the mountains believed it. The Iron 7th Division and the new 17th Division had never seen eye to eye with each other. Even from the time when Park Ji-ho was sent to the training base, to the time when they graduated from the Japanese Army Performance, to the time when Dong Fangyu, the leader of the 1st Regiment, was in a very difficult situation, until the time when Shimanjin was killed, the soldiers who carried out the secret military operation of the government would never refuse the order from their superiors to kill Su Lu. However, they would never believe that this guy was actually from the Empire. On the tracks in the mountains outside the ambush circle, 100 black MXT mechas stood silently among the falling leaves. Many of the Iron 7th Division soldiers subconsciously slowed down their preparation for the concentrated fire and stared blankly at the silver-white MXT mecha in the distance. For this Iron-made army, it was unprecedented for them to be in such a state in the middle of an intense battle. From this, it could be seen that Du Shaoqing saying that Su Lu was from the Empire had a strong psychological impact on the soldiers in the mountains. Outside the deep pit of the mountain in the distance, behind the green-yellow camouflage screen, was the temporary headquarters of the Iron 7th Division today. Du Shaoqing took off the sunglasses on his high-nose bridge, and his cold voice once again reached the silver-white mecha in the middle of the ambush through the microphone. Sulu, look at your authority. You should know what happened. This is a Federation planet. As a seed of the Empire, you have no chance of surviving. Wake up. In the dimly lit cockpit, Su Lu, whose face was covered by the helmet, was silent for a while. The corners of his lips that were exposed outside could not help but curl up, revealing a somewhat neurotic sneer. He knew that his high-level charter authority had been completely removed. Because there was no reason, he knew that the silent old thing should have left him forever. How dare you say you're from the Empire? This is just a battle. Why would you, Du Shaoqing, use such a lowly and vicious method to destroy my will and arouse the desire of innocent soldiers to fight? What the fuck? Did you think that I would stupidly surrender just because of this? Sulu took an extremely long and deep breath. Fast was the speed and long was the feeling. The oxygen that was several times more than what an ordinary person could bear was poured into his exaggeratedly expanded lungs. Then it began to burn. It burned painfully, and the energy was transmitted to every part of his body. The muscle fibers all over his body began to tremble slightly, preparing for battle. Forcefully suppressing the sadness and emptiness brought about by the old man's disappearance, Sulu hesitated for a very short time. He did not remove the chip behind his neck, because he could not judge whether he could withstand the intense pain at this level and not fall unconscious. Moreover, he believed that if the old man had truly left this world, the charter computer would definitely not perform any physical operations, so it should not be a direct threat to himself and the little white flower mecha. Sulu very clearly and sadly confirmed that although the old man and the charter computer shared the same name, they were definitely not the same kind of existence. The former was a soul, while the latter was just an unconscious shell. The tiny camouflage chip behind his neck represented the past few years he had spent with that soul. This was probably one of the reasons why he did not remove it. Using his fastest speed, he blocked all remote controls and unlocked the onboard computer. Through the close-range view screen and the SCC global surveillance system, he silently watched the Federation mecha that covered the entire mountain, as well as the tight encirclement that seemed to be cast from iron in the distance. Feng Yu had once told him in the tunnel that the most dangerous place was also the safest place. However, this sentence had only been believed 3 times. Sulu remembered it well and carried it out cautiously during this period of time. He had only used Charter Square and Parliament Hill twice. When operating the mecha, Sulu always felt that his entire body was filled with great power, as if he was omnipotent. To him, the dim cockpit of the mecha was the safest place he felt. However, at this moment, in the face of despair, he knew that the safest place was often the most dangerous place. This was a battle without any hope, but he still had to fight. Sulu pushed the control stick heavily, and the silver-white MXT mecha roared out. The heavy alloy mechanical arms slammed heavily into the middle of the black mecha's cockpit with a loud bang. In a moment that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, the silver-white MXT mechanical arm vibrated 24 times in a row. The alloy layer of the seemingly indestructible black mecha's cockpit armor suddenly became fatigued and deformed, tearing apart with a crack. The onboard central control core was directly crushed into a cloud of sparks. The dual engines and turbochargers worked together. The silver-white MXT, which had entered an overclocked state, retreated 20 meters in an instant with a shrill whistle of breaking wind. It avoided the concentrated fire of a powerful Darlin's cannon and directly knocked 2 Iron 7 Division MX mecha out of the air. With a boom, the 2 thick mechanical legs of the silver-white MXT landed heavily on the soft ground. The heavily damaged left mechanical leg let out a terrifying thud. The internal balance meter of the mechanical leg could not respond in such a short time. The tall body of the mecha slowly tilted to the right, looking like it could fall over at any time. Just as the silver-white MXT mecha landed on the ground within human speed, another 2 Iron 7 Division black mecha made a precise prediction. They calculated that the damage to the MXT mecha would definitely affect its next step of continuous operation, and they rushed over at high speed and valiantly. One of the black mecha leapt into the air, a sharp alloy blade extended from its right mechanical arm, and viciously stabbed down at the silver-white MXT's cockpit. The other black mecha pounced at the back of the silver-white MXT at high speed. The 2 mechanical arms quickly closed together, and the dual engines suddenly roared to the maximum output, not giving the MXT any chance to escape. At the same time, the armor on the right shoulder of the mecha flipped open, revealing the main cannon. It was actually preparing to fire at such a close distance. The battle broke out in an instant. 2 black MX mecha had already fallen to the ground. The ace pilots of the Iron 7 Division once again witnessed the power and terror of Colonel Sulu and the MXT. There was no room for thought. The pilots even subconsciously activated the most tragic method of mutual destruction. In the dim cockpit, Suli's face was expressionless. His right hand flicked on the touchscreen like lightning. His body, which was suspended halfway on the control panel, suddenly tensed up, and then began to tremble violently. The physiological signals passed through his skin, and through the translation of the simulation system, quickly entered the mecha's central control computer. On the autumn field, the soldiers of the Iron 7 Division could only see the silver-white mecha, which seemed to have been forced into a desperate situation, suddenly begin to tremble violently. The violent tremors directly broke apart the black mecha's tightly clasped thick mechanical arm. Then, without warning, the silver-white MXT lifted its heavily damaged left mechanical leg and viciously stomped it backwards. It was unknown how Sulu, who was in the cockpit, had located the position of the mecha behind him in such an intense high-speed battle. His left mechanical leg accurately and viciously stomped on the inner side of the black mecha's mechanical leg. The powerful force penetrated the sturdy outer armor, directly shattering the black mecha's internal balancer. The incomparably fierce black mecha of the Iron 7 Division had its mechanical leg violently broken apart. Then, its balancer was completely destroyed. The heavy and tall body of the mecha could not be controlled at all. It abruptly fell backwards. The main cannon on its right shoulder activated, and at this moment, it fired fiercely. However, it had already lost the target that was just inches away. With a loud boom, a beautiful bullet burst out, brushing past the silver-white MXT's shoulder as it shot into the endless autumn sky. The silver-white MXT took advantage of the kinetic energy from the landing of its left mechanical leg to abruptly retreat backwards. With a loud, muffled boom, the silver-white MXT had actually used the powerful momentum to directly send the black mecha behind it flying. In the process of taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, the silver-white MXT had easily avoided the cold light of the black mecha in front of it. It had even opened up a distance of 30 meters between it and its opponent. However, to everyone's surprise, the silver-white MXT did not choose to take the opportunity to turn around and attempt to break out of the encirclement. Instead, with the deafening roar of its twin engines, it performed an action that defied the laws of physics. In an instant, it had changed from retreating to charging forward. In an extremely short amount of time, it had crossed the vast field and arrived in front of the black mecha, which was rapidly adjusting its posture because the alloy blade had missed its target. With a crisp sound, the sharp alloy blade shot out from the front end of the silver-white MXT's right mechanical arm at lightning speed, making a low hum in the autumn wind. In the next instant, the silver-white MXT's body turned slightly. The sharp alloy blade at the front end of the right mechanical arm pierced into the black mecha's head in a simple, clear and unstoppable manner. Then, with a smooth clockwise turn, sparks flew out from the contact point between the alloy blade and the black mecha. For all humanoid mecha, the head part, which was oddly small compared to the wide and thick body of the mecha, was responsible for some extremely important work. For example, infrared sensors and helical sensors were all inside, but they were not fatal. Su Lu, who could design the MXT mecha, naturally knew this very well. The silver-white MXT mecha's alloy blade left the opponent's neck in an instant. Following the forward momentum, it pierced into the black mecha's neck and chest with a squelch. Like a sharp fruit knife, it easily pierced through a sheet of fiber paper. No one could see it clearly, but when this sharp alloy blade pierced into the black mecha's neck and chest, it vibrated a total of 6 times in a row. Completing 2 clear and simple stabbing techniques in an instant, the silver-white MXT brushed past the black mecha and shot towards the other Iron 7 Division mecha in the distance. Throughout the entire process, its speed did not even slow down in the slightest. It was only now that the head of the Iron 7 Division's black mecha finally fell to the ground amidst a beautiful shower of sparks. The SCC all-encompassing surveillance system and the large radius high-sensitivity radar at the neck and chest area had been completely destroyed. The heavy and tall black mecha was like a pitiful blind and deaf person. It stood silently in the middle of the field where the fierce battle had taken place, not knowing where to go at all. Chapter 806. In the forest in the distance, light yellow leaves were swept away by the autumn wind. The officers in the temporary command post of Iron 7th Division watched as the silver mecha swept away the black mecha in the field like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Gradually they became solemn and silent. The fact that the silver MXT mecha was able to avoid the fixed-point attacks of the battleship's main cannons and blazing missiles was already an incredible feat. However, it still suffered such a heavy blow. The staff officers of Iron 7th Division didn't expect that the battered mecha that looked like it could explode at any time could actually hold on for so long under the siege of 70% of the entire division. Su Lu is very strong, and with the MXT specially made for him by Nutshell, he's even stronger. This mecha doesn't have any long-range weapons system, and its weight is reduced by 12%. With the turbo boost in his control, it's also in an overclocked state, and its speed is much faster than a normal MX. Now that we've entered a new battle mode where close combat is king, the difference in speed is basically the difference between life and death. After the battle, inform Nutshell that all the long-range weapons systems of our division's mechas are to be removed. Yes, Commander. Du Shaoqing's voice sounded in the temporary command post of Iron 7th Division. He looked at the MXT mecha that was whistling through the air like a silver bullet on the screen, and after a moment of silence he said coldly, "Such precise, perfect and simple control. No one on the battlefield can match him except for Colonel Li Feng. As an Empire citizen, the stronger he is, the more dangerous he is. Pass down my order, all mechas retreat to the east and enter roaming combat mode. Don't let him leave." Until now, the officers of Iron 7th Division in the temporary command post still didn't believe that the Federation hero in the silver mecha was really an Empire citizen. However, no one dared to disobey the orders of their commander. Du Shaoqing took his sunglasses and stood up. His eyes were as sharp as a goshawk's as he looked at the hologram. He observed every tiny movement of the silver-white MXT in the midst of the fierce battle and gradually understood something. He silently thought to himself, "Since you've already given up on breaking out of the encirclement and are even prepared to give up your life, then I'll fulfill your wish. All units begin the attack." The soldiers of the Iron 7 Division who covered the mountains and plains, fell into an extremely complicated and inexplicable mental state, which was extremely rare before the battle began. However, when the battle began, the most elite troops of the Federation quickly dispelled all the distracting thoughts from their minds and entered battle mode. With the order of the temporary command center to launch an all-out attack, the Iron 7th Division instantly blossomed with unstoppable power in the autumn field. Hidden in the hillside, the dense formation in the foundation pit fired fiercely and rhythmically, and all kinds of heavy firepower equipment also played along with it. When the precision-guided rocket flew over the Vol's head, the electromagnetic beam bomb began to shoot at close range. The concentrated firepower seized every opportunity to attack the silver-white MXT that was as agile as a ghost. The heavy weapons equipped in every position coordinated perfectly. What was even more frightening was that the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division who were operating these weapons could still be so calm in the face of such a terrifying enemy like the MXT. It was as if every one of them had nerves of steel and didn't care about the momentary gains and losses. Even when they gave up on the dense formation at the foot of the mountain, they were still so calm, without any hesitation or regret. The 90-odd black MXT mecha spread out with a roar, roaming around the periphery of the ambush circle. Every time the silver-white MXT mecha tried to burst out with maximum speed, two black mecha would charge forward fearlessly, stopping it at the cost of their own mecha exploding. Under Su Li's control, the silver-white MXT mech's entire body trembled strangely. Its twin engines rumbled dully as it drew a straight and hard-to-capture line after line across the field. It narrowly avoided the attacks of most of the heavy weapons, sending a black mech in front of it flying with a single clash. Finally, it broke through the dense formation at the foot of the mountain. However, the dense formation that had posed the greatest threat to the MXT mecha was already empty. The soldiers of the Iron 7th Division had already retreated. What greeted it was a sea of flames that suddenly exploded, and the blue arcs of electricity that shot up into the sky. In order to avenge his father's humiliation, Du Shaoqing had gathered all his energy and talent to create such a steel-like elite force. Even if the person inside the mecha was called Su Lu, if they still had to pay a heavy price, it would undoubtedly be a great humiliation. This force that had grown up under Du Shaoqing's strict military discipline and high-intensity training was like a perfectly functioning cold machine. More than 10,000 soldiers and various groups of heavy mecha were like countless components in a machine, important or inconspicuous. They didn't need to think, only to obey. Under the command of Division Commander Du Shaoqing and the staff, they coordinated seamlessly with terrifying speed, not leaving any loopholes for the enemy to exploit. This was the true strength of the Iron 7th Division that had not lost a single battle in 10 years of military exercises. From the beginning of this battle, the outcome had already been decided. Amidst the smoke-filled fields, the silver-white MXT mech was struck in the waist by a rocket projectile fired at high speed inwards. After enduring multiple impacts, the sturdy outer armor finally could not withstand the final force of the impact and flipped over tragically, revealing the alloy skeleton and fragile structure within. The silver-white MXT crashed to the ground, then stood up. Its right arm kicked up a cloud of dirt, shaking off the electromagnetic beam that had exploded in front of it. However, right after that, the MXT was hit again. With a dull thud, the mecha fell to the ground, then stood up again. Little White Flower was stained with a thick layer of smoke. The originally smooth body of the mecha was protruding in several places. The dark-colored engine oil began to leak from its abdomen. The hydraulic pipe at the left mechanical arm had already been blown apart, and liquid kept dripping into the soft field. It looked like it was bleeding. The remaining quick-burning ammunition from the dense bombardment burned on the lower half of the MXT mecha. However, the mecha didn't stop moving. It continued to move forward with difficulty in the midst of the flying artillery fire. Its left mechanical leg, which had already lost its supporting function, dragged behind, carving a deep mark in the field. The already charred Little White Flower's mecha was like a warrior walking in flames. Its left leg was already lame, but it dragged its heavy and tired body forward. There was no direction, only forward. A high-speed armor-piercing bullet whizzed over. The heavily damaged Little White Flower's mecha, which had already lost most of its mobility, couldn't make its usual simple dodging movements. The twin engines behind its waist roared, and it could only take one step forward with great difficulty. Boom. The already crippled left mechanical leg that was dragging behind was hit hard. With a terrifying cracking sound, it suddenly broke in the middle. The heavy Little White Flower's mecha slowly fell to the side. However, right before it was about to topple, its right mechanical arm suddenly bent down. The badly deformed alloy knife that was no longer sharp stabbed deeply into the soft ground, barely holding up the body of the mecha. Little white flowers left mechanical arms slowly raised. The Darlin's autocannon at the front began to rotate at high speed, silently pointing at the slowly approaching group of black mechas. In the several square meters of the field with it as the center, there were more than 10 wreckages of black mechas scattered around. The heavy firepower launching base in the forest suddenly stopped roaring. The black mechas that gradually surrounded them also didn't immediately carry out the next step of attack. Perhaps it was out of respect for the MXT mecha and the man in the cockpit of the mecha, or perhaps it was because they remembered how they had fought side by side on the battlefield at 5460 Yellow Mountain Ridge, but the entire Iron 7 division fell silent. The world was silent. Only the low humming sound of the Darlin's autocannon on the broken mecha's left mechanical arm rotating at high speed could be heard. Du Xiaoqing, who had arrived at the foot of the mountain, looked at the broken mecha in the field. It was pathetically half-kneeling but still refused to give up resisting. The hands that were holding the sunglasses behind his back suddenly tightened. However, his face didn't show any emotion. In a low voice he said, "Kill yourself." The simple but extremely oppressive voice was quickly transmitted through the battlefield microphone to the broken mecha 2 kilometers away. However, the person inside didn't respond. The autocannon at the front of the left mechanical arm was still humming and rotating at high speed. Du Xiaoqing looked calmly in that direction. Due to the faint trace of respect in the depths of his heart, Du Xiaoqing didn't ask Su Lu to surrender. Instead, he asked him to choose suicide. In his opinion, no matter who it was, even if he was facing the situation that Su Lu was currently facing, suicide was the best way to escape. The mountains were deathly silent. After who knew how much time had passed, Du Xiaoqing's brow furrowed slightly. He reached out his right hand and took a heavy sniper rifle from the hands of his personal service officer. Then, with a perfect and impeccable gun-holding motion, he took aim at the mecha in the distance. There was only one sniper rifle in the world that could pierce through mechas, and that was the ACW. There were only 2 ACWs produced in the entire Federation. One of them was rumored to have fallen into the hands of some big shot in South Kazhou, which meant that it was in the hands of Lin Banshan. The ACW that Du Xiaoqing held tightly with both hands had originally belonged to Shi Qinghai. It was the one that was shot down at the edge of Charter Square during the Iron 7th Division's handling of the Parliament Hill incident in the spring. This ACW had once bombed Medellin and killed the vice president of the Federation. Today it might take away a very famous soul. For Su Lu, who was in that broken mecha, if he had to die, then dying under the guns of young Master Shi's companions was probably not a bad choice. But it was obvious that someone didn't think so. A burly figure with a completely opposite nimble movement, quietly swept through the crowd and pounced on Du Xiaoqing. No one knew how he blended in with the troops of the Iron 7th Division. No one knew how such a burly, strong and violent body could hide from the eyes of countless soldiers and approach the heavily guarded area like a ghost. At this moment, the elite special guards beside Du Xiaoqing displayed extremely excellent military training and reaction speed, raising the guns in their hands with a clatter. However, at that moment, the burly man was less than 2 meters away from Du Xiaoqing. The cold muzzle of the high-powered Langer pistol in his hand was firmly aimed at the back of Du Xiaoqing's head. "Put the gun down or I'll shoot you." He had followed the mecha of the Iron 7th Division from the port all the way to this mountainous area. Even as strong as he was, his body felt extremely tired at that moment. However, his wrist holding the gun was still as steady as ever. Under the aim of dozens of machines, his voice was still as arrogant as ever. It was filled with an undeniable ruthlessness. Chapter 807. There weren't many people who dared to threaten the commander of the Iron 7th Division in front of more than 10,000 soldiers, and Madman Li was undoubtedly one of them. The only son of the Lees of Philadelphia, entered the army at the age of 12, killed countless people on the front lines of the West Woods, and had a violent personality. He dared to rush into Parliament Hill and beat up a senator, so he probably really dared to kill a commander of the Federation. However, Du Xiaoqing's face still didn't show any emotion. He didn't even turn his head to look. He only said in a low voice, "Colonel Li Feng, there's no benefit for you to hastily interfere in this matter, other than making things more complicated and troublesome." After saying this, Du Xiaoqing immediately pulled the trigger under his index finger. Between the complicated mechanical structure at the back of the heavy ACW long-range sniper rifle in his hand, the electronic pulse ignition was completed in an instant. The preloaded composite armor-piercing hard ink bullet whizzed out of the hollow strong alloy barrel, accompanied by a muffled sound. It spun terrifyingly at a high speed and shot towards the broken mecha in the distance. "You dare." Li Feng's eyes widened as he roared furiously. His index finger pressed down again, ready to fire at any time. A few Iron 7th Division Special Guards bravely stood in between the rifle and the commander, but they were thrown out like stones. "Li Feng, he's from the Empire." "If he's from the Empire, then you're a fucking woman." Du Shaoqing smiled and then ignored what was happening behind him. He was also extremely indifferent to the situation where Li Feng could kill him at any time. His right index finger steadily pulled the trigger again, and the heavy ACW made a dull sound again. In the field in the distance, the broken MXT mecha was trying to stand up again, but two hard ink armor-piercing bullets came at high speed. With terrifying precision and high rotation speed, they directly shredded the outer armor of the right mechanical leg and blasted into the alloy spherical joint. After two dull sounds, the mechanical leg made an extremely unpleasant sound, and the heavy mecha that had just propped up a little fell heavily, sending a cloud of mud flying. After the first dull sound of the ACW, Madman Li sensed Du Shaoqing's intention and forcibly suppressed the urge to pull the trigger. However, right after, he found that Du Shaoqing still had no intention of stopping shooting. What made him even angrier was that the opponent had clearly made adjustments. Then where was he going to shoot next? The mecha cockpit? Du Shaoqing raised the heavy sniper rifle in his hands and aimed into the distance. His body, wrapped in the dark green military uniform, was incomparably straight, like the white sun in the autumn wind. Seeing this scene, Madman Li's breathing quickened, not because he was nervous, but because the violent emotions in his mind were about to explode. His strong and burly body swelled slightly, and his military uniform tightened. He was ready to attack at any moment, but he didn't dare to make any movements. This was because even he didn't have the confidence to knock down the opponent before Du Shaoqing fired. Whether it was military exercises, the West Woods, or the battlefield of the Empire, as a lieutenant general, Du Shaoqing had never displayed his military prowess. He only needed to command. Even at this moment, some of the soldiers of the Iron 7th Division in the wilderness were seeing their commander shoot for the first time. There was nothing special about Du Shaoqing's tactical action of raising his gun, aiming, and firing. It was just clean and standard, and there was no fault to be found in any of the details. However, it was this strong sense of rhythm and smoothness that made people like Madman Li feel a chill in their hearts. This was not some kind of battle talent, but purely the boring basic tactical action training that he had done day after day, year after year, ever since he joined the army. It probably took thousands or even tens of thousands of serious repetitions to deeply engrave this set of actions into his body's instincts. Madman Li looked at Du Shaoqing's back, and his delicate and clear eyebrows furrowed into two swords. Faintly, dangerous sparks could be seen when the sharp edges cut into each other. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Commander Du Shaoqing, Sulu has shown mercy." More than 10 Iron 7th Division's Black MX mecha were overturned in the wilderness. Some were sputtering sparks, while others were lying on the ground like trash. Gradually, the cockpits opened, and the pilots who had escaped death climbed out with the help of their comrades. Although they were covered in blood, they did not look like they were in any life-threatening danger. During the fierce battle just now, Li Feng had not been able to get close to the temporary command post on the mountain. He could only hide in a dense formation somewhere and watch silently. As one of the 3 strongest pilots of the younger generation in the universe, he had long noticed that Su Li's Little White Flower's performance in battle was a little strange. Of course, Little White Flower's mecha had unleashed all its power, but when choosing a target, MXT would most of the time choose the Iron 7th Division mecha's head, neck and chest joint, or the inside of the mecha's legs. Destroying important components such as the SCC, infrared, and balance meter could cause the Iron 7th Division mecha to lose their combat ability, but it was not the usual method of directly attacking the vital points in mecha battles. That was why he said that Sulu had been merciful. Looking at their comrades who were struggling to climb out of the cockpit, some of the Iron 7 Division officers thought of the fact that T Company had only suffered shoulder injuries in the military court. The crowd fell silent. One of the officers actually stood up and looked at Du Shaoqing bravely and respectfully. He said in a trembling voice, "Commander, what do you think? Su Lu is from the Empire." Du Shaoqing's expression was cold, and there was an unquestionable strength in his deep voice. Madman Li looked at him in a daze. He grabbed his hair as if he had nowhere to vent his anger, and shouted at him furiously. Don't forget, the number of Empire soldiers who have died in his hands is no less than the number of you and me. Say that he's from the Empire? No one will believe that. I don't believe it, and none of your soldiers here will believe it. No one in the entire Federation will fucking believe it. Du Shaoqing was silent and did not answer. Madman Li waved his left hand and said angrily, Can that old bastard Li Jiedu and those fellows in the capital be believed? Only you would be stupid enough to believe them. You're really a fucking stupid woman. Hearing the words old bastard, Du Shaoqing's steel-carved face moved slightly, and an extremely strange and unnatural smile appeared on his face. He replied indifferently, My mother is indeed a woman, but she's not stupid. Furthermore, she is definitely not from the Empire. At this moment, Li Feng suddenly felt that no matter how crazy he was, there was nothing he could do in front of this famous Iron General of the Federation. It was obvious that he could not communicate with him. Suddenly, he thought of something painful, and his young and ruthless face quickly calmed down. He looked at Du Shaoqing and said slowly, I understand. You just want to kill Su Lu no matter who he is. But I must remind you that the Federal Army strictly forbids the killing of prisoners. Even if he is a soldier of the Empire, after he has lost the ability to resist, he still needs to go through a trial before he can be executed. You cannot use torture. The last few words hit the ground like copper beans and bounced up stiffly. Li Feng stared at Du Shaoqing and said coldly, This time I won't just watch you bunch of trash kill him like you're killing a tiger. Hearing the word tiger, Du Shaoqing's expression suddenly became very, very distant. It was as if his body was in the middle of this mountain, but the real person was nowhere to be found. The heavy ACW in his hand slowly moved downwards. Pop, 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 pop. In the shortest amount of time possible, the ACW in Du Shaoqing's hand fired fiercely. In the distance, the broken little white flower's mecha's right mechanical leg, which was the only thing supporting it, finally broke after countless attacks. The heavy mecha fell to the ground with a boom. Throwing away the empty ACW, Du Shaoqing took a pair of sunglasses from the orderly beside him. After putting them on, he slowly turned around and looked at Li Feng expressionlessly. Su Lu is a citizen of the Empire. This is not a crime forged by that old bastard father of yours or by Mr. President. This is the judgment of the Charter Central Computer. My division's military operation this time is not an official operation. It is directly authorized by the Bureau of Proclamation. Hearing these words, Madman Li's expression became extremely strange. As a citizen of the Federation who lived under the charter of the glory of the Charter, he might not normally feel the existence of that glory, but once he had to think about it, he would never doubt that the Federal Central Computer would make a mistake. That's why I don't understand why you want to stop me from killing Su Lu. In my opinion, it's better to let him die than to let him suffer this kind of mental torture after learning the truth. Madman Li slowly lowered the muzzle of his gun. Looking at Du Shaoqing, who was walking away without paying any attention to him, he said loudly, But in the end you still didn't shoot. Du Shaoqing's footsteps paused. After a long silence he replied, Because I also hoped that the Charter Central Computer might have made a mistake this time, although, the possibility is basically zero. A thunderous roar rang out in the eastern skies. More than 10 Federation close-range fighter K-12s roared over at high speed, flying towards that battered MXT mecha in the middle of the mountain. The people on the ground could even clearly see as many as 9 oxtail air-to-ground missiles under the wings of the fighters. It was very clear that the purpose of these fighters was to blast that MXT mecha, which no longer had any mobility, into pieces of unbreakable metal. Madman Li, who had already walked not too far in front of Little White Flower's mecha, abruptly raised his head. Seeing the fighters roaring towards him at high speed from the east, he thought to himself, I wonder which troop is this clown who has come to take advantage of the situation to lick his father's chrysanthemum. Anger rose in his anger and disdain, and he roared, Scram! This scram, full of anger and terrifying power, was really like a thunderclap exploding in the sky above the mountain, even suppressing the roar of those fighter jets. The pilots on the fighter jets had already discovered that Federation officer through their high-sensitivity surveillance equipment. Then, through contact with Iron 7th Division's ground forces, they learned of this person's identity. In the shortest amount of time they released the button to launch the missiles, pulled up in a hurry and flew towards the southwest. They really did come with a murderous aura, and then they flew away resentfully with their heads down. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the black mechas of Iron 7th Division around the mountain slowly retracted their thick and heavy gun barrels aimed at the sky. The heavily damaged cockpit door was forcefully pried open by a specially assigned engineering mecha. Li Feng climbed onto the platform with a heavy expression and carried out the fellow who was already extremely tired and heavily injured to the point that he couldn't even move a finger. Hundreds of guns and more than a dozen Black MX mechas were aimed at them. They looked extremely nervous, as if they could open fire at any moment. In the eyes of the soldiers of Iron 7th Division, although the immobile Sulu was admirable, it was also terrifying. Li Feng took the specially made military handcuffs from the soldiers beside him and tightly clasped his and Su Li's wrists. Looking at the electrically controlled explosive shackles that the soldiers handed over, he was silent for a moment. Then he cursed under his breath and also handcuffed Su Lu. During this process, the pale-faced Su Lu didn't say anything. He just silently watched Madman Li's movements. Occasionally, he would raise his arm with difficulty and wipe away the blood that kept flowing out of his nose. "Don't play dead." Li Feng frowned and said, "If you really want to die, hurry up and say your last words. Aunt can at least get some of your inheritance." Sulu looked at him tiredly and said, "I'm so hungry." Chapter 808. On a cold autumn day in the mountains, there was still smoke from the battle. This was the battlefield chosen by the charter computer for the Iron 7th Division. It was desolate and uninhabited. The fierce battle had a relatively good ending at the end. Other than the forest that had been cut by shrapnel and the soil that had been blown up by the bombardment, Sulu was probably the only one who was satisfied with the outcome. However, at the moment he was too injured and weak to make any changes. The continuous days of battle had left countless wounds on his body, both inside and outside. These wounds were forcibly suppressed by the will of medicine and the Jinchi in his body. Today they finally erupted in full force in the battle against the terrifying Iron 7th Division. The moment he sensed the explosive shackles on his feet, the moment he felt the exhaustion and pain from the deepest part of his soul, along with the mental relaxation brought by the complete surrender, quickly transmitted from the damaged parts of his muscles and joints to every nerve and finally to his brain. In an instant his face became even paler. Li Feng looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Sulu, in order to save you, I broke all the military discipline that I could, and even pointed at the head of a lieutenant general. If you dare to die now, guess what I will do to you." "You know what? Back in the training base, I once argued with Du Xiaoqing about whether one person could change the outcome of a war." Sulu looked at the black muzzle that had been aimed at him and smiled with difficulty. "Today I wanted to prove to him that I was right, but I didn't expect to lose so completely. But it was a good fight." "I find that you are very similar to Du Xiaoqing," Li Feng said. Sulu frowned in doubt and said, "I don't like Du Xiaoqing's character. He always has a sullen face like I owe him a lot of money. Other than copying his sunglasses, I really can't think of anything similar to him." In the armored vehicle, the officer of the Iron 7th Division in charge of the escort heard Su Li's words and thought of his own division commander. His expression was very interesting, but then he immediately returned to being absolutely serious and indifferent. "I'm saying that you're as girly as that Iceman Du Xiaoqing." Li Feng roared at him angrily, "You're still in the mood to be cocky at a time like this." After a moment of silence, Sulu said in a slightly hoarse voice, "No matter how boring the excuses of those big shots are, I have killed so many people without being tried by the court these days. No matter how it is tried, it will only be a death sentence. Those people deserve to die." Li Feng glared at the officer of the Iron 7th Division, who was enraged by his words and said coldly, "Anyone who kills a tiger must die. In the end it's just death. Why do you have to do this?" Sulu shook his head tiredly. "From the capital to Harbor City I've been watching you kill people. Good job. You know I don't really like you, but you are avenging the tiger. I can't just watch you die." Li Feng said coldly, "Death is nothing, but I think you definitely don't want to be wrongly accused of being a citizen of the Empire." "That makes sense." Sulu slowly narrowed his eyes and said with difficulty, "I'm a citizen of the Federation when I'm alive, and a ghost of the Federation when I'm dead, as long as I'm not a hungry ghost." Li Feng cursed in a low voice and shoved the pasty nutrition bar that he had just opened into his dry mouth. Then he looked at him and asked with a frown, "Sulu, have you ever thought that you might really be a citizen of the Empire?" "Don't talk nonsense." Sulu answered vaguely, "If I were a citizen of the Empire, my mother, who has never left Donglin, not even Nashi, would definitely be the first to disagree." She would think, who the fuck is going to reimburse me for a one-night stand? Li Feng felt that it was very reasonable and laughed out loud. While laughing, he pressed his fingers on the special handcuffs on their wrists. With a muffled groan, he pressed hard. A burst of energy burst out in the carriage, and the delicate mechanical spring of the special alloy handcuffs was deformed by this huge force and could not be opened anymore. The officers of the Iron 7th Division in the carriage looked at this scene in shock. One of the officers subconsciously looked to the front and saw that the key to the special alloy handcuffs was in the hands of the commander in front. However, from the looks of it, the key was probably no longer used. Looking at Su Li's puzzled eyes, Li Feng casually explained, "This way no one should dare to try to kill you secretly." Hearing this explanation, Su Li's cold chest suddenly felt a little warmer. He wanted to shrug, but found that he could not even do such a simple action with his current physical condition. He could only smile and look at the young colonel who was like a small mountain. He thought to himself, this is really a proud and childish guy. The long stretch of troops drove towards the capital special district. More than 10 black mechas silently followed beside a military vehicle. They strictly carried out the direct orders of Division Commander Xiaoqing. If the person in the vehicle tried to escape, or if Colonel Li Feng tried to help that person escape, they had the authority to directly blow the military vehicle into pieces, including Li Feng. Although there was the guidance of the federal military parameters and the ship was equipped with protective plates according to the other party's request, the smuggling merchant ship still suffered serious damage after passing through the giant warp hole. Therefore, when the negotiators of the Federation government finally agreed to the underground resistance group's visit to the capital ring under Mu En's emotional and even annoying request, they had already switched to the federal military warship. Until now, Mu En still did not understand why the other party suddenly agreed to his request and just remained silent on the matter of meeting with Colonel Su Lu. Naturally, he did not know that this was the intention of President Pabre. After going through so many things, the president was very willing to cordially receive the resistance group soldiers from the empire and wanted the entire federation to see the image of him shaking hands with the foreigners. Huai Chaoshi did not care about these trivial matters. Still playing the role of Mu En's sidekick, she did not even show a trace of vigilance about the possibility of being betrayed by Mu En to the Federation. She only calmly watched the unfamiliar scene of the galaxy outside the porthole of the warship. It should be known that if Mu En told the accompanying Federation soldiers that the thin young man with short hair and a hat was the princess of the Empire whose name shook the universe and whose hands were stained with the blood of the Federation soldiers, the Federation government would definitely be very willing to pay all the price and give Mu En unimaginable returns. Huai Chaoshi had entered the star sector of the Federation before, but this was the first time she had entered the capital ring of the other party. She narrowed her eyes, and a strong desire occasionally appeared in her calm eyes. She cherished all the time she had and compared the scene of the galaxy in front of her with the star map that the intelligence department had paid a huge price to obtain from Bermuda. Arriving at the Silan region through the Gary corridor, she had lived in the Sunset region for a period of time. During the long space journey, she had also passed through several important space checkpoints of the Federation. The princess of the Empire silently and carefully observed every detail, such as the diet of the ordinary people, the number of transportation tools, and their mental state. From that, she had determined the current economic situation of the Federation, the supply of social necessities, and the supply of ordinary energy. The more she looked, the more silent she became. She discovered a shocking fact from many details. The gap between the economic strength and the military potential of the Empire and the Federation was even greater than the intelligence department had estimated. As for the difference in the level of technology, one only needed to see that the Federation's warships could freely pass through the Gary corridor and the black ocean-like solar blocks on the old moon base outside the window to easily come to a conclusion that made all the people of the Empire feel cold. That blue planet is S1. According to my father back then, this is the planet he saw in the universe that most resembles the human's ancestral planet that the ancestor of the Hua family once described. The middle-aged man who had spent most of the long journey reading novels in the cabin, came to Huai Chaoshi's side without anyone noticing. A wide-brimmed hat that was very much in the style of the northern region of the Empire covered his overly handsome face. I know what kind of true emotions are hidden under your silence right now. Master Fan Wei smiled and said, perhaps my father saw the huge gap between the two sides back then, so he tried his best to stop the previous emperor from starting the Westwoods expedition and tried to use the seed plan to promote peace in this universe. Unfortunately, he failed in the end, and the seed plan completely changed in the hands of your father, Huai Fuchai. It was unknown what kind of complicated emotions the Federation's war godly Pifu, who was now sleeping behind Mount Feiqing, would have if he heard the words of Master Fan. Huai Chaoshi silently looked at the blue planet in front of the warship and tightly pursed her lips. But you don't have to worry too much. The Empire always has two advantages that the Federation can't approve. The first is population. In the end, any war is just a competition of reproduction speed. There is no difference between a war between humans and a war between monkeys. Master Fan probably had a way to ensure that his voice wouldn't be heard by the surveillance equipment on the warship. He leisurely said, "The second is the concentration of power. The Empire only has one voice, but the Federation has countless voices. The more desperate the war between the two sides is, the greater the impact of this difference will have." Of course, as a lover of literature, peace and Schiller's novels, I am very unwilling to see this war reach this stage. Huai Chaoshi finally broke the silence and said with a slightly cold gaze, "I'm not worried about these things. I'm only worried about that guy who thinks he's a messenger of justice and was turned into a stupid rock by the Federation. Will he still risk his life for these foreigners? If he were to die so pointlessly, this adventure of mine would seem rather ludicrous." Praise the Creator. Fortunately, nothing really happened between the two of you back in the manor. Otherwise, if the plot in Master Schiller's 8-parts trilogy had been fulfilled, I would have sinned greatly. The great teacher gently closed his palms and looked at the blue planet that was getting closer and closer. His eyes were intoxicated by the huge white snow cloud that spanned countless kilometers in the north of the planet. He praised, "Father, your description is right. It really is a big cotton candy." Chapter 809. Da, 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 da. Strong piano accents came from the television. As the piano song progressed, the sonorous melody became more and more solemn. It was as if black clouds had covered the sky of the city, and snowflakes were about to be painted the color of lead by the smoke. An extremely deep sense of crisis arose spontaneously. In this oppressive atmosphere, a low and solemn voiceover with a strong sense of compassion sounded. This is the last few years of the 36 constitutional calendar. The cruel imperial family has once again launched the extremely inhumane plan of forcibly crossing the space channel. The fierce space turbulence and the torsional data monitoring that they could not control made crossing the space channel an almost suicidal action. Usually, only 1 out of 100 spaceships could successfully cross the space channel, and the rest would all become tragic victims. However, this time, the cruelty of the imperial family was inflicted on themselves. Those spaceships that risked their lives to enter the space channel were all their own descendants. Finally, a spaceship was lucky enough to pass through the Gary corridor. Like a thief, it avoided the glory of the charter and quietly escaped into the Bermuda Triangle star region. This spaceship was mainly responsible for the mission of transporting a baby. When this baby was imported into the Federation by the Bermuda Human Trafficking Organization, his luck became the beginning of the misfortune of countless Federation families. The kind Federation man who adopted the baby was surnamed Mai. He gave the baby the name Macklin. This documentary, produced by the Federal Military's Venus Documentary Studio, was called Seed of the Empire. It was directed by the famous director Bai Ziming. Today it officially began broadcasting on the Federation's news channel. Along with the worrisome voiceover description, the television screen showed a scene of the innocent baby playing in a private house in the Federation, including the beginning when the Imperial spaceship forcibly broke through the space channel. These scenes were all done by the director's imagination. However, this did not affect the effect of the documentary. With just the beginning, it successfully captured the attention of all the Federation citizens. After years of silence, the government of the Federation began to decrypt the Empire's seed plan and told the people of the Federation about the Macklin incident. Although there were vague rumors about it in society, most ordinary people were still shocked speechless by the story described in the documentary. The old, white-haired senator who had been almost forgotten by many people was no longer a kind-hearted pacifist who had devoted his life to the reconciliation of the Federation but an evil executor of the terrible scheme of the Imperium. According to the description of the documentary, with the joint efforts of the former president, President Pabre, the Bureau of Proclamation, and the glorious Federal Army, the Federation government wisely saw through Medellin's sinister intentions before he attempted to bring the important data of the space passage back to the Empire. They killed him in the building of the Four States Peace Foundation, which was surrounded by mountains and mountains. At the same time, because there were still many seeds of the Imperium lurking inside the Federation, in order to avoid alarming them and the evil Imperium, the government carried out a strict intelligence blockade and did not inform the people of the Federation of this information. Until recently, when the Federation confirmed that the purge was completely successful, the operation was officially decrypted. In this documentary, of course, there were no images or words mentioning the death of the seed of the Imperium, Colonel Su Lu, and another man named Shi Qinghai. On the terrace of the back mountain of Macho facing the lake, one could clearly see the reflection on the surface of the lake. On the opposite hillside, layers of green and yellow trees formed a beautiful picture that did not seem to belong to the human world. Secretary Shin stood behind the high-back chair and said softly, "Mr. Li Yuangong just called." He did not understand why the government chose this time to publicize this matter, and wanted to ask what you think. That old man who likes to wear funny round hats is not an uncultured burlesque actor. It seems that pretending to be an old fool has become a habit. Lady Tai put the delicate silver spoon into the Guna porcelain plate, looked at the lake and mountains and said calmly, "The government needs to create momentum. They need an explosive news to attract the attention of the people and make them forget about the ancient clock ship incident. As for the Parliament Hill and the continuous assassinations, they need to be completely forgotten." Of course, with Pabre's real personality hidden in his body, now that he has been re-elected, he must be very willing to tear off Macklin's last coat and kick that dead man to the ground and then step on him. No matter how you look at it, Macklin is the most troublesome opponent he has ever encountered since he started his political career. The documentary did not mention Colonel Su Lu. If he is really the seed of the Imperium, Shunli asked with an extremely humble attitude, since you want to manipulate the people's psychology, why not throw Su Lu out as a target? It takes a process for the ordinary people to accept things, otherwise it is easy to have doubts or even reactions. Once they completely accept the fact that Macklin is from the Imperium, it will be much easier for them to accept it when they find out that the hero of the Federation is also from the Imperium. Pabre, or other people who can influence or control the public opinion, are actually doing the same thing. Feeding the people with delicious and non-dangerous information, just like the farm owner in Bermuda, cleverly and coldly controlling the amount of food he feeds. He wants to let the chickens eat enough to avoid making a fuss, but at the same time he can't let them die of overeating. Of course, the most important thing is that he can't let those chickens find out that their fate is to be eaten by others. Lady Tai sneered slightly, put down the coffee cup in her hand and said, "In my opinion, George Carlin has never really understood these problems. If the amount of information is too complicated, the ordinary people will not have the ability to distinguish what they need at all. They can only eat passively until they are fed, until they become idiots in the end." Shunli stood silently behind his wife, recalling the similar arguments that had appeared in books before. He just felt that it was a bit strange for these words to come out of his wife's mouth. After a moment of silence he said, "Now it seems that all the problems are focused on one point, whether Colonel Su Lu is the seed of the Imperium or not." Lady Tai did not answer this question. She silently looked at the lake under the mountain in late autumn. The autumn feeling in the yellow forest in the lake reminded her of many things from many years ago. She said lightly, "What did old Tai say?" Old Director Tai said on the phone that he enjoyed his retirement life very much. He was very happy playing golf every day. He did not give his opinion on the Su Lu matter, but in the end he said, "An era is over." Shunli paused, looked at his wife's back and said in a low voice, "Let him be. He is the only distant relative of the Tai family. It is good for him to rest more when he is old." But back then he was always unwilling to have more sons, and instead adopted a bunch of daughters. I really don't know what he was thinking. Lady Tai certainly knew why the former director of the Bureau of Proclamation was unwilling to adopt a son from young to old. But she, who had always been grateful, did not want to point it out. As for the end of an era that old Director Tai mentioned, of course he was not referring to Su Lu. That era referred to the past of the Federation formed by the former president who truly cherished the Federation but eventually died of illness in office, the god of war Li Pifu, Lady Tai and her husband, the former director, and perhaps the man who was wandering among the stars. Following the strong rise of Pabre's government, the death of Zhong Suahu, and the impending death of Su Lu, a brand new era, one that no one could see the future clearly, and one that no one knew whether it was a good or bad era, had opened its curtains. Madame Tai stood up and left the balcony. Her back view still looked young, but it was unknown whether in this new era, she and the rulers of the big families still had the qualifications to stand behind the stage and enjoy the performances under the spotlight, or just coldly watch from the sidelines. That in the late autumn, a closed-door secret hearing was being held on Parliament Hill. Other than the hundreds of members of the management committee, even their closest subordinates were forced to leave. This secret hearing had nothing to do with the documentary, and had nothing to do with Macklin, who had already been thrown into the abyss. It was only related to a colonel of the Federation named Sulu. Parliament Hill had just started, but it was already in an extremely intense debate, or rather quarrel. A few male members of the parliament directly launched vicious personal attacks on the National Security Advisor, who had just finished reading the government report on the stage. Colonel Sulu is a hero established by the Federation government, and a trusted aide strongly protected by your president. At this time, you actually want us to believe that he is actually a citizen of the Empire. Do you think that we are crazy, or are you crazy yourself? The people don't know who killed Macklin, but you don't know? Have you forgotten who killed the Butcher County King of the Empire? Mr. National Security Advisor, I really want to know if your shiny head is filled with artificial egg white. Sitting at the highest point of the stage, Mr. Zion, the vice chairman, was clearly unable to control the situation that was currently out of control, and it seemed that he had no intention of controlling the situation. The old chairman stroked the white hair on his forehead, thinking about the situation that had taken a turn for the worse in recent days. He knew that his hopes of Sulu blowing up the storm and becoming the vice president, or even the president of the Federation, had been completely shattered. Thinking that his days were numbered, it was already difficult for him not to show disappointment on his face. How could he have the mood to care about anything else? The members who were angrily criticizing the government, the president, and mocking the National Security Advisor did not admire Colonel Sulu, and were even incomparably disgusted or fearful. Today there were several empty seats on Parliament Hill, reminding the people from time to time that the owners of these seats had died under the guns of Sulu and his companions. However, as Li Feng said to Du Shaoqing, no one in the Federation believed that Sulu was a citizen of the Empire, and neither did the members of the Parliament. The shocking demonstration not long ago had directly caused Pabre's government to become more powerful. Parliament Hill, which had been forced to remain silent for too long, did not hesitate to seize the government's extremely stupid mistake and launch a counterattack. Pay attention to your demeanor. At the same time, improve your logical judgment. At this moment, the situation represented that the government and a considerable number of members of the parliament were about to shed all pretense of cordiality. The National Security Advisor no longer cared about anything and slammed the seat in front of him with a livid face, reprimanding loudly, "Why can't a hero of the Federation be a spy of the Empire? Macklin was a member of the Federation elected by the people, so he is a citizen of the Empire." The noise on Parliament Hill gradually weakened. Some of the members began to seriously consider a certain possibility, regretting that they had reacted too quickly and acted too exaggeratedly. Chapter 8:10. Councillor Evo was the daughter of a miner from the Eastwood district. She had no background and was known for her isolation in Parliament Hill. Last year, during the hearing on the Federation's arrest of Sulu, it was she who first questioned Councillor Paulson, who had died in the hospital building. Colonel Sulu is the same as President Pabre. He is the pride of the Eastwood district. Now you are saying that the boy from Eastwood is from the Empire. I cannot accept it emotionally. Councillor Evo looked at the National Security Advisor in front of her and said, "I want evidence. I want impeccable evidence. Otherwise I will fight you to the end." The National Security Advisor looked at her and answered after a moment of silence. He knew that this female councillor was a staunch supporter of the President in Parliament, so he answered with a very polite tone. "The Bureau of Proclamation is arranging for the second confirmation of the evidence. If the councillors are willing, the government welcomes you to supervise the whole process. What the President means is that since we want to accuse a hero of the Federation, the relevant evidence must be believed by everyone, including Sulu himself." One day in late autumn, countless dark-colored cars drove slowly into the Bureau of Proclamation along the straight dead-end road in the suburbs. These cars included councillors from Parliament Hill, civilian representatives who had signed temporary confidentiality agreements, senior reporters from various authoritative and serious media outlets, as well as senior officials from the government and many important generals from the military. President Pabre was there in person, and the 7 families had sent their most trustworthy representatives. The Bureau of Proclamation had the highest level of security among all the organizations in the Federation. It was even higher than the President's official residence. It was usually heavily guarded, and today the atmosphere was even more oppressive and tense. Most of the leading figures of the Federation were gathered here. If the Empire had the ability to cause a big explosion at this time, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Federation would definitely be in chaos. This was a very old-fashioned way of describing it, but it was very suitable for today's situation. Chief Editor Bob and reporter Wood stood below the Bureau of Proclamation building, looking at the box-like building that was too regular in shape. As members of the news industry, this was the first time they had the opportunity to enter the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation. They should have been excited to record everything they saw, but at this moment, their emotions were extremely complicated and heavy. After most of the people were invited into the building of the Constitutional Bureau, several bulletproof military vehicles drove over at high speed. Under the protection of several armed military police officers, Zhou Yu and Shang Qiu jumped out of the military vehicles with handcuffs on. From the outside, the two women didn't suffer much from the government's secret investigation. After all, one of them was the daughter of the former Minister of Defense, and she had been invited by that lady again in recent months to have tea together. The other was one of the best genius engineers in the Federation, the chief technical director of the giant corporation Nutshell Mobility. No matter which investigation department it was, they had to be polite to them. The government specifically asked them to come and watch the comparison of biological markers, which vaguely revealed some kind of message. It seemed that the President or General Li Jiedu hoped that they would wake up after seeing the real face of Su Lu and not fall deeper and deeper into the wrong path. This was a very old-fashioned way of saying, but it was very appropriate to describe the government's attitude toward the two women who were still very valuable. Su Lu was a war hero of the Federation and an idol in the hearts of the people. Suddenly he was accused of being a spy of the Empire. For such a major incident, there must be enough strong evidence. Therefore, President Pabre did not hesitate to agree to the second comparison of biological markers. He intended to use this incident as an opportunity to quickly stabilize the unstable political situation due to the recent series of incidents. He intended to integrate the power of the Federation and let the word unity enter the hearts of the people again. The last vehicles to arrive at the Bureau of Proclamation were a dark green military vehicle and a black vehicle without any markings. The vehicles stopped under the stone steps. General Li Jiedu walked out of the military vehicle and looked at the black vehicle in front of him calmly and gently. The door of the black vehicle slowly opened. A pale and thin young man walked out, holding a small metal box tightly in his hands. The white-haired butler Jean looked at him worriedly and said, "Young master, why don't I take it?" Tai Ziyuan shook his head and carried the small metal box to the Bureau of Proclamation. The box was not heavy, but he held it very tightly with his hands wearing anti-slip white gloves. This was because there was a bottle of blood in the box that he had personally gone to the military prison of Qingqing and drawn from that guy. This bottle of blood could not determine whether Su Lu lived or died, but it could affect the political situation of the entire Federation. However, for Tai Ziyuan, the importance of this bottle of blood was that it could prove something that was more important than life and death in the eyes of some people. The internal protection of the metal box was extremely sophisticated and advanced. Even if it fell from dozens of meters to the ground, the things inside would not be damaged. However, this box was too important to Su Lu. It involved too many things. He only trusted Tai Ziyuan, and Tai Ziyuan only trusted that it would not be replaced by someone else. Until now, although no one believed that the Federal Central Computer could be wrong, people like Macho and the Back Mountain, who had used the internal staff of the Bureau of Proclamation more than once, still believed that the last biological marker comparison was most likely done by the Bureau of Proclamation under the orders of the government. For the opposite reason, Li Jiedu personally went to the military prison of Qingqing and supervised the entire process of Tai Ziyuan drawing Su Li's blood. As for Macklin's biological marker, it had always been stored in the core backup of the Federal Central Computer. Macho and the Iron Mathematician had also secretly stored a copy after the Macklin case broke out. No one could fake it. The people walked into the Bureau of Proclamation building. After a long time, the people walked out of the Bureau of Proclamation building. At this moment, a cold autumn rain fell without warning. The people of high status had their own escorts holding up umbrellas. In an instant, black flowers bloomed in the square in front of the building, covering the people's faces. The true emotions on their faces could not be seen clearly. The wide and straight road leading from the Bureau of Proclamation to the outside world was once again occupied by all kinds of dark-colored vehicles. Most of the vehicles were black. The cold autumn rain pitter-pattered on the vehicles, and the tires rolled up a thick layer of mist as they whizzed away. It was as if they had just attended a sad funeral. When the funeral was over, the people left in a hurry, not wanting to be tainted with any bad luck. Tai Ziyuan, who was the last to arrive, was still the last to walk out of the Bureau of Proclamation building. His thin and pale cheeks were stained with an unhealthy red. The two hands that were not carrying the small metal box waved irritably. He refused the umbrella that Butler Jean extended over his head and walked down the stone steps. He walked into the rain, letting the cold autumn rain soak his body from top to bottom. In addition to the important people in the Bureau of Proclamation building, in the distant end of the vast universe, on the Mo planet at the center of the battlefield, some people almost simultaneously knew the result. According to President Pabre's personal order, the Bureau of Proclamation specially set up a multi-encrypted information channel to synchronize the image of the biological marker comparison to the Mo planet. In a certain office in the Federation base, all the high-ranking officers of the new 17th Division, including Commander Qinghai and all the members of the first 7 teams, collectively watched this scene. The Federation government had no choice but to do this. After the battle between the Iron 7th Division and the Little White Flower MXT in the wilderness, their accusation that Sulu was a spy for the Empire spread uncontrollably within the army, even to the front lines of the Empire. The soldiers respected heroes like Sulu who did not fear death the most. Even the Iron 7th Division could not bear to do it in the end, let alone the other soldiers. Of course, under the strict discipline of the Federation Army, the morale of the various troops was shaken, but it was not too big of a problem. Only the reaction of the new 17th Division was particularly strong. From Commander He Lei to Hua Xiaoxi, from Lin Ai to the ordinary soldiers, not to mention people like Xiong Linquan and Gu Shifeng, they firmly believed that this was the most shameless and dark persecution of the Federation government. They even began to pick up their guns, preparing to forcibly board the warship and kill their way back to the capital ring to save people. In such a terrifying situation, the Federation government had to use ironclad evidence to intimidate these fearless soldiers at the first possible moment. The room full of people was deathly silent. Only the sound of countless rapid breathing could be heard. In order to see the snowflakes caused by the long-distance signal transmission, Commander He Lei's eyes were already a little bloodshot. However, in the end they only turned into despair. He breathed heavily, tore open the collar of his military uniform, and wanted to pick up the cup to drink water, only to find that the water in the cup had long been emptied. Commander Yu Qinghai had always maintained his silence regarding the incomparably intense reaction of the soldiers in the past few days, to the point of preparing to kill their way back to the capital ring. As a veteran of the generation of military godly Pifu, he always insisted that what the army needed were not ice-cold killing machines, but great men full of hot-blooded vitality and injustice. Moreover, he was the same as his subordinates. He believed that the accusation of spying for the Empire was definitely another disgusting plot by the Federation politicians, but the truth was not so. Alright, everything is over. Return to your respective combat positions and prepare to fight against the Empire's people. Of course, you have to mentally prepare yourself for the military trial, Commander Yu said in a low voice. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have deepened a bit. Don't be a sissy. Xiong Linquan stood up with a gloomy expression. He stared at Gu Shifeng, who was tugging at her hair in frustration, and roared, "In any case, I don't believe it." He looked at his comrades in the room and waved his arms angrily. Boss has led us to fight so many battles. When has he not charged at the very front? Who has he killed less Empire people than? He is our boss. Your instructor. How can someone like him be from the fucking Empire? Xiong Linquan angrily slammed the door and walked out. A moment later, a howl of venting came from outside the door, followed by the sound of countless bullets tearing through the sky. Chapter 8:11. This incident that was destined to shake the entire Federation was forcefully determined in the direction of development in the Bureau of Proclamation. The pale and skinny prince walked in the cold rain with an indifferent expression. No one knew that an equally pale and skinny guy was sent to a military psychiatric hospital in the southern hemisphere because of another incident that was destined to shake the entire universe but was forcibly buried in data fragments. His pale eyes were bloodshot, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. At this moment, Biderman looked like a street trash who had overdosed on drugs. Because of the hysterical experience in the Bureau of Proclamation, he had a lot of suspicious little actions. For example, his lips would tremble at a high speed from time to time, and he would often open his 10 skinny fingers and move them from top to bottom in front of him, mimicking a waterfall falling down. I'm not crazy. Biderman curled up in the chair weakly. Looking at the doctor in front of him, his eyes were full of pride and sadness. The charter computer came back to life. I saw it with my own eyes, but then I saw with my own eyes, she was killed. From the beginning to the end, this genius with a terrifying sense of the mechanical language insisted on calling the intelligent old thing her. Now, when he talked about the death of the great mechanical wisdom, he couldn't help but show a sorrowful expression on his face. The doctor listened calmly with a smile and simply took down the medical record. After walking out of the ward, the doctor whispered a few words to the strong male nurse. Then he smiled at the young lieutenant colonel in front of him and said, "This is a military hospital. Since you've handed him over to me, you can rest assured." The officer said seriously, "The person inside has made a great contribution to the Federation, but he knows too many things. You must take good care of him." "Understood. I'll let him enjoy his old age here." The doctor smiled and replied, "I'll inform you immediately if there are any problems." The officer raised his right hand and saluted. He thanked the doctor for his hard work and left the psychiatric hospital that was far away from the bustling world and filled with the smell of drugs that even he wanted to escape. The doctor looked at the back of the officer and smiled gently. Then he looked into the ward through the observation window on the door. On the other side of the thin glass, Biderman, who was put on a restraining gown by the strong male nurse, was screaming in horror, "I know. There's chlorpromazine in the syringe. Don't give me that, I don't want it. I beg you, don't give me this, I don't want to become an idiot." Because of fear, Biderman's weak body struggled on the bed. He looked like a pitiful fish that had been thrown into the desert. He begged, "I know I was wrong. I'm not mentally ill. I don't know anything. That guy has never been alive. Please let me go." The doctor looked at this scene through the glass. He watched as the sharp needle slowly pierced into the man's pale skin. Hearing the shrill screams coming from behind the door, the smile on his face became even gentler. In the deepest part of Qingqing military prison, the special forces directly under Small Eyes units surrounded and monitored the cell with the strictest security measures. They were always on guard against the two people inside breaking out of the prison. Although the Qingqing military prison was filled with the most heinous and bloody criminals of the Federation, and the security measures should be flawless, every time they thought of the rumors about the two people in the prison cell, everyone, from the warden to the elites of the Federation who had been trained in the Philadelphia Training Center, could hardly control the nervousness in their hearts. Yes, there were two terrifying people in the same cell. After Sulu was seriously injured and arrested by the Iron 7th Division, Madman Li directly crushed the precision lock of the special alloy handcuffs with his strong finger strength. The two people's bodies were always connected by the handcuffs. Without the key, it was naturally impossible to open them, and he would not allow anyone to try to open them. They ate, received treatment, bathed, went to the toilet, and slept. They were together all the time. Madman Li stayed by Su Li's side every second. His vigilant and ruthless eyes scanned the surroundings because he believed that the Federation government, who dared to design such a shameless plot, would definitely do everything possible to secretly kill Su Lu. Madman Li had the bad temper of a standard soldier. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening, and he could not let the only sister-in-law in the world who truly loved him become a widow before she was married. During these days in Qingqing prison, Madman Li stayed by Su Li's side. He stayed in this dark cell like he was guarding the position of the army, not giving an inch of ground. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs, but in the end it was eaten. Uncle Zhong was killed by them just like that. I want to see if that old bastard will kill his only son. Li Feng sat on the bed with a cigarette in his mouth. He stared coldly at the Special Forces soldiers with serious expressions outside the cell. He thought of his father who had just left the prison, and his voice was extremely cold. The anger and frustration hidden in the young colonel's terrifyingly burly body was clearly captured by Su Lu. He knew very well why. Madman Li, who had left home at a young age and spent his entire adolescence in the front line of the West Woods, had always regarded the tiger as his closest elder, and even a father figure. However, the mastermind behind the explosion of the ancient bell, the real murderer who killed Commander Zhong, was his biological father. What could he do? Ah Yuan, that bastard, he actually took so much of my blood just now. He didn't even think about the fact that I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. I could have been killed by him directly. Su Lu, who was holding a cigarette, smiled and changed the topic. However, when he thought of Tai Ziyuan's dignified expression, his fingers trembled slightly, and the ashes of the cigarette fell on the bed sheet. At this moment, in the Bureau of Proclamation building of the Capital Special Administrative Region, the second biological marker comparison was being carried out. Sulu never thought that he was a citizen of the Empire, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. As Madman Li once said, death was not terrible, but being wrongly accused of being a citizen of the Empire was unacceptable. Once accepted, it was equivalent to surrendering to the conspiracy of the government. Because of Li Feng, his second stay in the Qingqing military prison was not too difficult. Although the crime this time was more horrible than assassinating a member of the parliament, he was satisfied with all kinds of living conditions, whether it was a hot bath or a cigarette. After all, since the prison couldn't get rid of Li Feng, of course, they wouldn't dare to treat the only son of Chairman Li unfairly. After taking a deep puff of the cigarette, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the late autumn sky outside the window. He was wearing a warm cotton thermal jacket. Because of the handcuffs, he couldn't put his left hand into the sleeve and could only drape it. Perhaps it was because of this reason that he felt a little cold. Noticing Su Li's strangeness, Li Feng's delicate eyebrows slightly raised. There was a trace of mockery on his face as he said, "Are you afraid of death? You should know that during the war period, those who assassinate the president are traitors. You deserve to die. The president and your father killed Commander Zhong, but it could arouse the anger of the people of the Federation. They could use this opportunity to start an all-out war against the Empire. So they are not traitors? If I could really kill the president last time, I could actually push the blame to the people of the Empire." With the cigarette in his mouth, Sulu said vaguely, "Didn't they say that I'm from the Empire? According to their logic, President Pabre should have sacrificed himself. The assassination of the President of the Federation by the people of the Empire is much more fierce than the ancient Bell incident. The people and the troops will be aroused, and the Federation will definitely win the biggest victory on the battlefield." Just when Li Feng was about to praise Sulu for slapping the face of the Federation government, the phone in his pocket rang. He picked it up immediately and didn't avoid Sulu. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng turned his head and looked at Sulu with a very complicated expression. After a very long silence, he said with a slightly hoarse voice, "The result is out." Sulu narrowed his eyes. "You really don't know that you are from the Empire?" Li Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at the cigarette between his lips with white smoke in silence. He was very focused. Sulu suddenly opened his eyes. On his seemingly calm face, the pair of thick black eyebrows that were as straight as knives dangerously raised. His pupils that were usually full of sincerity and trustworthiness constricted in a very short time and then slowly relaxed. He didn't answer because he couldn't. The dark cell fell into a deathly silence. The long and boring time that seemed to be about to freeze moved slowly in the silence until Li Feng's slightly cold voice sounded again. "It was in this prison that Grandpa met you for the first time. You should remember that I promised him in front of you that if one day you dare to betray the Federation, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Sulu still didn't answer. His feet retracted back onto the bed and his back leaned against the wall. He looked indifferently at the black bloodstains left behind by a dead fly in the summer on the snow-white wall. It was unknown what he was thinking about. "Sulu, I've never liked you. You might be a good person, but you are definitely not a good soldier. You often mess around, but I have to admit that I never thought that you would betray the Federation. So I never understood why Grandpa would say those words so seriously back then." Madman Li took a deep drag of the cigarette and licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. After a short pause, he continued, "Now I have a general understanding. Perhaps Grandpa knew about this before anyone else." Sulu still leaned against the wall. His eyes didn't close and his thick eyebrows that were like knives gradually relaxed. He just looked across in silence and didn't say anything. "I believe that you don't know that you are a citizen of the Empire. Of course you have never betrayed the Federation. But since the blood of the Empire's royal family flows in your body, this in itself is a type of betrayal." Madman Li threw the cigarette but that had already lost its flavor to the ground. He turned his head to look at the indifferent face that was extremely close to him and said, "I won't kill you with my own hands because you are a good person. No, there are no good people in the Empire. Fine, even if you are a citizen of the Empire, you are definitely not a spy for the Empire. This reason should be enough." Hearing these words that were clearly somewhat illogical and ridiculous, Sulu turned his head to look at him. The corners of his lips moved, and he laughed in an extremely ugly manner. "Let's go." He laughed as if he was crying. Chapter 8:12. Hearing the words, "Let's go," Madman Li was silent for a long time before he nodded. The two of them sat side by side on the bed with their backs against the wall of the cell. They casually raised their handcuffed hands, Su Li's left hand and Li Feng's right hand, and exerted force in opposite directions at the same time. The special alloy handcuffs that had handcuffed the two of them for many days had long been broken. Even if there was a key, it couldn't be opened. However, under the seemingly casual tugging of the two young men on the bed, the handcuffs began to creak and gradually deform. A crisp sound of metal breaking echoed in the quiet cell. The thick alloy handcuffs specially made for Sulu were torn apart by the two men just like that. Only a round handcuff was left. It kept rotating on the two men's wrists, gradually digesting the terrifying force they had just endured. The cold light of the broken handcuffs flashed from time to time. Several elite Special Forces soldiers of the Federation who had been guarding outside the cell saw this scene and were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Their pupils constricted, and they fell into a state of confusion for a long time. It wasn't until Li Feng walked to the door with a livid face that they reacted and opened the door more cautiously than before. Looking at Li Feng's burly and strong back that gradually disappeared into the depths of the corridor, and looking at Su Lu who was in a daze as he looked at the fly's corpse and black blood on the wall again, these elite Special Forces soldiers who had received close combat training in Philadelphia's body training hall still found it hard to believe that there was actually someone in this world who could break apart such hard alloy handcuffs. And they only used the strength of one hand. Was this a human or a machine? Until now, the elite Special Forces soldiers completely agreed with the rumors in the army. Su Lu and Madman Li were without a doubt the two most powerful men in the Federation. However, their situation now was completely different. Li Feng could leave this prison at any time, but Su Lu could only sit silently in the cell and wait for the arrival of death. Su Lu leaned against the wall and sat on the bed. He slightly tilted his head and stared at the white wall in a daze. With his eyesight, he could even clearly see the tiny wings on the dried corpse of the fly between the black congealed blood stains. It seemed that this disgusting and pitiful fellow was still futilely trying to escape when he was beaten to death by the previous owner of this cell in the summer. Why flee? As a fly, your fate is either to die in a cesspool or to die on the way to find a cesspool. What's the point of escaping from one cesspool to another? Sulu closed his eyes tiredly. Hearing the hurried footsteps outside the door, he guessed that it must be the Qingqing military prison who came to give him some measures. He understood that Madman Li had chosen to directly break the alloy handcuffs because he wanted to silently tell the prison that such a method would not be able to restrain his strong and powerful hands. Regarding this, Sulu did not have any resentment or disappointment in his heart. On the contrary, he felt that it was natural. Since he had confirmed that he was a citizen of the Empire, Madman Li would certainly not give him the chance to escape. If it were him in the past, he would certainly have made the same decision. The heavy and hard alloy door of the cell silently slid open. Several prison staff members walked in with nervous expressions. First, they crouched down and increased the suction force of the heavy magnetic shackles on Su Li's feet to the maximum. Then they fastened 3 sets of reinforced handcuffs on his wrists. There was a metal bracelet on his left wrist and a broken handcuff. Now there were 3 more sets of handcuffs. They were densely stacked together. Occasionally there would be a crisp sound of metal clashing. It looked as beautiful as those thin bracelets on the wheat-colored delicate forearms of the S3 Flowing Fire Festival. If it was last time in the Qingqing military prison, Sulu would definitely laugh. But now he did not want to laugh. Even his posture did not change. He completely ignored these people. Only when the prison doctor tried to inject him with some kind of drug did he turn his head to look at the other party. He did not stop the doctor from injecting. He just looked. After an unknown amount of time, Sulu, who was like a stone sculpture, finally woke up from the inexplicable state caused by the violent psychological impact. His gaze was still indifferent and emotionless. His thick eyebrows, which were sometimes like unsheathed straight knives and sometimes like laughing willow branches, were still indifferent and lazy. His posture was still the same, but his brain had finally recovered some ability to think. People of the Empire. He was a person of the Empire. When did he know that there were not only people from the East Woods, West Woods, Upper Woods? There were also people of the Empire. Like wringing a wet towel, Sulu racked his brain, trying hard to recall many memories of his childhood. He even frowned but still could not remember anything more. He only vaguely remembered that when he was young, his father used to read the newspaper at the dining table, lamenting about the cruelty of the people of the Empire. And when his father used the people of the Empire to scare little Xian Yi, his mother would fly into a rage, and his father would immediately apologize with a smile. Now, he actually rarely recalled his childhood life because it was too long ago. When the terrible shallow mine disaster that caused half of the mining area to collapse happened, he was still very young, so he did not have many clear memories. Because he went to the slag heap with Victor and the others to play mecha battle games, he was extremely lucky to survive. However, his father, who worked in the underground mine, died. His mother and little Xian, who were at home on the surface, also died. Victor's family was also dead. Xiao Chang's father was also dead. Donglin had a bunch of orphans. Other than that, nothing had changed. The children, who cried until their throats were hoarse, could only watch helplessly as the engineering mecha lifted the heavy quick-setting cement blocks in vain. The scene was extremely sad and chaotic. Sulu could not even find the bodies of his parents. He only held the body of his sister, Xian. He still remembered how cold that small and cute body was. Yes, little Xian small grave was still on the hillside outside of the East Woods. He felt very ashamed that he had not gone back to see it for so long. This was also the reason why he did not want to recall his childhood. What about the people of the Empire? Su Li's thick eyebrows were more and more furrowed. He stared at the wall but did not know where to look. He remembered that the first time he saw what the people of the Empire looked like was on the TV news. It seemed to be a documentary, talking about the only official visit of the Empire in history. The voiceover of the male commentator of the Federation was full of a sense of superiority that looked down on the inferior races. Every 3 minutes he would mock the Empire people in the diplomatic mission, as if they would never smile. As for Sulu, he only remembered that the people of the Empire on the TV were not like what his father said. They were not covered with scary long hair from head to toe, including their faces. So he thought of his dead family and secretly ran to the abandoned mine to cry. Where was the first time he saw a living person of the Empire? It should be on the West Woods border planet called 5460. At that time, he took Jian Shuier and fled under the pursuit of the Empire's Wolf Fang Mecha Brigade. The first time he met the people of the Empire was a life-and-death battle. As for the dead people of the Empire, he had seen too many of them. The sun outside the window slowly sank into the distant horizon, and the light became much dimmer. Qingqing military prison was not as cold as the capital at this time, but Su Lu, who was sitting on the bed leaning against the wall, seemed to be frozen, allowing the twilight to appear and disappear on his face. The darkness of night covered the earth, but he did not move at all, only remaining silent. Silence, silence. He did not become perverted in silence. He was only indifferently recalling and thinking about many things. Many things that he could not understand in the past gradually became a clear function curve in his mind. Although he did not know what the variables at the beginning of this function curve were, some segments of the curve were gradually beginning to reveal the answer. For example, why in the entire Federation, other than the people of Old Li's family, he was the only one who could learn the special abilities of the Empire's royal family. For example, why that man who wandered among the stars actually stayed in Donglin for so many years and appeared so coincidentally by his side. It should be known that in the real world, there was never a fortuitous encounter like in novels. There must be an internal reason for small probability events. The descendants of the rich were rich and the legendary were legendary. The story of starting from scratch, the story of a foolish boy meeting a wise master, could only be a story in the end. Then was it also a conspiracy that he entered the uncle's repair shop? No, he did not want to connect the coincidental encounter between the young man and the escaped criminal with these words. Don't think about it anymore. Sulu felt very tired. He just wanted to fall asleep, but he could not because this unbearable change was like countless ants crawling in his body. They silently and contemptuously bit and tore at his fresh flesh, spitting extremely corrosive acid. Once the acid splashed, it sizzled. The painful, sore, itchy, and burning sensation converged into a straight line. The line of fire gathered into a ball in his chest and began to burn fiercely. This ball of fire was really unbearable, and he was extremely angry for no reason. Sulu finally moved. He stood up from the bed and tightly pursed his thin lips. He lifted the heavy prison bed with one hand and slammed it against the snow-white wall in front of him. It was as if he wanted to smash the extremely small ball of black blood and the already withered corpse of the fly into pieces again. With a loud bang, the bed frame broke into pieces and dust flew everywhere. The stern reprimand of the Special Forces soldier came from outside the door, but he acted as if he didn't hear or feel anything. With a heavy punch, he directly smashed the only small square table in the cell into pieces. Boom, 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 boom. Countless violent sounds rang out in the cell, and debris flew everywhere. For the first time in his life, Sulu vented his emotions so wantonly. He almost crazily smashed everything in front of him that he could see. In the end, even a terrifying hole appeared in the hard alloy door. At this moment, his peripheral vision fell on the window. Through the tempered glass that was so thick that it distorted his vision, he saw the twinkling stars in the late autumn night sky. He did not know why it touched the eternally strong but fragile nerves in his heart for the first time today. Looking at the bright starry sky above his head, he calmed down and slowly walked to the window. There was a crushed pack of cigarettes and a lighter on the ground. They were probably left behind by Mad Manly before she left. Sulu picked one up, lit it, and stuffed it into his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the night sky outside the window. He said softly, "Fuck your mother." Chapter 8:13. Ever since the 37 constitutions, there had always been an ugly person from the Imperium in the hearts of every citizen of the Federation. In their eyes, the cruel enemies of Zhuqianqing were uncivilized, bloodthirsty barbarians, inferior races struggling in the closed and outdated social system. Just like Xiong Linxuan's true emotions when he roared furiously on Mohua planet, in his eyes, it was impossible for the motherfucking Empire citizens to have a character worthy of praise. Li Feng, who had been fighting the Empire soldiers in the West Woods since he was 12 years old, instinctively believed that there were no good people in the Empire. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the starry sky outside the window. Thinking of his bizarre background, he couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. In the past few years he had fought for the Federation and the Empire, but it turned out that the people he had killed were all his own people. It turned out that he was actually an inferior race in the eyes of the Federation citizens. Cloaked in glory and guarded his own rights, he had been silently and stubbornly walking the path he thought was right. However, before the white clouds in the sky could turn into dogs and the mulberry fields on the ground could be swallowed by the ocean, the hero of the Federation suddenly became a prisoner, a poisonous seed buried deep in the Federation by the Empire. This kind of strong contrast was not easily accepted by anyone. Sulu, who had the thickest nerves in the universe, could only stop himself from going crazy and force himself to calm down with the help of the night sky outside the window. That day on the phone, President Pabre had asked him if he felt that the whole world had let him down. At this moment he really did feel that way. An abandoned child of the Empire stood alone in the prison cell of the Federation, as if the entire universe was slowly leaving him. A thick and deep feeling of loneliness enveloped his entire body. He stood quietly by the window like this for an entire night until the two moons dispersed, the stars fell, and the white willow trees appeared on the horizon. Schiller once famously said, "The coming day will be longer than the last year." The original meaning of this sentence was that the unexperienced future was more beautiful and valuable than everything in the past added together. But to Sulu at this moment, these words meant that even if he only had one day left to live, he could only spend it in anger, pain, struggle and frustration, and it would definitely be extremely long. The newborn red sun struggled to jump out of the horizon and shone on the window of the prison from the side. Sulu was awakened by the sudden strong light and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. For some reason he suddenly remembered that in the few years after he escaped from the East Forest sector, his truly happy and peaceful days were actually in the shabby courtyard in the slums of the Left Heaven space zone. Were the people of the Empire really born bad people? In fact, he had never thought about it this way. Aunt Susan and Paul were good people, and the Imperial officer under Glacier 5460 was also a good person. So what if he was from the Empire? The key is what kind of person you are. The fleeting thought was like a ray of light, instantly flashing in his mind and then disappearing, making Su Li's somewhat muddle-headed mind calm down a lot. After a long period of silence, he picked up a piece of sharp metal shard from the ground. Facing the glass, he grabbed a strand of long hair and slowly and seriously cut it off. Following the cutting of the shard, his black hair slowly fell to the ground beside his feet. The somewhat deformed face on the glass window was still so familiar, but the cut short hairstyle that was almost flat cut was particularly messy, like burning weeds. The prison door slid open silently and the pale and thin Tai Ziyuan walked in. He kicked the bed leg that was smashed by Sulu. He moved his feet with some difficulty and walked behind Sulu. Looking at the messy scene around him, after a moment of silence, he sat directly on the ground and carefully put down the metal box in his hand. Sulu turned his head to look at Tai Ziyuan and calmly greeted him. "You're here?" "Yes, I'm here." Tai Ziyuan raised his head to look at his messy short hair, frowned, and gave a simple reply. In reality, both of them knew that Tai Ziyuan still came to visit Sulu in prison after confirming that he was a seed of the empire. They didn't know what kind of psychological struggle he had experienced last night. So, Tai Ziyuan sat on the ground and greeted him. Then he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Since His Highness Prince Delin of the Empire is your uncle, then you are very likely to be the real crown prince of the empire. Maybe it really is the bloodline at work. No wonder you never respected me, the fake crown prince, since you met me." "Don't talk nonsense." Sulu kicked away the trash on the ground and sat down directly. He said, "I've never believed in these disgusting bloodline theories. Even if I'm just a dung picker, there's no reason for me to respect you in the way you want me to respect you." He followed up with another sentence. "Other than being better than me in bed, how can you compare to me?" Today Tai Ziyuan didn't argue with him. He looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "You are really surprising. I thought I would see a martial arts maniac with bloodshot eyes today, but in the end, the one who appeared in front of me is actually the original you. I don't know whether I should praise your pure nature and thick nerves, or laugh at you for being an ignorant and fearless stinky rock. After only one night, you've accepted the fact that you're a citizen of the Imperium." Tai Ziyuan laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "I spent an entire night and still couldn't understand this matter. You watched the biological comparison, so I trust you. Although the charter computer is just a cold machine, I don't think it will make a mistake. So no matter how you think about it, you can't get rid of your identity as a citizen of the empire. So other than accepting it, what else can you do? That makes sense." Tai Ziyuan was silent for a moment. He took the metal box and opened it. He lowered his head and said seriously, "I will remember the friendship between you and me. In the future, I will tell my descendants that my best friend is a citizen of the empire." "I remember that you were supposed to get married this autumn," Sulu asked. Tai Ziyuan smiled and replied, "It was postponed." Sulu was silent. Tai Ziyuan pushed the metal box in front of Sulu and said, "Plain porridge with scallion pancakes. After eating, you can go on your way in peace and die in peace." Sulu was very clear-headed and calm. No one in the entire Federation would help him, not even his best friend. This had nothing to do with betrayal and even less with cowardice. It was only related to the endless racial hatred between the Federation and the Empire that had lasted for hundreds of years. His last friend was sending him on his last journey to meet up with his best friend underground. This wasn't too painful of a matter, so after Sulu took the plain porridge and scallion pancakes, he simply said, "Okay." Like a whale sucking in water, he finished the plain porridge in the box. After eating 3 scallion pancakes, the slightly full Sulu suddenly looked at Tai Ziyuan and said, "These last few days I don't want to eat in the prison cell. Can you help arrange for them to let me eat in the cafeteria?" Tai Ziyuan vaguely caught some information from his words. He suddenly raised his head and stared into his eyes. Sulu didn't evade. He calmly and stubbornly looked back at him. There was only a strong desire to live and the most complete sincerity toward his friend. Chapter 8:14. 24 hours, 9 chapters, 27,000 words. It had never happened before, and it would probably be very difficult in the future. Behind the madness was a pack of Hongtashan, 6 cans of Red Bull, 4 bottles of mineral water, a bowl of Zhejiang noodles, and a boxed lunch. Old Chow said that every word was laborious. Oh, he meant that every word was filled with blood. I was not so miserable. He was the ocean and I was a drop of water. I just wanted to say that these 27,000 words were written seriously, and my attitude was guaranteed. In the end, I did not feel tired or bitter. Because of my narcissism, I was abnormally excited and broke my own limits until my eyelids were as heavy as my weight. Although I wrote a lot, I encountered the most tragic plot of The Spy. It was not a climax that could pull votes. Even I was depressed, sad and depressed when I wrote, let alone you who were reading the story. It's the time to welcome the new year. Many people are playing and drinking. I'm chatting with you on the keyboard. I'm not complaining because it's not bitter at all. After getting high, writing really becomes the best entertainment. It's still that mushy but sincere sentence. Who asked it to be my hobby to serve you? In 2010, I bought a house, learned to drive, bought a car, practiced driving, got a marriage certificate, held a wedding ceremony, went on a honeymoon, and even went to Inner Mongolia to attend Zhang Xiaohua's wedding ceremony. I always hoped that the vast number of wise readers would pity and understand cats. When I had the time and energy to write, I would never not write. When I could not write, then I really could not write. Those who could understand, long live. Those who could not understand, long live 9,000 years, cough cough. To be honest, I came to an unfamiliar place alone, without any connections or experience. To complete the series of things that shrunk the essence and pain of life really consumed too much of my energy. At the end of the year, I finally finished everything and began to find the world and feeling back. In December, I encountered another week of illness and decadence. But my heart was here and I did not care. I only needed to work hard and write seriously. In the end, 8 consecutive days of 3 chapters and 1 day of 4 chapters was the most enjoyable and longest process I had ever done since I started writing in 2003. As for today's 9 chapters, it was something that I had never even thought about. It was very refreshing to wash away the busy and gloomy air of this year. It was very refreshing to really challenge my own limits. It was very refreshing to use this method to welcome the new year with you. We were halfway through our journey, and we fought our way from 8th place to 2nd place. Although we were currently in 3rd place, the scene of our chrysanthemum being destroyed was a rare sight for me. Today, other than being crazy, what I was most proud of was that I suddenly realized that I had learned how to use hooks instinctively when writing books. There will always be a place where I can use the pen for clarity in the future. I'm very happy about this. When I write slowly, the quality is not necessarily good. When I edit 3 chapters a day, the quality is the best. Today, I wrote so much and my head is so muddled, so the quality is naturally not as stable as when I was writing 3 chapters. Please bear with me. I'm going to sleep now. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to welcome the new year in my dreams. As for the final ranking of the monthly votes, it's all up to you. I've already done my best. As for what would happen next year, he would explain in detail tomorrow. The line was still 180,000. I'm really starting to feel sorry for the money you've spent. Of course, I'm not talking about subscriptions. Thank you, everyone. Happy New Year. Including the 72 people who sent text messages cursing my computer to crash. In the end, there was a beginning and an end. From 2010 until the very last moment, he shouted, "Monthly votes," that you're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.